This Thursday, May 25th, 2017, regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the Willow Springs Elementary School Fox Strings Ensemble under the direction of Eleanor Aban and Aaron Riley. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful job, and thank you, parents, for coming and bringing your children to help us tonight and display their talents.
That's my Willow Springs. I think that may be the largest band we've ever had perform. I'm so proud of them.
Great job, students. Thank you, parents. And I don't know if Principal Dylan Taylor's in the house tonight. Thank you.
All right. We next go to the certification of the closed meeting compliance. In order to comply with Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it's necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on May 25, 2017, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mrs. Strauss, seconded by Mrs. Corbett Sanders. All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. A few announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda or any agenda item that's being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. Tonight's agenda is available by going to School Board on the FCPS homepage and selecting Board Docs under Upcoming School Board Meetings. The meeting is also being streamed live online. Select School Board from the main menu. Then click on the Watch Live button on the School Board Meetings webpage. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. I will now call on Ms. Chu for announcements.
Thank you, Chair. Each June, the National Safety Council sponsors National Safety Month. This year's theme, Safe for Life, reminds us that safety is no accident. It is a choice we need to make throughout our lives, as we're all empowered to make safe decisions for ourselves and for those we care about. Over 186,000 FCPS students depend on school employees to provide a safe environment in schools. Prevention, identification, and abatement of hazards are integral parts of every employee's job. The FCPS Office of Safety and Security has established emergency plans and provided appropriate training for all employees to cultivate safety throughout the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. I will now call on Ms. Dernak Kofax for National Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. National Gun Violence Awareness Day is sponsored by the National Academy of Pediatrics and the National PTA amongst dozens of other groups. This day of awareness is acknowledged nationwide by a movement to wear orange in honor of victims and survivors of gun violence. High school students in Chicago began the Wear Red Orange campaign in 2013 on the birthday of their friend and gun violence victim, 15-year-old Hayata Pendleton. Hayata was killed in a Chicago park after taking final exams. On average, 48 children and teens are shot and 7 die from their injuries each day in the United States. One tragic example comes from our own community. A November 2015 Edison High School student, Joseph Bose, was a victim of senseless violence and a random act of gun violence in Norfolk, Virginia, where he attended Hampton University. The color orange symbolizes the value of human life. In 2013, teens on the south side of Chicago asked classmates to honor their murdered friend by wearing orange. The simple call to action has grown into a national movement, and orange is becoming the symbol of gun safety. Millions are coming together to fight for an end to gun violence in America, and the school board recognizes the effort to bring more awareness and remembrance to the victims of gun violence by those wearing orange on June 2nd for National Gun Violence Awareness Day. At this time, I would like to invite those in the audience who are here this evening to support this initiative to join me and my colleagues at the dais for a picture with the board. And I want to thank especially FCPS parent, Ms. Karen McDaniel-Vaught, for bringing this day to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here tonight. And now I'm going to call on Dr. Lockhart for a special announcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to take just a minute this evening to share our thanks, our gratitude. Tonight is Dan Paris's last school board meeting serving as the interim deputy superintendent. Mr. Paris has done a tremendous job stepping in. He's been an incredible help, not just to me, but to our entire system over these past 6 months. We are all truly appreciative of him interrupting his well-deserved retirement to come back and serve FCPS and the community that he spent so much time of his life giving to and that he truly loves. So thank you, Dan, and now I believe the fish are really calling you this time. Okay, thank you.
Dan, you're not going to get away that easy. We're going to get you up here for a photo with all of us. And yes, we are. So with that, I do want to recognize that we have our former student school board rep in the audience, Ben Press. So Ben, thank you for joining us tonight. And Dan, we will really, really miss you. We'll now turn to citizen participation. Tonight, 10 citizens have signed up to address the board. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student. Speakers are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. Please be mindful that there are often young children in attendance at these meetings or watching at home, so language should be appropriate for all age levels. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come out to speak to us tonight. Our first speaker is Julia Sands. Ms. Sands, you need to go around to the other side, and then, yes, and then you're facing us here. So the microphone is right there. No problem. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you. Hello, I'm Julia Sands. I'm a student from Falls Church High School, and I'm a member of the LGBT community. Like every other student my age, I deserve to have access to information about important aspects of life, such as sex and family, that is relevant to my life in a safe educational environment. Whether or not students like me have access to this information can literally be a matter of life and death. Removing LGBT content from FLE curriculums can increase rates of STD infections, bullying, and mental health issues. Some of you in the audience may have seen the horrors of the AIDS crisis up front, and I'm certain every LGBT person in this room feels as haunted as I do by the immense death toll that resulted from it. Today we know that the crisis, which is still continues today, disproportionately affects the gay community due to a lack of proper relevant sex education. We have a chance to prevent something like that from ever happening again in our schools and our community. Mental health too is affected. Growing up, even with all the progress that the community has made, being gay or trans was still treated as a taboo, an adult topic not fit for children or public discussion. We didn't understand ourselves, and we weren't the only ones. People are afraid of things they don't understand, and that fear turned into abuse. But in reality, we weren't abnormal children. We had crushes and wondered what we could grow up to be, worried about our grades, argued with our friends, and kissed our parents goodnight. We were and are just like your children. The only difference between us and everyone else was that all of those normal childhood experiences were tinged with a fear for our safety and shame. It doesn't have to be like that anymore. Just by continuing to have an authority figure acknowledge our existence and treat us and our sexuality and gender as normal, we can continue to promote self-esteem, health, and safety within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna McNiven.
Hello. Members of the school board, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Anna. I am a resident of Fairfax County, and I want to encourage you, as Ms. Sands did, to continue the LGBT inclusive curriculum because it is what I needed as a teenager. I am out, proud, and confident today, but being a teenager was a different story. When I was 12 years old and was starting to realize that I was different, I had no frame of reference for what was going on. I had no idea who I could go to for advice. If I went to my parents, they might freak out. If I went to a teacher, they might report me to someone. If I talked to my friends, someone might beat me up. As far as I knew, I was alone. I might have been the only one in the world who had ever felt the way I felt. It was isolating. It was scary. As a 12-year-old, it's terrifying. I can't imagine how much my life would have changed if my school had been more inclusive. All teenagers need accurate information from educators they trust. They need a safe space to figure out their gender identities and their sexual orientations in a healthy and positive way. They need to hear, for so many reasons, that there's someone who has their back. Is that going to be you? You can give them this environment. You can give them the simple knowledge that they are not alone, that their identities are valid, and that their health and happiness is just as important as everybody else's. My identity was completely excluded from my school's health curriculum simply because I was a little bit different. But it doesn't have to be that way anymore. You have the opportunity to change things. You can choose to include the LGBT kids who are in your school right now, who need your support. You can give them the education and the support that they need right now. This isn't much to ask, but as someone who needed it, I can tell you that it will make a lifetime of difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chayo Mohanty Ortiz.
Hello. My name is Chaya Mohanty Ortiz. I'm an educator and also the mother of a Robinson alumnus class of 2016 and a Robinson Junior class of 2018. First off, I would like to thank those board members who have shown their commitment to all FCPS students, including those who are LGBT. My eldest son, Caden, is a young trans man. While at Robinson, he was threatened with physical harm, rape, and even death by classmates who did not understand that he posed no threat to them whatsoever. The school board's inclusion of sexual orientation and gender identity in its non-discrimination policy does a lot to protect all students, including those like my son. However, this is not enough. I am speaking tonight in support of sexual orientation and gender identity being included in family life education. It is more than evident when transgender students are physically harassed, and now a trans female student has been attacked, that we desperately need this education shared to all students and sadly to many adults as well. School board members are elected on the understanding that they are to work towards the education and protection of all FCPS students, not simply those that fit into their definition of acceptable. That is why I find it very unsettling that Elizabeth Schultz spoke against transgender students at the Family Research Council panel on May 5th, portraying them as sexual harassers who would become aroused in locker rooms. I have and will continue to extend invitations to all board members and others who are open to learning about transgender students. I believe that education is the key to overcoming false fears. Being gay or transgender is a part of life diversity. It is not a choice. There have always been and there will always continue to be LGBT students within the FCPS school district. They are the ones whose rights are being denied and who run a greater risk of physical harm. All board members hold an obligation to them and a responsibility to educate our students on sexual orientation and gender identity. FCPS will benefit from being a welcome school district open to the betterment of all of its students. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
George Becerra. George Becerra. Oh, I see Mr. Becerra. He will be followed by Jessica Landon, to be followed by Bethany Molino. Mr. Becerra.
Sorry. It's going to be kind of quick. Good evening, Superintendent Lockhart and school board members. I'm here this evening to lend my support to retaining family life education lessons that are inclusive of LGBT people and teach about gender identity and sexual orientation. I'm very appreciative of staff and the FLECAC members for creating the crosswalk in this year's report. It was very helpful. Also continuing with community review of the report for about 3 weeks after the report was handed out yesterday or today. Hopefully in the future, though, there could be some in-person meetings for the community members to speak at. I understand it might get dicey and it's a hot topic, but I think the people also need to come out and to see their reactions on both sides. As I see improvement in parent engagement and transparency in this area, I'd like to comment maybe to Dr. Lockhart about the principal hiring community involvement process. At my daughter's school, I was informed last Tuesday or Wednesday that the principal was leaving in an email by her. On Thursday, the HR department of the regional assistant superintendent sent out an email informing the community that this Tuesday, 3 days later, there will be a community meeting on this matter. I unfortunately could not attend because, as you know, what I was doing on Tuesday was trying to help you guys out in terms of the system. At the same time, it was mentioned that all written comments were due this Friday, Memorial Day weekend. So basically, probably due today, because no one's going to do anything tomorrow. So in about a week's time, probably the most important decision the parents do care about is the principalship in only 1 week time. I asked leadership team if this was something normal. Yes, they said it was something normal. At the same time, I think we need to do a better job of parent engagement, community outreach, community involvement, caring culture, which you guys have stressed out for the last 2 years. How do parents get involved in this with a working family, with the composition of folks in this county who have 2 jobs? Where is the outreach to the minorities parents who might not have that availability because it wasn't also in Spanish or Korean or other languages? So I'd like to say, Dr. Lockhart, with a week's time, I really don't think that's enough time. Maybe 2, 3 weeks, still not enough time. But I understand the urgency of the end of year and making decisions. But 1 week is definitely not enough time to get people involved with. A week is seriously not enough time. We do other decisions on boring other stuff that sometimes the board med does stuff. So I really do hope that this can be relooked at. I understand the urgency and the time at the end of the year, but with those people in those communities, that's the most important thing on their life's decision of their kids, is who's running the ship next year and the following years. Thank you very much.
Jessica Langdon.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is Jessica Landon, and I'm proud to say that I've been an FCPS employee for the last 14 years. I am also a resident of West Springfield, and Ms. Schultz is my school board representative. Tonight, I would like to speak to you from a parent's perspective about the current Family Life Education, or FLE, curriculum. In my role as an educator, I've often heard the phrase, we need to provide windows and mirrors to our students. This means that we provide a window for students to see into others' lives and mirrors so that students can see themselves represented. As a parent, I cannot help but agree with this statement. Speaking for my family, we live in a diverse community where different family types are represented. By leaving LGBT in the current FLE curriculum, the school system is providing windows and mirrors to students. You are providing a mirror to my son's friend and classmate who has 2 moms. when same-sex households are discussed. In addition, a window is provided to my son to see that his friend's family and his cousins are accepted and normal. From all of my research, I can see that discussion of gender identity and sexual orientation starts in middle school. If changes were to be made to the curriculum, in my opinion, they should be done at younger ages to address different family makeups. There are many different types of families. We should be providing a curriculum that allows students of non-traditional families to have a mirror into their family while providing a window to students who are raised in traditional families. What kind of message would be sent to students if LGBT issues are taken out of the FLE curriculum? It is vital that we continue to give our students windows and mirrors. Again, thank you for listening to me this evening.
Bethany Molino.
Good evening. As a colleague to 60 and educator to 580 students weekly, I am genuinely invested in nurturing a healthy educational environment in Fairfax County Public Schools. As a mother of two, I'm grateful that my personal beliefs and values parallel the school's mission, which is to inspire and empower students to meet high academic standards, lead healthy, ethical lives, and be responsible and innovative global citizens. As an individual, I am committed to protecting the framework of integrity that our community is built upon. Therefore, I'm here tonight to support the continued inclusion of gender identity and sexual orientation lessons in the 7th to 10th grade family life education curriculum. In 2014, Fairfax County Public Schools reinforced its culture of respect by adopting the Portrait of a Graduate initiative. It teaches skills in broadening perspectives, conveying understanding, exploring and exchanging ideas, engaging others in thoughtful discussion, ensuring examination of a full range of viewpoints, acknowledging and understanding diverse perspectives, demonstrating empathy, compassion, and respect for others, strengthening comprehension and deepening awareness, reasoning through weighing evidence to reach conclusions, showing strong understanding and belief of self to engage in reflection for individual improvement and advocacy. In order to lead by example and meet the expectations of the initiative we put in place, we must continue to foster safe, respectful conversations about all of humanity in our FLE lessons. In the classrooms, we teachers mostly control the information shared with our students. However, we know they are collecting information from numerous other sources when the bell rings. From the wisdom gleaned through handheld internet access to the extracurricular education on the school bus, adolescents are constantly inundated with someone else's version of a truth. Thankfully, students at FCPS receive proven science-based facts in their FLE lessons. As a parent, I appreciate being made aware of what my child is being taught in my absence. As an educator, I am confident that what we teach in our FLE lessons is factual, unbiased, and respectful. As a once adolescent with my own set of awkward and unfounded truths, I am grateful for the opportunity to have falsehoods corrected without shame or discomfort. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Being ignorant is not so much a shame as being unwilling to learn." So please, continue to support a willingness to learn, embrace and grow by supporting gender identity and sexual orientation lessons in the 7th to 10th grade Fairfax County FLE curriculum. Thank you.
Laura Guy. Laura Guy. Is Laura Guy here?
Thank you. Good evening. I thank you for listening to us. I'm an alumni from Stewart, and these students were not able to get on the docket to speak tonight, so I'm going to give them my time, if you don't mind, and let them explain their feelings
Certainly.
about
Go
the
right
school.
ahead.
All right. My name is Carlos Hernandez. I'm a 12th grader at Jeb Stuart High School, and I feel that we are being silenced in the whole name change issue. I feel that a lot of students have an opinion that they want to give out, such as us three. We want to give our opinion on the name change. We've tried to go to meetings, tried to talk about it, but we feel there's a good majority at the school that feels it's their job to go ahead and silence us. They want to go ahead and call us racist, bigots, just because we have an opinion that's different from theirs. They don't see our side of it, that we could be perhaps worried about financial issues or tradition or things like that, and they only want to go ahead and label you just for having an opinion that's different from theirs.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Haber, and I am a senior at Jeb Stuart High School. And I'm here today because I love my school. It is truly tragic that my school is renowned for its poor condition and low academic achievement. This is not because of the school's name, nor the dedication of its staff, but rather to the resources we as a community dedicate to it, which leads to an exodus of experienced teachers and a feeling hanging over the students that the community doesn't care. In our school, we have rats and cockroaches. You can't walk through the hallway and sneeze without hitting somebody on the back of the head because we're over capacity. There's talk of making students pay for their IB exams, $113 each, for each exam. I would love to see the energy and the pledges of fundraising of those in support of the name change be committed instead to the improvement of the school. The reputation of the school is derived from its standard of excellence, not from its name. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vina Herrera. I'm also a senior at Jeb Stuart. The main argument that I've heard about the name change is that it's because Jeb Stuart had slaves, and I'd also like to make the statement that, as did the Founding Fathers, he did have slaves, yes, but if you were going to do it based off of that, then you're going to have to also change the names of everyone pre-Abraham Lincoln, because all of them also had slaves. And just like the Founding Fathers, Jeb Stuart did free his. So that's not necessarily a pro to changing the name, considering the cons of taking the money and putting it towards something that's not really helpful to the community or any of the students that attend the school. Just as Victoria stated, walking through the hall is impossible, seats are broken. During one of my tests, I looked up and saw a cockroach. I highly doubt that spending this money in the direction of a name change is the best place to put it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much.
Robert Rigby. Robert Rigby. Oh, I see Mr. Rigby.
Good evening. I would like to read to you our mission statement. FCPS Pride envisions a public school system in which each person is respected, welcomed, and safe, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, gender expression. I'd like to introduce a parent, Amanda Brewer, whose story will underscore how important it is to include LGBT kids in family life education.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. FLE is an important topic to me, more important than probably many others, and it should include sexual orientation and gender identity, because all kids need education on their side. And this would help protect all the LGBT kids in the school system, and this could stop some of the senseless violence that happens when people are taught false information as facts. After a kid found out that my child was trans, after a brief conversation in the classroom, they waited outside of the classroom and attacked my child. She has a concussion and has been out of school for 2 weeks now. The one thing that is also on hold is one of her biggest passions is rugby. And her coach and VHSL is way ahead. Her coach has created an environment where the kids look at each other and they celebrate their differences. They don't use them to hurt each other. There's LGBT and Christian and Muslim and black and white and Hispanic. They're all represented on the team, and they all know that they're equal when they're on the field. When the school district votes on rights and then rescinds them, you guys are showing the children that you're not quite sure where they stand as people in the school district, and that's not okay. Progress isn't easy. It's really hard, but it's necessary, and we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally I don't respond, but I would like to say we do not allow or tolerate any child being attacked at school. I hope you have approached the appropriate authorities to report this, and I'm sure Dr. Lockhart will want to know about the situation in your name. Thank you. Rodrigo Velasquez.
Hi. Hold on. Okay. I promise not to speak in Spanish this time. To many people's dismay.
Mrs. Palchek understood you.
So I'm here in support of LGBT inclusive family life education for a variety of reasons, and a lot of great people are going to talk about why that is. For me, it's two things. One, it's a health topic. When we provide comprehensive education, our communities are healthier. I don't think anybody here does not want a healthier community. In an ideal world, that would be the end of the argument, and this would be done, and we'd move on to other matters, but I don't think this is an ideal world. On the other hand, this is a personal topic because I wish I had comprehensive education, family life education growing up, because that would have been something that would have benefited me as I move forward in life. I also want to talk a little bit, really quickly, I have 2 minutes, about something personal. About 6 years, 3 months, and 2 days ago, I came out to my mom. It was a really challenging experience. It wasn't something she was ready for. I had been an immigrant advocate, talking about my immigration status, about being undocumented and proud, and talking about being gay was like a complete flip side. She was a little caught off guard, but remembered one important thing. It's something that I think everyone here at the board can share is she had a commitment to me, just as if you have a commitment to students, period. And I hope that we can maintain that choosing to have policies that are inclusive of LGBTQ students demonstrates our commitment to students, period. Later on in my life, I came out to my sisters as I was talking about a partner that I had. I'm the oldest of 4. So I try to lead by example in everything that I do, leading with compassion, support, telling them that they need to study and that there are no limits to what their dreams are. And that was coming from someone who's undocumented. Later on in my life, when I was coming out to them, I told them that because of my sexual orientation, I could be discriminated in a variety of settings. And them as extremely young, they're in high school now, but they were just coming into middle school, and I told them that they were extremely confused because they said, Rodrigo, you're just like us though. There's nothing different other than who you want to be with. Why can you be discriminated? And I think I want to end these 20 seconds that I have left, letting you know that my younger sisters at such a young age are able to comprehend something that so many folks, maybe even in front of me, have difficult time understanding. But in the words of Sylvia Rivera, as we go into Pride Month, I want to relay something that she says. It's, we have to be visible. We should not be ashamed of who we are. We have to show the world that we are numerous. There are many of us out here. We're not going to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Walton. Ms. Walton.
Hi, good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Lockhart, support staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the family life education curriculum. I'm here tonight as an ally in support of the Fairfax County Public School LGBTQ+ students, and I was saddened to learn that some members of this community do not feel safe speaking publicly to you due to the way that they're being treated. Like many of you, I have several LGBTQ friends who grew up hiding and hoping that no one would discover their secret. This is no way for anyone to live in a free and just society, and we know that now. And these friends' lives would be very different if they had been accepted as children for who they are. If they had seen themselves represented in the sex ed curriculum, as they called it back in our day. And due to the positive changes that we've seen since then in creating awareness and acceptance of the LGBTQ+ community since we were growing up, my friends' children now feel that they are able to tell their parents that they are LGBTQ+. But we must do more. We must continue to make our society safe for all people to live their lives how they are without fear of judgment and condemnation for simply being who they are. Like the speakers before me, I ask that the school system retain family life education lessons that are inclusive of LGBTQ people and teach about gender identity and sexual orientation. And we also need to make sure we're providing positive school-based supports, such as LGBTQ inclusive curriculum, supportive educators, comprehensive anti-bullying, and supportive school clubs, because these things improve school climates for these students and, quite frankly, for all students. I look forward to a school system where each person, staff, student, family member, is respected and safe regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity and gender expression. And as an educator myself, having taught inclusive preschool and kindergarten for 10 years before having my own children who are FCPS students, I want this for all children who feel unaccepted in our schools. We can do better, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We now turn to student representative matters, and I call on Ms. Chu.
Thank you. And just really quickly, I'd like to first thank all the students who came to speak today. I don't think I've ever been in a single meeting where so many students came out and not only attended but spoke. So thank you for your courage in advocating for your peers and your beliefs. I'd also just like to take a moment to commend some of our students for their achievements this year. Every year in this time, so many of our students are recognized for the achievements. In particular, the U.S. Presidential Scholars Program was established by executive order of the President in 1964. And each year, up to 161 students are named scholars, one of the nation's highest honors for high school graduates. Of the 3 students awarded from Virginia this year, I'd just like to congratulate the 2 who are from Fairfax County Public Schools. So our students are really showing that our county is a great force, and these students are at the forefront of high school graduates moving on to college. The U.S. Presidential Scholars Program also awards distinguished teachers, and this year 3 Fairfax County Public Schools teachers were awarded. So I'd just like to extend a congratulations to Mrs. Yuki Melvin from Lake Braddock Secondary School, a teacher in Japanese, as well as Mrs. Sylvia Osco and Dr. Thomas Larson from TJ. So those are just some of the great awards that are suddenly coming back at the end of the year, and we're seeing the great achievements that our students and teachers have had. Finally, as it's the month of June, this is always the time of graduation and prom and trips to the beach with friends. So I'd like to take this time to remind parents, guardians, community members, and students of the importance of safety. Seeing as this month of June is National Safety Month, it is never, never too much to consider the safety of yourself and your friends. Every single year, there are news of students who become victim to fatal drunk driving incidents or distracted driving or binge drinking. So I'd just like to take this time to remind the community of the perils of drinking and other substance use, and to take this time to remember the safety of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chu. Item 4.01, confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case, and at this time will make several motions to confirm the recommended action. I call on Mrs. Strauss for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who was charged with a serious criminal offense related to an alleged community-based incident, and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Mrs. Corbett Sanders. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hines, Huff, Schultz, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Dearnett Koufax, and McElveen. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Palchik and Wilson. That motion passes. I call on Mrs. Corbett Sanders for a motion.
I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who assaulted another student and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hines. All those in favor? Hines, Palchik, Huff, Schultz, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Kofax, and McElveen. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Wilson. That motion passes. We next go to item 4.02, the FY 2018 approved budget. I'm going to now call on Dr. Lockhart for a few remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, we take action on the fiscal year 18 budget after many, many months of planning and meetings, work sessions, community forums, and so forth. I'd certainly like to thank our budget chair, Tammy Derenak Kofax, Vice Chair Ilyan Moon, and certainly all of the school board members for all of their hard work, as well as members of our budget task force for their input and service to our system as we work through our budget process. I'd certainly be remiss if I didn't thank our wonderful budget staff under the skilled leadership of Susan Quinn, as well as our Assistant Superintendent of Financial Services, Kristen Michael, and Director of Budget Services, Alice Wigington. They have put in countless hours to provide school board members and the community with transparent and accurate information about our very complicated budget. The budget staff members this year answered 113 budget questions, and each of those certainly come with plenty of pages of information and detail. I want to make sure they know how much we appreciate their dedication to FCPS and our community as a whole. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lockhart. I will now call on Ms. Derenak Kofax for the motion.
I move that the school board adopt the FY 2018 approved budget as detailed in the FY 2018 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in this agenda item.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. Ms. Derenak Kofax, would you like to speak to your motion before we go to amendments?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair, and I will have comments now, and then I will try to be brief during other times. So, budget reductions come with a price, and the price should not be our children's future. This budget does not meet all of the school system's needs, and it certainly does not adequately fund the shared vision of the Board of Supervisors and the school board, a vision of unparalleled excellence for all of our schools and for each and every one of our children. We cannot sustain the level of service that our community expects of our schools if we continue to follow the path of harsh reductions due to revenues that fail to adequately support our system's basic needs. This funding model is not sustainable. If these words sound familiar to some of you, it's because these are the exact words I spoke when I presented to our Board of Supervisors during a budget hearing in April 2015, when I had the privilege of chairing this board. These words, this funding model is not sustainable, and variances on the above theme may be ones you have heard in one of this year's 27, my colleagues, work sessions or board meetings devoted to our budget. Or you may have heard me say these words in the additional 26 budget meetings I personally had with individual members of the boards of supervisors or part of community meetings and conversations with staff, for my personal grand total of 53 meetings related to budget this year while serving as this board's budget chair. And I don't share this with you to be flippant or to prove my work ethic. I share this with you to illustrate why this process is unsustainable. Fairfax is looked upon as one of the premier models for a public school, as what a public school system should be, and indeed we are. But the community has lost faith in this process. The community has budget burnout. Our parents, teachers, employees, budget task force, and other advocates have been forced to spend countless hours for year after year advocating, negotiating, passionately testifying to try to get the funding we need. We truly appreciate your partnership. Unfortunately, most times we have not seen the results we had hoped for, and with this burnout is lost human capital, lost potential. Human capital that could have been better spent on perhaps areas like volunteering in classrooms, developing innovative programming for our emerging student populations, having more time to work on multiple pathways to graduation, identifying project-based learning models, and this list can go on. And speaking of humans who are much more than capital, our amazing staff, they have worked tirelessly to ensure that this process is transparent, and they always conduct themselves with the utmost professionalism, even when emotions are running high. I thank you to Dr. Lockhart, who was put in a very difficult position this year. I thank you to Dan Paris, Mr. Marty Smith, Ms. Susan Quinn, Ms. Kristen Michael, Ms. Alice Wigington, for your tireless work meeting with us and answering a multitude of questions, including providing written answers to 113 budget questions. There's also additional staff that went into that, and I want to mention their names and thank them so much. They include Kelly Burr, Diane Delich, Stephen Drager, Marissa Faria, Jan Garcia, Jeanette Giron, Debbie Griggs, Brooke Gustafson, Hector Hermosia, Amy Love, Karen Mitchum, Matthew Norton, Audrey Ryder, Stacy Schobert, Rachel Silberman, Alfonso Villaflor, and Leifin Zhao. This is a team that worked so hard for us to get to this point, and I can't thank you for how much that you've done. I believe that our board and our staff have worked hard to ensure that what we have here tonight has the least impact upon our students, and we have prioritized cuts that could be put back, hopefully, in better budget times. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Moon, who was with me every step of this budget process for your partnership and for your wisdom. I was with Mr. Moon recently when he was speaking to a constituent. Mr. Moon was telling the constituent that as a board, by the Code of Virginia, we have no ability to raise funds for our needs, and as such, we must learn to have the great skill of compromise. Compromise. And by compromise, that very nature means that not everybody gets exactly what they want. And when individuals don't get what they want, passions arise. I hope that tonight, passions do not get in the way of good governance. We have had to compromise on what we want for our students. We have had to compromise on the salaries and benefits for our teachers and employees. This budget has in it many compromises. So tonight, my colleagues, if we've already talked about a topic and have come to a compromise, consider, is this good governance to bring it forward again? If we have not ever talked about a topic in one of our 27 budget meetings, why not? And consider, is it good governance to bring it forward tonight for the first time? We are not a broken system. We are not a failing system. We are an excellent school system, but due to sustained budgeting constraints, we are not meeting our fullest potential. We are not meeting the emerging needs of our system. These are the facts that an underfunded budget brings. However, I have great hopes that with a renewed joint budget task force and continued collaboration with our funding bodies, this will allow us opportunities to continue this conversation, and better times will come. Thank you to my colleagues for your very hard work. Now let's have a productive discussion and finalize this budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darnett Kopex. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
Just briefly, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank Budget Committee Chair, Ms. Darnett Kopex, for her tireless work to go to all those meetings, 53 meetings altogether, including work sessions. Amongst the 12 of us, 12 board members, probably there were hundreds of meetings we attended. I want to thank my colleagues working so hard. It has not been certainly easy budget year for all of us. This is my 18th, and there are a lot of things in the main motion that pains me. But at the same time, my colleagues have year after year heard me say that at the end of the day, we need to have a budget to educate our children. I see many proposed amendments to the main motion from my colleagues. And I want to thank my board members. I think thinking through those amendments and putting them forward for our consideration this evening. Probably on many of those amendments, proposed amendments, I will not be able to support. I don't know which amendments will get majority support to be part of the main motion at the end of this evening. But no matter what the main motion ultimately will become, I am going to be supporting the budget again, because we need to have a budget from July 1. Without budget, we cannot educate our children. We cannot operate our school system. I want to thank, in addition to all those staff members, and Mr. Fairfax has already identified, I want to thank all those staff members sitting up there and those who are watching us on TV. Maybe they may not be watching us on TV because they will spend enough hours answering our budget questions and meeting with us. Because whenever we board members and supervisors and other committee members ask questions, it's not just the financial staff, staff in the finance office who answer those questions. Those questions go out to various different departments, and they spend countless number of hours in answering those questions. So I want to thank all of you. I seconded this motion with some chagrin because, as I stated earlier, the main motion contains things that I didn't want to see. But they are there because we need to balance the budget. About a week ago, maybe even less than a week ago, I think they finally they are scheduled to make a final decision today. I don't know whether they actually did it. As of now, the Montgomery County Council, they are fully funding their school system's request. They are already spending $1,500 more per student compared to Fairfax. And they are fully funding school system's request for the next fiscal year. And unfortunately, our school system does not enjoy the same kind of a luxury. Just want to give you just two different numbers. The additional transfer we did receive this year from the county supervisors is even less than what the Montgomery County is giving to their school district, even though we have a 17% more students. They are giving more, they are transferring more to their school district than we have received from county supervisors. That's the reality we are working with. So there are things in the main motion I didn't want to see, but that's that's the reality, that's just something that I have to work with. So with that, I just want to give you a few more numbers just for the community that about 86% of our budget goes in for instructional purposes, for instruction. About 6% goes into transportation. Facilities management is a 4%. Only about 4.4% is for the general support. And we need all those different categories to support educating our children. And in this year's proposed budget, the main motion calls for about 4% of our budget going into to meet the needs of ever-increasing benefit cost increase, plus what you want to provide as a modest enhancement of the salary for our teachers. That's a 4%. When overall budget is only going up by 3.4%, the main motion calls for 4% enhancement for the benefits and salary for our teachers. After all, our employees are the most important piece that we need to educate our children in classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several amendments So I'm going to turn to the amendments now, and after we finish with the amendments, other board members may want to speak to the main motion as amended. I now call on Ms. Schultz for an amendment.
I move to amend the main motion by A, reducing supplemental funding for online classes and having base schools provide the staffing resulting in a savings of $0.9 million. B, reducing hourly salaries and operating expenses in the superintendent's and deputy superintendent's office by $0.5 million. C, reducing TJ admissions office by 1 full-time equivalent, resulting in a savings of $0.1 million. D, eliminating the International Baccalaureate Middle Years Program, resulting in a savings of $1.4 million. E, reducing SOSAs in 8 high schools, Lake Braddock, Langley, McLean, Robinson, South County, TJ, West Springfield, Woodson, resulting in a savings of $0.7 million. F, eliminating FLES, resulting in a savings of $2.9 million. G, eliminating payment of AP and IB fees, resulting in additional savings of $3.2 million. H, maintaining ESOL costs at FY 2017 funding, resulting in a savings of $2.9 million. I, increasing class floor from 18 to 19, resulting in a savings of $3.7 million. J, allocating $14.7 million to restore class size. K, allocating $1.6 million to restore substitute pay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Huff. Mrs. Schultz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, and this is an omnibus, what I've called an omnibus amendment. You know, it's interesting that some of my colleagues leading up to this were very appreciative to staff, as rightly we should be. It's an extraordinary effort to get to this point, and it takes practically tomorrow morning we're going to start on the fiscal 19 budget, the amount of time. But I'm going to thank, first of all, the taxpayers, because it's your money that you're giving to us to govern our school system for you, then for us to make decisions on your behalf. And second of all, I'm going to thank the example of Montgomery County being brought up, and the fact that in Montgomery County, for example, they decided to cut 90 specialist positions to preserve class size. So their school board made choices, and I can't say that any of these choices are tenable. I think that my colleague, Ms. Darnett Koufax, was exactly correct that any budget is difficult, but any budget also establishes priorities. And one of the major priorities for me from day one last year when we started talking about the budget was driving dollars into the classroom. Driving dollars into the classroom. And one of the largest complaints that has persisted from students, from families, from educators, from administrators, has been the size of classes, the inability to schedule classes because of the master scheduling problem resulting in these large classes, the inability to offer some classes in some schools because classes are so large, listening to children having to take some of their classes, especially things like foreign language or their art history classes, in the high 30s in their high school classes. We talk often about elementary school class sizes, but I've said from the beginning that the middle school and the high school children are in our blind spot. Our children go off to middle and high school and we don't know that their French class has 36 kids in it, or their art history class has 38 kids in it, and a quarter of them have special needs, that it's difficult to navigate physically in the space of science labs. And so there are decisions to be made. Montgomery County chose to cut 90 specialist positions. They cut millions of dollars in positions somewhere in the budget to prioritize driving money to the classroom. The other thing is that we are struggling. This board made a decision, ill-conceived, well-conceived, it's neither here nor there, but we made a decision last year to cut substitute pay. The result has been almost a catastrophic difficulty for our educators to find qualified substitutes so that they can either do their collaborative learning time, to take their personal days, and so on. And if you are struggling, these are often retirees. These are certified teachers. These are people who can maintain a class. You know, if you have a teacher go out on a long-term or short-term need, the first thing you want in that classroom in front of those children is someone who can maintain the curriculum. You don't just want a warm body. And we have not, unfortunately, the decision we made last year has had unforeseen consequences. And so we've arrived at a position where I think this board has got to make some prioritization decisions. And I have no illusion that the omnibus bill will pass. But these are reasonable decisions. There are small cuts in some places where it's a choice. We have to make a decision about what's important. Are we going to drive the majority of our effort to focusing on what's happening in the classroom? For example, I have things on here, cutting online classes and having staffing come from the school. Frankly, sorry, Mr. Paris and Dr. Lockard, but there are some operating expenses and some hourly wages that occur at the very top level. That's a good place to start. Things like we've grown the TJ admissions office. That doesn't need 4 full-time year-round individuals. I think that we can offer, for something that serves a very few number of our students, we can transfer some of these dollars. So each one of these has been reflectively done. The IB middle years program is only offered to some students in some schools in some regions of the county, and that was something that we grew in recent years at the same time that there was a wailing and gnashing of teeth that we didn't have the budget. The IB program is extraordinarily expensive, and certainly more expensive down to the middle years program. So it's not tenable, but when I look at our ESOL costs have grown 22.5% in 4 years. 22.5% in 4 years. The number of students is going down next year. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that we will maintain existing funding for fewer students next year. Those are reasonable decisions. That's prudency with your tax dollars that focuses on getting things back into the classroom. And the last one that's on here that I will comment on is we talked, and finally this board moved to moving the smallest classrooms, from 17 to 18. And I want to take it up one more to 19. There are schools that get vast amount of more additional resources through our needs-based staffing, tens of millions of dollars. At this point, it's going to be almost $50 million this year, get an additional resources driven to schools with the highest needs to make very, very small classrooms. And kids don't come in perfect sizes, but I think that if we drive to a norm where we lift the floor, we're not going to radically impact changing a classroom that has 13 and making it 14, or 14 and making it 16. But you make a lot of difference to a bunch of kids when you take a classroom that has 32 and you're able to buy it down a couple. And that's not just for the students, that's also for the quality of education that happens in that classroom, for the teacher workload, the type of assessments, the more substantive assessments that teacher is able to do, more time for the children to be writing instead of pencil to paper, a worksheet factory. And so I think this is respectful. I think it is comprehensive in terms of the types of cuts. Instead of going deep in one area, it takes a little bit from every place, but then at the very end, it keeps the focus the classroom.
Mrs. Huff, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you. I want to thank Ms. Schultz for this work. We have continually talked about driving the resources directly to the classroom. Mr. Moon mentioned compromise, and I think in the name of compromise, I'll not be supporting this omnibus amendment, as it's been titled, because Ms. Schultz has also going to be bring these forth individually. I think that gives us an opportunity to truly compromise here at the table, to make some decisions as a group that can try and make sure that we do that, that we're listening to what our teachers were saying, what our students are coming to the podium and talking about their classes being overwhelmed and high. So I do look forward to hearing the conversations going forward tonight.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also would like to just express my gratitude to Mrs. Schultz for putting this proposal together. It's not an easy thing to put together a list like this and really think through all of the ramifications of the various changes that she's proposed. And I think that the basic concept of reducing class size goes directly to an issue that I think I've heard almost from every teacher that I've talked to since joining the board. That class size, we have to constantly focus on making class sizes workable for teachers. I mean, I've heard it referred to by some teachers as, give me another student, I'll hang him from the ceiling. I mean, they're that crowded in some cases. And, we are very focused on our teachers, rightly so. But this piece of it, I believe, is critical. And I think this type of proposal takes us a step beyond where we have been in the past. Like Mrs. Huff, I'm not sure that I can support this omnibus format, but I do think that it's a courageous thing that you've done to put this forward to us for consideration, because it's certainly got the wheels turning in my head about, what are the other options that we can do.
Ms. McLaughlin?
It was very helpful going right after Mr. Wilson, because in the interest of a long evening, I'll try to just say that I appreciate how he captured it. Ms. Schultz, I look at this list and I think what you've presented to us is a very compelling conversation about our mission critical spending, what we want to be able to do, what we need to be able to do. There's certain items that for years serving together on the board, I would say, absolutely, class size versus this, it's a no-brainer for me, it's class size. There's some other things on here that I would be very interested in having our budget conversation, and I will begin by saying that I know how hard this board has worked, and you especially, in really digging in to say, what more can we do instead of looking at the same laundry list of cuts every year? So I appreciate the fact that you're identifying things that we haven't seen come from staff or from the budget task force. And I think we have a responsibility as a board to look at exactly what you have here for our FY19 budget. But there are some things that we have to really understand impact. And so it's for those reasons that the omnibus amendment you have in front of me, I'm not comfortable with voting on tonight, but I am comfortable in some of the other ones, talking about them that you've presented and given us that other a la carte menu to choose from. But I think it's important to make sure the public understands the 12 of us may have a diverse perspective on any one of these items that Ms. Schultz has presented in front of us. But what it does demonstrate is that when we can collectively have the conversation, not just with each other, but also talking with our superintendent and staff to understand the impact that each one of these has in how we deliver instruction, I hope it does mean that we, going forward, can look at ways that we mitigate things like class size by being more strategic. So, Ms. Schultz, thank you for the time you put in with this.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. I will not be supporting this amendment. I think a couple things. While I think it's extremely important for us to be creative and strategic and try to look at things in a universal way, we definitely want to do everything we can to avoid class size increase. I think this list of cuts, just a couple things. There are things on here that attack the classroom. And so I think we'd be trading, a classroom problem of large class sizes for another classroom problem of cutting programs and cutting important support people in buildings that serve classrooms. So there are a lot of things on this list that I could not at this point support. I also have to say we have spent months throwing ideas out, being creative, being strategic, talking to staff, researching, investigating, having conversations, putting things on the table publicly so that we could publicly ask staff questions, talk to each other, get a sense of where the board is on these things, and then move on, do it as an iterative thing so that then at our next of 27 work sessions, we could bring the next iteration of that idea. And then the next one, we could bring the next iteration of that idea. I've had several ideas myself, and I think we all have. We've rolled up our sleeves for months, and we've worked on this. We've thrown things out there. I've had some ideas that I have abandoned over the last few months because it was clear to me that they weren't going to work, either fiscally or politically. And I think some of the things on this list, the public has not seen as a serious consideration until 48 hours ago. I mean, the people I talk to in the community, my constituents, the employee associations, teachers, principals, people in the community who follow what we do and care about the budget, had no idea we were going to be seriously talking tonight about eliminating the IB middle years program or reducing SOSAs in the high schools. I mean, they're just, I think these would have been great things to start talking about 4 months ago. But I don't think it's fair to the community to vote for something like this at this point. I think if this is an introduction to what, we maybe one board member would like us to be talking about for the next year, I think that's fair, but I can't support it tonight.
Mrs. Corbett-Sanders.
Sure, thank you. First, I would like to thank Ms. Derenak Koufax and Mr. Moon for leading the charge on this process and the patience which has been exhibited throughout a very laborious process. And I know I have not always been as responsive and timely as I should be, so I apologize for that. But I do want to talk a little bit about where we're at and also thank Mrs. Schultz for her omnibus amendment. And the reason that I think this is such an important amendment, one that I'll tell you up front I'm not going to support, but I think what you put into this amendment is really well thought out. You spent a lot of energy and a lot of time, and you were willing to explore things beyond the list that we've looked at for the past couple of years. And so I think that it is an excellent opportunity to use this list as part of our discussion as we begin. Everybody says all you ever do is talk about budget when you're on the school board. Well, the reality is that our budget should reflect the priorities of the school system. Our budget is a challenge when we are not in charge of our funding sources. But what we do have is an opportunity to take things that we learn year over year. So for example, last year I put forth a follow-on motion encouraging the school system to align our budget with our strategic plan. I am encouraged by recent conversations that although that didn't happen this year, it will happen next year. And it will be something that allows us to then use as a way of informing decisions on how we spend our money. And so when I look at your omnibus list, my concern is that we really haven't unpacked the list to determine what the impact is on students, on the system. And the other piece of it is, I don't think we've really looked at it through the lens of equity. And so I'm concerned when I see things like increasing the floor for our highest needs students, 2 students per classroom, in exchange for not addressing class sizes at the other end. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think we need to do something about class sizes, and you will see as a follow-on motion tonight that I'm going to encourage my colleagues to have the superintendent and his team address class size in the same strategic manner that we have addressed concerns over teacher pay and compensation. That is, build a plan, provide the opportunity for people to weigh in on the plan, because we know that there are 1,000 people that have signed a petition saying cut class size counts. But what we need to do is do this in the same strategic manner in which we addressed the salaries, and it should be something that we're all around a table trying to get to, for want of a better term, getting to yes on class size. And so, Mrs. Schultz, thank you. There are some things on this list that I find intriguing that if I could unpack them, I certainly think I could support, but I need to dig a little deeper on some of them if you want to explain it to us.
So before I go back, so I'll make brief comments. I will not be supporting this. I believe we'll have another opportunity to talk about some of the individual pieces of it. I share Ms. Hines' concern that this was something that we only received 2 days ago, and that the public has not had any opportunity to weigh in on at all. But beyond that, there are quite a few things in there that would be very painful cuts. All of us would like to reduce class size. There's no one up here who would not like to reduce class size. But I'm not willing to do that by undermining other programs. A $3 million cut in ESOL funding, that would be devastating to many of our schools and many of our programs. Cutting IB middle years programs, we've had no conversation about that, and I cannot support that. The IB middle years program is an excellent program. Cutting all foreign language in elementary schools, and then charging fees for everyone taking AP and IB testing fees. I really just like even the fees that we have in this budget, which is a much more modest proposal than we had in previous versions. We've cut it back and cut it back significantly, but to have parents pay hundreds, if not thousands, of fees for AP and IB testing, I can't support that. Nor could I support having the class size floor raised again, resulting in another hit at our highest poverty schools. This budget already includes an increase in the class floor, and it hits our very highest poverty schools, which we cannot be trading some. We cannot be doing that to just specific schools. The SOSAs, I will be talking more about that, but I will not be supporting this at all. And I have Mrs. Strauss.
I will just briefly say I do not support this amendment in totality, and I also don't support any of these subgroups within it. Thank you.
Mrs. Schultz?
Yeah, so because some of these things are not going to appear in later amendments, I'm going to just do a little bit of clarifying that has happened at work sessions. There's nothing on here that I haven't talked about in the hundreds of hours of work sessions that Ms. Derenak Koufax brought up. In fact, many of these have been talked about relentlessly. I'll identify the SOSAs because that is one thing that has only been brought up in passing. I have gone to every single one of my high school principals, and 5 out of the 8 that are listed here I've put up in the spirit of compromise are my own. These are where children from the Springfield district go. And I went and I talked to them and I said, this is something that we've added recently again. We've talked about, we've grown programs or added things over time when we were struggling, and now we're coming along with the muscle memory and increasing class size. So in the spirit of compromise, I offered up 5 of my own schools, and in shared sacrifice, the only others are TJ, Langley, and McLean. So I think that that is more than compromise. The other things that are on here, I'm not cutting ESOL $2.9 million. I'm keeping it flat. I'm not growing it as much as we were talking about. Again, I said we grew it 22.5% in the last 4 years, and we're going to have fewer students next year. So it's reasonable to say there are some things that we're going to have to choose to keep flat in order to do other things. There's nothing on here that showed up 48 hours ago. It's just that the ideas came together in the 14.7 million plus the substitute in this particular fashion. So it's disingenuous, frankly, for anyone to malign intent when we've talked about these really honestly in depth and with tremendous, I think, integrity. All of us have spoken about this. Recently, I was reminded about, an adage: don't tell me what you value. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. Well, I think that we're going to see by the end of the night whether we value class size and driving money into the classroom. This is a brave way to do it. That's true. But a $3 billion budget, where we're taking 53% of the county's budget to fund FCPS, requires bravery. It requires leadership. Leadership is difficult. And the muscle memory of going to raising class size and not necessarily providing some of our dollars for some of the most significant things like substitute pay, and instead choosing to leverage fees on parents. AP and IB fees are not being leveraged on children of need. All of those needs are already covered under free and reduced meals. So that we provide for children who need providing for, but when you are getting college credit and you are able to add vast amounts of resources to your college years on the taxpayer's dime, shared sacrifice of being able to pay for a test, a $90 test is really not that big of a deal when you're getting college credit and changing the trajectory of your life. So I think we hasten the evening if we move forward, but months of creativity doesn't mean that it stopped months ago, and we didn't necessarily cover all our priorities. There's a reason why we hear people begging us, teachers, educators, parents, students, begging us not to increase class size and break the classroom again this year with this budget.
Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. I want to clarify, first of all, that we are making cuts to ESOL already this year. ESOL transitional is being cut at the cost of $23.7 million, and the increase in class size, which was a compromise we came to from 1 student to half. No one wants to increase the class size, but we have gone through many iterations of discussions and compromises. That is increasing for ESOL classes as well, so it's a reduction in 5 positions, not millions, 23.7 positions ESOL and 12.5 in class size. So there is already a reduction there. There is a reduction, unfortunately, in a lot of our departments and a lot of our programs. We are not where we were last year at this time in the budget, unfortunately. We did have a bump from the Board of Supervisors last year that allowed us to have a more positive end to our budget, that allowed us to keep many of our programs and to make investments in teacher salaries. That being said, it's not going to be a fun night. We have had many of these conversations, so I will not be supporting these amendments. We do not want to increase class size. We did hear from our principals associations that because the communication was made much earlier in the year, although unfortunate, they were able to prepare and make their classrooms ready for next year. I hope we can make investments in the future, and I know that we have follow-on motions that will help mitigate some of that, and I will be supporting that, but I cannot support the amendment at this time.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
I will not be supporting this amendment. I will only speak to two specific parts of it. Eliminating the payment for AP and IB fees is not something I can support. I sent to my colleagues probably over 50 letters from a group of students at Edison High School who it would be an undue hardship for. They may not qualify for free or reduced meals, but they are full IB candidates, and that cost to those families is nearly $1,000. There's also intricacies involved in the AP and IB. If we do not offer payment for these courses, then the lists out there, which we say we don't care about, but we do, as far as ranking of high schools that offer rigor to their students through our various programming. Some of my high schools, because of students who are on that marginal list, where they don't qualify for free or reduced meals, but it would be a hardship for them, they would make the choice not to take that IB curriculum, or perhaps pay for AP fees, pay for the fees to take the AP test. We talked about this significantly, and this is one of the things that I did ask my colleagues to say, if we've already come to a compromise, does it really have to come to the table? I guess these items will, and we'll continue to have this conversation. But we talked about this at length, and I will not be supporting it mainly for that reason.
Okay, seeing no other lights, I will call for the vote on Mrs. Schultz's omnibus motion. It's up on the screen in front of us. I'm not going to read it again. I think so all those in favor, raise your hand. Schultz? All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Huff, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Kofax, McElveen. That motion fails with Mr. Wilson away from the table. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for an amendment.
Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by A, eliminating the athletic fee totaling $1.5 million, B, increasing the budgeted lapse rate from 2.0% to 2.16% to generate an additional savings totaling $1.5 million.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I will. Thank you, Ms. Evans. I do hope my colleagues are aware that this is an issue that not just I, but many other board members and certainly community have brought forward and expressed concern about the proposal to charge the $100 to our families whose children participate in a high school sport. As my colleagues are aware, we received letters from over 8 of our high school booster clubs, over 57 parents and students, as well as from the Fairfax County Athletic Council that represents youth and adult recreational league organizations throughout the county. The request has been that we not balance our budget with this fee for our families. And as many are also aware, we are blessed in this county to have such dedicated parents who run our athletic booster clubs. And it is not an exaggeration to say that they bring in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars every single year through the booster memberships, through the running of the concession stands, from the gate receipts to the fundraising to the sponsorships that they go out into the community and get. And it's been invaluable. It does mean that Fairfax County is truly blessed to ensure that our departments of student activities at the school level have the facilities, such as synthetic turf fields that not only help with sports, but help with physical education classes, our band practices, and countless other things. The proposal I have in front of you, I will share with you that I spoke with staff, and I would invite either Ms. Quinn or Ms. Michael to speak to this. But essentially, how I'm looking to fund this $1.5 million is that the staff essentially look at what is going to be our budgeted salary lapse rate, what we estimate will happen in terms of vacancies, turnovers, and money that doesn't get spent in our annual salary accounts. The 2.1% over the last 5 years has been an estimate, and I did ask our clerk to post this chart that I sent to all of you, and so if you look in your email, you'll see the chart, and it's now listed above for the audience. But as you'll notice, since 2012, or even just going to 2013, where the budgeted lapse rate is 2.1%, it's meant that we've had about anywhere from $34 to $24 million that are unspent by the end of the year. By going from 2.1 to 2.16, it is going to yield essentially 1.5 million. What that does mean is if you looked at fiscal year 2016, instead of having 24.3 million, you would basically have about 23 million if you did an easy rounding, by basically adjusting the lapse rate estimate by essentially 1/600th of a decimal point. What this really means for my colleagues is that when you end up with $24 million plus in unspent funds, I think it's far better that we end with $23 million and we figure out for FY19 where we need to figure out how we're going to budget for things, but trying to charge our families $100 and saying to them we'd rather end with 24.3 million versus 23 million. I worry about what we've communicated to our families. And so in talking to staff, there is no budget risk by tightening the assumption here by 1/600th of going 2.10 to 2.16. And again, I would actually, since Ms. Michael, you are the CFO, I would welcome you sharing what we talked about on Monday, what we talked again today in terms of this proposal and how we would manage this to not have a negative impact on the budget, but certainly I think do a great service to our families that volunteer so hard for our schools.
Thank you. The chart on the screen I did provide to you as we talked earlier this week multiple times. You are correct that our ending balance coming from our compensation accounts has decreased from 34.3 million to 24.3. When we look at your proposed amendment, you are asking to use 1.5 million of that total 24.3 ending balance. What we had talked about was when we look at our ending balance and as we work to develop the budget for next year, this risk of 1.5 million is very small. And in the event that we would be short in terms of that funding for next year, the school board does have a flexibility reserve.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. So I do very much hope that when we look at our carryover, that's simply what we're talking about here. And to our families who have been so dedicated to this school system and everything that they bring every single year, I hope we will demonstrate to them our willingness to avoid this type of fee on them this year.
Mrs. Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
Just predominantly that items that appear in this budget that look to target certain student populations or certain parent populations, like student athletes, where the athletic boosters at each high school work very hard to fulfill the sort of extra needs that are unmet. That provides $100 million in unappropriated monies that appear in our schools. And to say that only students in high school and only students in high school who are athletes, we're going to balance the budget on their backs is an unreasonable approach. I've heard the phrase or word equity or equity lens repeatedly from my colleagues, but this is not an equity lens to say we're only going to go after a certain population to balance our budget. And so this is a far more pragmatic approach to go into a salary lapse that's going to occur anyway and not further tax, because that's really what this is. We're taxing certain families and certain students for participation. And frankly, students often say that athletics are their outlet, their stress outlet. And when we have very high performing or students who feel like they need to perform at very high levels, that athletic endeavor probably is their social emotional outlet. It keeps them engaged and involved, and I worry that we're going to encourage by creating a barrier to participation in athletics. Say, well, if you want to be a student athlete, your parents, on top of buying football helmets and cleats and special rowing gear and that, oh, by the way, your free and appropriate education is covered, but any extracurricular activities are going to be targeted at additional fees just on families of athletes. And when you have multiple children who are involved or children who are involved in multiple sports over the course of their high school career, it adds up, and I think it's an unnecessary approach by this board to seek to balance the budget on a handful of families.
Mrs. Strauss?
While I think none of us want to see bringing back fees of any sort, so I appreciate Ms. McLaughlin's efforts, I am very uncomfortable pushing the lapse rate. We do have a structural fiscal deficit, which means that our reoccurring revenues are not sufficient to cover our basic needs each year. We struggle to create what we call a beginning balance in order to pay our teachers, in order to meet our basic requirements. And this is why for 9 years going now, we have every year are looking at making budget cuts. By pushing the lapse rate, even though this appears to be small, it's a little bit like gambling. If we don't make the lapse rate, and by the way, we must maintain a balanced budget throughout the year. The lapse rate has to do with our largest file, and that is the salary file. The lapse rate is made up by what we believe will be the retirement rate, the vacancy rate, and the turnover rate. We don't know exactly what that is until we've actually come through the year. We have some sort of idea beginning by the end of October as to what that will be. There was one year actually where we projected wrong, and we began running a deficit, a significant deficit, starting in October of a year. I really don't like to push the lapse rate. As the chart that was shown shows that we have had a declining accrual at the end because we have been stretching this lapse rate. And this indeed, if we decide to do this, it will put pressure on the FY 2019 budget because we have this reoccurring structural deficit. I just think this is a dangerous place to go, as much as I don't want to charge fees either, but I don't think this is where we look to find more money, even though it looks small. I just think this is a very dangerous thing to do. Thanks, sorry.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. I think user fees are a part of all public budgets. I think that's just a reality. The county charges fees for you to use, the parks, and I think it's just a reality. We do a certain amount of that. It's a small part of the budget, but it is part of it. That said, I don't like the athletic fee either. But I prefer an amendment that's coming next, I think, Ms. McLaughlin. And so I'm probably not going to support this, but I wanted to ask staff just a few clarifying questions about lapse. So my understanding is what we call lapse is when teachers retire during the school year
or employees, I guess, retire during the school year, and they are most likely to be relatively senior as they retire, and they're likely to be replaced by newer employees who are less expensive, and right, we pay them less. So that's a savings. And we base our assumption about what that savings will be on past experience, right? So, and is that a best practice?
Yes, and the other component of lapse, in addition to that turnover, is vacancy. So during the year when we have a vacancy, the time that it takes us between when that person leaves and we hire the next person is vacancy savings. So that combined with turnover is what our lapse is. And yes, it's standard practice to budget for lapse. If you didn't each year, you would have funding available that you could have spent during the year.
Right, okay. And it's just one of the areas where we sort of calculate we take educated guesses about, you know, what every budget does that, right? Sort of educated guesses about what we'll need. But this is a big chunk because our employees are a big chunk of the budget. And in past years, we have pared back that assumption, right, in order to have less money falling out at the end of the year because that's, you know, because we need to, right? We need to. Another question I want to ask is, I think related to that, is that our ending balance, you know, at the end of the year, as a percentage of our budget, is about less than 2% now. Am I right there?
That is correct. It's less than 2%.
Okay, and that is low in the industry, right?
Correct. What you see more typically is somewhere right around the 2% level. We've really worked over the years to tighten all of our assumptions and to get that percentage to decrease. So last year it might have even been down all the way to 1.6%, but it's something we constantly monitor, and you're correct, compensation accounts for just under 90% of our budget in total.
Right. So that's why, like Mrs. Strauss, I worry about you know, doing this even a little bit because it's very tempting. You know, we do this small change and it brings in, you know, $1.5 million. We can avoid doing something else. But I worry getting into the habit of thinking that's like a bank account we can go to all the time. So I would rather find another way to replace that athletic fee in the budget. So I won't be supporting this amendment, but I appreciate the effort.
Mrs. Corbett-Sanders? Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Hines, for your questions, because I have similar questions. I really appreciate that Ms. McLaughlin was willing to explore and dig into an area that I had not even thought of. But then I started asking questions, and unfortunately we didn't have as much time as I'd like to really explore this area because and I don't know if this question should be directed to Mr. Ramey or Dr. Ramey or to Dr. Lockard. But in trying to better understand what this salary lapse, it's kind of our projection, it's our best guess of how many people will be retiring over time and how many vacancies we will be having for a fixed period of time, and so we benefit by having those seats empty. And the question I have is, have we run any statistical models on the impact of the infusion into our salary system last year and the expected additional infusion this year on our retention numbers? Because if our retention numbers are actually going up as a result of offering a more competitive package, or more competitive salary, then we will have a lower lapse rate. Is that correct?
Correct. If as a result of our higher salaries next year, fewer people leave the system, right, then we will see a decrease in that savings from turnover. We haven't run any models to try to assess what impacts the funds that we're adding to this year's budget will have, but you are correct in your assumption that if fewer people leave, we'll see a decrease in the savings from turnover.
Dr. Lockard, do you want to answer part of that?
I just wanted to add, you know, obviously we're working very hard to impact the number of vacancies that we not only start the year with, but have throughout the year. So that would have an impact as well.
Okay. So there may be, for want of a better term, or
we really don't know what this is going to be as a result of some of the stuff that's happened, the investments we've made. We have a general idea. Do we think it's 2.1%? Do we think it's 3%? Do we think it's 1.9? I mean, do we have any?
So we maintained for FY18 our budgeted lapse rate at that 2.1%. We are comfortable with that when we look at this projection. But beyond that, we haven't made any assessments in terms of the impact of the salary increases.
Okay, that's helpful. I would love to unpack this a bit more, but I don't think we have this time tonight. Another question I have, and I raised this at the work session, is that if we were to actually have athletic fees, is there a way that we could ensure that we tie the collection of those fees and the use of those monies towards our athletic programs? And my thought on this is that we made a decision early on in this budget process not to cut ninth grade sports, not to eliminate some of the programs, but those programs have a cost, and those programs in Fairfax County are above what the state SOQ is. Am I correct? And so if we can find a way of, if we end up at the end of the night with a athletic fee, that we can send an assurance to our community members that are paying this fee that these monies would go into things like the $1 million that we're investing in a turf field this year, and improvements for our athletic facilities and things like that.
Mrs. Hupp?
Can I get an?
That's
I
correct.
beg your pardon.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are you finished, Ms.? You are. Okay, Mrs. Huff.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Ms. McLaughlin for bringing this forward. We were able to sit together trying to brainstorm ideas with Ms. Michael and Ms. Quinn to eliminate the athletic fee and drive down the class size, or prevent from increasing it more accurately. So I appreciate this. I will be supporting it. I appreciate Ms. Michael's perspective on the low risk of doing this. So I don't see it as gambling or any of the other sorts of terms that were implying that this isn't responsible, because I did hear that we can do this responsibly with a low risk and prevent from charging our families another fee, especially to another program, a program in athletics that brings in many dollars through gate fees and other ways, as well as the benefits for our students.
Mr. Moon?
As I said earlier, when I seconded the main motion, that this main motion contains many items that I didn't particularly like, and this was one of those. And fees I don't like. At the same time, I talked about compromise. These AP and IB fees and athletic fees were compromises. They were other proposals which went into, for example, paying higher fee per every sport. I believe that this one is $100 per year, whether you play one sport, two sports, or three sports. So this was a compromise. The AP IBP proposal, that was again the compromise, because we were dealing with the limited resources. I didn't like them, but we had to make some compromises. So I am not going to be supporting this. Lapse-wise, having a 2.1% as the lapse rate built into the next year's budget proposed by interim superintendent, was based upon historical data. They look at the trend. If you look at lapse, is comprised of both turnover and vacancy, as explained to my staff. And there is another turnover that is in the budget for the next year, which has increased, which goes into base savings. compensation-based savings. For this year, FY17, that amount was $19.1 million. But staff looking at the trend and the data, they increased that amount by another $8.4 million. So next year's budget has 27.5 instead of 19.1. Now by changing the lapse rate from 2.1 to 2.6 million dollars, we are just increasing, just expecting, just assuming that that amount will continually grow, and that's going to result in ending balance to become lower, which we always need to balance the following year's budget. Because if you remember the amount of money we need to put as the beginning balance for FY19, which we all realize that that's going to be another difficult budget year, FY19, is $33.5 million. We have to find that amount of money from this year's ending balance plus savings to be accrued throughout the next year. If you look at the amount put up there, percent of a compensation budget unspent, the percentage has been going down. Ending balance from compensation accounts, it has been going down from FY12 all the way to FY16. That's going to go even further down by just raising the lapse rate. If we can raise the lapse rate by 0.6% to pay for athletic fees, I can ask for another $1.4 million so that we don't have to make such a substantial cost to Eastern Transitional High School program. $1.4 million for that particular program is close to 25% cut from that program. I can ask for that one, $1.4 million. I can also ask for another $1 million so that we don't have to raise elementary school the floor class size formula from 17 to 18. $1 million, just raise the lapse rate. I can ask for another further increase in lapse rate so that we don't have to ask the students to pay for AP and IB fees. I can go on and on and on and on. I don't think that's the way to do the budgeting, so I'm not going to be able to support this.
Ms. Palchik?
So I was going to share the point that Mr. Moon just shared about the base savings. I think it's important to note that we are incorporating this additional $8 million and that this would just be pushing our problem down the road. So while no one wants to implement the fees, and I really appreciate the valiant efforts from Ms. McLaughlin, also from staff, to try to find ways around it, I do think we found the best possible compromise for now.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to support this amendment to and oppose the implementation of a fee on our athletes and their families in our schools. There has been an outpouring of emails and contact to me about these athletic fees. And however you want to phrase it, we are voting tonight, whether we like it or not, we will be voting to impose a fee on those families. And it is my strong belief that that will cause families who struggle month to month meeting their budget to not have a child enroll in sports. It will happen. And the truth is that the bank account is the Fairfax County taxpayers. But in this case, the bank account is specifically those families with athletes. And, we are talking about a very small change to the lapse rate, a lapse rate that results in a fairly large ending balance from compensation accounts. And we're going to take money out of the pockets of families, specifically families with athletes, in order to avoid a very small bit of fiscal discipline. And, you know, I've mentioned before that this moves us towards a pay-for-play type concept. It also opens the door to what other fees can we think of. And I'm not going to support adding fees when we can put our heads together and figure out better ways to fund the program than asking our families to pay fees. So I won't be supporting this, or I will be supporting this, and I'm not going to support fees.
Okay, before I go to go backs, I did have a couple of questions. Basically, when we talk about lapse, and I guess, Dr. Lockhart, I'm either asking you or Ms. Michael this, we ultimately recapture that, correct? I mean, it comes back to us the next year and it goes into balancing the next year's budget. Is that correct?
Any unspent balance at year end, whether it's from lapse from a compensation account or any other account, is available as ending balance. And yes, we've been using our ending balance to help us balance the future year's budgets. So when we look at our FY18 budget that you're voting on tonight, it does have $33.5 million in that savings that came from FY16 and some from FY17.
So if we were to approve this, that $33.5 million would come down, is that correct?
No, we typically have been setting aside funding at year end to help us balance not the budget that's already started, but the upcoming year.
I see.
So when we look at any funding that may be available from our FY17 year end, we would be using that to help us fund our FY19 beginning balance.
All right. I very much dislike athletic fees. The last time we did this, it took us a couple of years to finally find a way to get rid of them. I do agree that they do impact students, and so I would very much like to have a budget that does not have athletic fees, and I have been looking at did look at a few ways myself to find a different way. None of them met with the approval of my colleagues, so I haven't offered them, but this is very tempting because it's, it basically changes estimates, but I do think that we have to be very careful. A 1% buffer there is quite small, and I would not want to borrow from a budget that's going to ultimately be another very difficult budget. So, as Mr. Moon said, we originally had a $100 per sport fee in there. We've managed to bring that down to $100 per year fee rather than per sport. So we're doing a little bit better. I still really dislike these fees. I will still look for other ways to do this. I agree with Mrs. Corbett-Sanders that it would be excellent to find a way, if we end up at the end of the night with these athletic fees, to tie them to athletic programs and to make sure that the fees are going back into the athletic programs, which we do spend a significant amount on our athletic programs and facilities as well. At this time, I can't see doing this, though, by changing an estimate. And with that, I'm going to go back to Ms. McLaughlin.
So I do appreciate my colleagues trying to look at the chart, and I would like Madam Clerk to pull the chart back up. When I looked at a way to remove this fee, because it's the right thing to do, we shouldn't be targeting a certain segment of our families and a certain segment of our students. I looked at what would be the least concerning to our board. One option was the fact that every single year the school board has an $8 million reserve. It sits there. We don't spend it. It's $8 million sits there. But I thought that might make people uncomfortable because we don't know what could happen in FY 2018, so I won't do that. Instead, I'll go and ask staff, what is our history? And the history is right in front of you. The lapse rate is at 2.1%, but as explained to me by Ms. Michael, it actually ends up being closer to 3.16% because you take the 2.1% plus then the 1.06 you're seeing in that column in the bottom. So what it really means is they estimate conservatively that our lapse rate will be 2.1%. It actually comes out to be 3.16% for that given year, which means we have an extra $24 million than we expected. So the fact that 2.10 to 2.16 is 1/600th of a percent change. It means we're still going to be a whole percentile or 50% more conservative than what we've historically been seeing the lapse rate is. Trying to explain to our families that we dinged them on a $100 fee. We've made the schools now go collect $100 per kid and all the administrative headache that comes with it. And for what? Because everything we're looking at tonight, even for our follow-on motions, are when we look at our year-end balance, will we look at some extra money, one-time money for this, one-time money for that? This is simply saying all of our one-time money things we're thinking of, in the grand scheme, is it appropriate to be, as Mr. Wilson put it, taxing some of our most dedicated families, a restricted group of students, and signaling to them we would rather keep $8 million in our school board bank account. We will have $20 million or more dollars that we expect in our lapse projections, and historically we've been having anywhere from 34 to 24. But as one colleague described this, we're gambling and we're being dangerous. I really think it's important that we at least capture what we're talking about here. Our CFO of this school system said, we can absorb this. It's not dangerous. It's not gambling. It is the right thing to do. We've heard from our community on it. And I really do hope my colleagues will recognize I'm not putting up something here that is going to create any danger at all. And if you're so worried about 1.5 million out of your lapse rate, you still have not only $20 million plus there, you got another $8 million sitting in your school board reserve account. But signaling to our families that we're going to tax them $100 because we want to eke out 1.5 out of them, I think that's actually a more dangerous and gambling message to send to our families.
Mr. Moon?
Again, as I stated earlier, that if this motion passes, I'll be proposing other motions to further increase the lapse rate so that I can save the programs I wanted to save. And when you look at this declining amount of the balance in compensation accounts, FY16 24.3, we needed to have 33.5 to meet the requirement for the beginning balance. And that's exactly the amount we need again for FY19, which county executive has told us that FY19 is going to be as tough as FY18. So we need to be very prudent in coming up with a lapse rate and how we spend our money. And as I stated earlier, our staff has already increased the base savings by from 19.1 to 27.5. That's $8.4 million.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
I want to correct the record a little bit. The record is that we are targeting one group for a fee, and that no other group pays fees. And many of you know that I did not raise athletic children. I love them dearly, but they were not athletes. However, they were very engaged in band. And they were also very engaged in crew. And in both of those places, but band in particular, they paid fees. And the fees go into Fairfax County Public Schools accounts. And the fees go into accounts to cover the cost of operating those programs that have both an in-school piece and an extracurricular piece. So the consumables fee this year was $140. That went to cover the cost of sheet music and all the and replacement of instruments and things like that. And it wasn't negotiable. It was a required fee for every student who was taking band and was in the band program. So I absolutely understand, and if it were up to me, I wouldn't charge a fee for anything. But I want to make sure people understand that this is not targeting one group, but it's also why I feel very strongly that if we end up at the end of the night with a fee, that we need to ensure that there's the transparency to make sure that those fees go to our athletic programs. And I can go through some of the other aspects of the fee structure for band students if you want, but the 140 is still more than 100.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that what Mrs. Corbett-Sanders says is that if your child, and I've had athletes and have had non-athletes in our public high schools, and it is true that non-athletes who participate in extracurricular activities will have to, their families will have to make payments so that they can participate. But that's not really the question. This is the board at the very top of the FCPS organizational structure looking down on our student population and saying, these students have to pay this fee. A family that is involved with crew, and I'm one of those families, I can choose a different sport for my kid. But if you're playing the sport at the school, and you're a football player, you don't have another option. It's a club. The club of crew is voluntary, and these sports are the ones that are approved Fairfax County sports that we're talking about imposing a fee on. And I would venture to say that the families of those parents who are playing sports in the high schools, they don't feel like they're not paying anything if they're the parent of a football player or the parent of a baseball player or parent of a field hockey player. I'm guessing that there's quite a bit of paying going on by those families. And so I think what you're suggesting is maybe we ought to table this and let's look at what all the families are paying for all their different activities. But we're not doing that. We're just making a decision because it's convenient to say, let's put the burden on families of athletes playing one of the 22 Fairfax County public school sports. And that's not fair.
Mrs. Schultz?
Yeah, I want to pick up on a phrase Mr. Wilson said earlier before we vote on this. A bit of fiscal discipline. $1.5 million is 0.05357% of our $2.8 billion budget. 0.05357%. You've heard that we've got a $25 million lapse pot of money that we could choose to have a little bit of fiscal discipline with. An $8 million board reserve that we roll over every year that we don't spend, that we keep for something. And we say we're never going to touch it because something might happen. I don't know what that something is. But when we're talking about we're choosing, the word in here is not fine arts. And I'm a parent who's raised children who are in athletics and in fine arts. My oldest just graduated with a minor in music. I mean, I appreciate all of this. But what would the community be saying if instead of athletic fees, this said fine arts fees? The entire conversation at this board table would be changed because we can't target certain families. Families are paying fees. That's correct. They're paying participation fees because they are participating in theater or fine arts or FBLA or anything else, but they don't have the school board settling a $2.8 billion budget on them with those fees. Those families have engaged in those activities and their fees associated. Now, here comes the school board, and the school board is saying, in order to solve our $2.8 billion problem, we're going to come after you, a particular type of family with a particular type of student, and we're going to settle our budget by you having to pay the fee to help us, the 12 of us, settle this budget. That's the difference.
So seeing no more lights, I will call for the vote, and I'll read the motion. I move to amend the main motion by A, eliminating the athletic fee totaling $1.5 million, B, increasing the budgeted lapse rate from 2.10% to 2.16% to generate additional savings totaling $1.5 million. All those in favor? Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, and Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Derenak Kofax, and McElveen. That motion doesn't pass. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for another amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to give this one more college try. And I do believe that some of my colleagues had expressed support during our most recent budget work sessions, and I truly hope there will be support for this. I move to amend the main motion by A, eliminating the $100 athletic fee totaling $1.5 million, B, implementing an annual one-time $50 activity fee for high school students who participate in one or more extracurricular activities totaling $1.7 million, C, increasing the staffing reserve totaling $0.2 million.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Hines. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, briefly. So as we have all discussed here about how we feel about fees for our families, one thing that I felt very strongly is that if we do feel there was a need for the $1.5 million in our budget, that we try to be more equitable in what we ask of our high school families. And in addition to athletics, we do have many other extracurricular activities. Montgomery County Public Schools does charge an activity fee in their high schools as opposed to an athletic fee. Theirs is $32.50 a year. The ability to charge a $50 activity fee would be a one-time fee. Staff has vetted what activities would qualify under that. It would be sports, it could be some of the other staff-led clubs, but it's something that our staff did vet. I think this is a more equitable approach that if we're asking families to help support the extracurricular, which means not stuff during the school day, not instructional, but extracurricular, that this is a way that we can be more equitable toward our families. And I do appreciate the context that Ms. Corbett Sanders wanted to provide about what our band families bring to the table each year. I do want to also, as the parent of two graduates who played 2 to 3 varsity sports every year, that it wasn't for free. We typically, with every single sport, had to pay about $200 or more for the uniform and spirit packages that went toward the playing the sport itself. And as I noted earlier, our athletic booster families bring in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars every single year. I really hope that there will be support for this amendment because we need to demonstrate to the athletic families that we're not going to target them in isolation to pay for the $1.5 million, that we do appreciate the countless hours and the countless funds that they bring to sustain our very nationally recognized programs. And so I do very much hope that there will be support here tonight, especially in light of the communication we received from our schools and our community to please not put a fee on just our athletic families.
Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure, thanks. In the interest of time, just reminding everybody, we are on item 3 of 21 motions on this one agenda item. So I will not repeat all the conversation about athletic fees. I do think, and I appreciate Ms. McLaughlin bringing this up and putting it together. It seems to me kind of like a no-brainer. If you have a child who plays 2 sports, a $100 athletic fee for each sport is $200 for that year. This says that instead of that, we would be charging that child $50 for all the activities that that child participates in for the whole school year. If I'm reading that correctly, that just seems pretty obviously a better way to go. And it also leaves some money left over to help to chip away at our class size by adding some teacher positions. So I will support this.
Thank you. And I have Mrs. Strauss.
I am inclined to try this. I don't like any of the fees. It's not a good thing, and they're hard to collect, but my sense is we have to balance this budget, and as Mr. Moon has said, there are a lot of things in this budget that we wish we didn't have to do, but it's kind of the road we're going to have to go down. We just don't have enough money. And at least this proposal balances out across all activities. The downside of this, I think it may have a dampening effect on our clubs and a lot of the other things that we really want kids to participate in. We may find ourselves here next year saying, oh, this is a terrible idea. But in order to balance the budget, and if we're going to charge some sort of fee, I am willing to try this. I think it's not a great idea either, but we have to find some way to balance this. And at least this spreads it out across all of the wonderful, wonderful after-school things that all of our kids do. So I hope it does not have a dampening effect, but I am willing to vote for this, and we'll try it and see what happens. Thanks.
Mr. McElveen?
So I want to thank Ms. McLaughlin for trying to be creative here. And my one concern with this proposal is the administrative burden that it's going to put on our schools and central office. And I want to ask staff if someone can answer how we foresee the determination being made about which students do activities, where the responsibility for that lies, if it's at the school level, and how is central office involved in that?
So as we think about charging a potential activity fee for next year, one of the things that we've been really working on in terms of supporting schools is e-commerce and having parents be able to pay fees online. So we do think that will really help in terms of the collection of fees. We will need involvement from schools, and should this pass, we'll immediately get together a group of people to help us figure out the best possible way that central office can support schools in collecting this fee, and how we would operationalize that at the school level.
And I mean, do you see this as being a particularly large burden, or I want to get a sense of how easy this is going to be? Are we creating a massive amount of work here?
So I think what I would say is we previously collected athletic fees in the past, and at that point in time we didn't have e-commerce at the school level. So my hope is that the administrative burden moving forward for collecting fees will be less than it was previously. Again, we would have to work through the details in terms of the best way to support schools in collecting this fee, but we certainly have tools in place today that we didn't have when we had student fees in the past.
And in terms of the cost for using e-commerce, is that a new expense that's going to reduce the amount of revenue we're going to bring in from this fee, or?
We do pay a small merchant fee in terms of the transactions, but when we look at fee collection in the past, we allocated funding to schools to support an increase in time, hourly time that they may have needed in terms of bringing staff in. So my hope is that while there's that small merchant fee in terms of collecting fees, that this wouldn't significantly impact the fee collection amount that we're getting overall.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Michael. So, I mean, the message I would convey to my colleagues is I would like us to get to a point where we could take a more college fee model to this. And Ms. McLaughlin has certainly worked with me, and I appreciate getting our legal counsel's reading on this, that Virginia Code does not allow us to collect flat fees, essentially, from students, a la a university level activities fee. And my one fear with the current proposal on the table is that we are going to have this administrative issue. So I don't know where I am on this. It certainly sounds like we have colleagues supporting this, so I'll look to hear what others think on this.
Thank you. Mrs. Corbett-Sanders.
Thank you. Just two questions. One is, we don't have a carve-out for children on free and reduced meals?
No, we would. When we costed this fee, every fee proposal does include excluding students that are eligible for free and reduced price meals.
Okay. And the second question is similar to my question about athletic fees. Is there a way to ensure that the fees collected in this process would go to support those enrichment activities, the athletics, and basically reinvesting those fees into the services and that the students would be getting and participating in?
Yes.
There is, okay. And we can find a way of making that happen.
Correct. We currently provide, when we look at activities and athletics, stipends that support those programs, right? So we could account for this revenue in our program budget when we're doing the activities and athletics program and showing this funding offsetting those costs to the system.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. The last piece is just a comment to the rest of my colleagues on the board, which is in looking at this budget, I encourage everybody to look at the budget from the point in time that we're at, but also look at it in the context of preparing for an equally challenging budget year next year, not only with the challenges we've already heard from the county, but also with a clear indication from the federal government at this point that there will be cutting budgets that support many of the programs that we rely on in this county. And so looking at creative ways of solving budget problems, I think, are important. Thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this amendment. While I would agree that the $50 activity fee spreads the pain, but it kind of misses the point, which is that now the board is choosing to impose a fee for activities on all high school students. Well, so next year, I guess, when we have $1.5 million we need, we'll impose a fee on middle school families who have kids that are participating in activities. Maybe the year after we impose an activities fee on elementary school families that are taking part in activities. I mean, the point is that the school board has an opportunity to show a little bit of fiscal discipline and is choosing instead to impose a fee on all of the families that have children in high school. It's not fair.
Ms. Palchik?
Yes, thank you. I too, I'm a little bit torn. When this was first presented, it did sound like a no-brainer. In further discussions with some principals and with Mr. Kern, who I see is here tonight, I know we have a new program, so it may not be the impact, but I'm a little bit concerned as to how the way clubs are now that have this drop-in basis and how a lot of our activities work, where we do want kids to participate as much as possible, what kind of burden this will have on either teachers who are sponsoring those clubs, the ability for those clubs to happen. I guess I'd like to hear how confident we feel that we can provide support for schools so that it's not overly burdensome for this fee. I don't know if Ms. Michael, if you can speak, I don't know if you have the beginning of a plan, or if Mr. Kern has an idea of how this would be implemented in the schools, or if we have no idea right now and we hope it can function appropriately.
So we've been working all year long as we've been implementing e-commerce to find efficient ways in terms of fees. So one of the things that we've been talking about, but we'll need to have further conversations, particularly with Mr. Curran and principals, is automatically putting the fees from the student notice 5922, which is the fee notice, and putting them on student accounts so parents could pay them online. Then for students who didn't participate, we would then remove those fees. But we would still need to think through a plan, but I do think with the tools that we have, that we're in a much better place in terms of collecting student fees than we were when we implemented fees previously.
And so say, students have a club that may meet 5 times a year. What happens when students arrive to that club? Will there be a roster of everyone in the school who has paid the fees?
So you're asking me to think through a plan that we haven't completely developed,
Okay.
but I would think something like that. We would come up with a way, to show who has paid the fee, but we would work with schools to develop a plan that would work, or develop multiple plans depending on what each school's needs are.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think that would there would be some differences depending on what it is. For example, if a student's trying out for a team, we're not going to require the fee until they're on the team. And so we'd have to work through the different scenarios with Mr. Curran and our principals and schools.
Okay. I appreciate that. I don't know, Mr. Curran, if you have anything to add or any concerns. I think you've been doing some research on this as well. Give the man a mic. There we go.
We've looked into it. Seeing how this is based somewhat from Montgomery County, when we hit the fees last time, and we did the athletic fees, we worked with them closely because they had been charging it. At that time, it was a fee, an entry fee similar to the college activity fee that is charged, so everyone paid it. They've now shifted that a little bit. We've reached out to them for some feedback on how they manage this. We don't have that yet, but looking to a model of how that works. Our surrounding counties don't currently do a fee like this. They do it differently, or they have no fee at all. So we're looking at different models that exist that we would develop the plan related to it. So as Ms. Michael said it so succinctly, we still need to develop a plan.
Right, I appreciate it. And I don't know if so Ms. Michael, are you fairly certain that there's not a scenario where it'll be impossible or close to impossible to implement this in a way that lets us continue with these activities?
So our goal as we would work through this implementation with school staff would really be to ensure that whatever plan we put in place would support them in their activities. Obviously, we want to ensure that students have the ability to participate, so we'd really work to make sure our fee collection is as helpful as possible and is not creating an unnecessary burden for students.
I think I can support this. I would want to maybe have an update, if we could, from staff when that plan is created so that we can know what it will look like in schools. I realize it might not be for a couple months, but it would be good for us to know what that will look like for our schools and families. Thank you so much.
Ms. Derenak-Kovacs?
As I talked earlier, and as Mr. Moon talked earlier as well, the $100 athletic fee is not something that we want to do. It is not something we're happy about, but it is one of those compromises we came to after a lot of deliberations. It was originally $100 per sport with a cap on it. We now came down to this fee. It's clear that bringing forth this activity fee is not yet, the staff has not been able to think out the way it happens, and I share your concern, Ms. Palchak, about people who stop in, who is a teacher going to charge, who is not, because clubs are very, very different. I do want to say that, you know, when tough times come, there are tough decisions to make, and that's what this whole night is going to be about. Things that we don't want to put out there, but we have to, because next year's budget is going to come, and we're going to be in the same position that we've been in for the last 7 years. I know we had some concerns the last time we implemented an athletic fee. I'm glad to hear that e-commerce is coming up. I know surrounding areas do charge fees. Loudoun County is over $150, I believe. And as Ms. Corbett-Sanders talked about, I don't think my colleagues who talk about singling out certain bodies, these are all extracurriculars, and people were talking about putting fees in for academic things and not thinking twice about it, and that's coming up again. And I also, for the extracurriculars, just as Ms. Corbett-Sanders said, band is charged, chorus is charged a fee, you have to buy certain things. There's a fee for a lot of our fine arts programming, a lot of it. And so at this point, I will be not, as much as I dislike the fees, I will not be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Chu?
So of course the vote is in your hands, and I apologize if I say anything that conflicts with plans that have been made from the leadership team, but just a little bit of insight that I've seen this year from a lot of our high school clubs. A lot of students do pay dues, and this is a quick turnaround because it goes into their club account and then is then put back into the success of their club or helps them travel, go to competitions, participate. So that's just one thing that I found is their means of raising money, and I think the differentiation of activity fee that comes to our county and their dues are helpful. But I have reservations about if something that qualifies as an extracurricular could be a mental health and wellness activity club, such as, what's it called? Active Minds, or TJ Mind Matters, for example, is how we call it at our school. Or if a club, such as one that I visited, called the LGBTQ club at a certain school, also qualifies as extracurricular, because these are places where students can feel like they're in a safe place, where they talk about their family and personal issues. And I have reservations about having a charge for them to be in a classroom to talk about their issues that they don't find they're able to handle anywhere else. A lot of the safe spaces do take place in what qualifies as a club in their school. So it's after school, before school, over the weekend. But a lot of the times, these students are doing something that often doesn't require money other than staying in a classroom or at a student's home. So I just think that is something that should be considered if that could qualify as an extracurricular, and that does get into the nitty-gritty details of the plan. But I have doubts about charging students for talking in a safe place.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
Now I'm very conflicted. Before this evening, I was not going to support, and I have talked with some board members, colleagues, that to see where they were, and I was not going to support. And then after having heard about convenience of e-commerce, I thought, because I was not going to support initially because I thought it was administrative burdens will be on a lot of faculty advisors. For collecting small amount of fees. So I was not going to support, and having heard about e-commerce, maybe through e-commerce, maybe it's not as hard to collect those fees. Then now Ms. Chu talks about those other club activities. So I'm going to put the burden on the maker of the motion to explain to, at least for this one board member, when the motion states extracurricular activity, obviously we're not talking about co-curricular activity. It's extracurricular activity for the public. If you could tell us the differences between co-curricular and extracurricular, and what extracurricular activities would basically entail, whether any gathering by a group of students to do any activity outside the class is an extracurricular activity. For example, it could be even Bible study group, whether that's an extracurricular activity, and then they got to start paying the fee. So, you may not have, might not have as clear delineation of all different activities, but I think for public and at least for this one board member, it would be very helpful.
Do I go? And do I only answer Mr. Moon and then I wait for my go back, or what?
Yes, correct. And thank you for asking that question, Ms. McLaughlin. But please do answer Mr. Moon's question, and then I do have you down for a go back.
On a go back.
Yes.
Okay. To Mr. Moon's question, the way that this whole proposal was developed was by looking at the Montgomery County model, which we asked staff to go look at. So extracurricular means outside of the curriculum. It's after school. So it's not anything tied to the curriculum that we deliver. Montgomery County, as I understand it, also a extracurricular activity is applicable to staff-led clubs. And part of the reason we would want to do that is because we're talking about trying to capture our operational costs. And when you have staff, teachers who are going to be spending time overseeing, organizing these extracurricular clubs, whether they're athletics, whether they're any of the other things, like Ms. Chu mentioned, you have the National Honor Society, any number of things, those would all qualify. In terms of the concern then, Mr. Moon, and you were asking, given that this has been functioning and working in Montgomery County, and given they've been able to execute on it, I have every faith that if Montgomery County can do it, Fairfax County can do it. And we also need to be mindful to what Ms. Chu said. Most students participate in more than one activity. So it might be that they're in the mindfulness club, but they're also in a sport. So they already paid the $50 fee because they were in the sport. And a third of our high school students play a sport. So we're already going to be capturing up a third of our students. So to the point of the administrative fee as well, you're already charging a third of your students. Just try to not put it on the backs of 1/3 of your students.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. McLaughlin. With that explanation, if we limit these extracurricular activities to the activities, understanding that too, we require faculty members to supervise. They need to spend their time. A lot of times we may be giving stipends and using our resources, etc. I think it might make sense to require them a small amount of fee, and especially knowing that student could be in multiple activities. We're not charging fee for every single activity. This is a one-time fee. And as you said, 1/3 of high school students are already in sports, so they're not going to pay twice for playing sports and doing a math team. So with that, I will support this. To those board members that earlier today, I might have, told told that I wouldn't be able to support this. Sorry, I'm changing my mind on this one. We are all entitled to do that. We get persuaded by our colleagues at the table. That's what these meetings are all about. So that's where I am. I'll be supporting Mrs. McClellan. At the same time, I want to see how this actually get carried out throughout next year. And when I have some report back from, superintendents, whether this became an onerous burden upon our schools or something that wasn't as bad, or even get the feedback from students and parents. So, just charging athletes versus spreading the pain and burden out among more students as might be a fairer approach.
Mrs. Huff?
Thank you. So I hear a lot of my colleagues' concerns over the burden of collecting the fee. However, I haven't heard that at all about the burden of collecting the athletic fee. And I do have confidence that our staff can figure it out. I have all kinds of fees collected through my school bucks and all sorts of areas. So I have confidence they can figure that piece out. And as far as the concern over mental health activities, the research on athletics and students' mental health is proven. As far as a safe space, coaches are often mentioned as a student's number one mentor and person they feel safe going to. So although I hate the fact that I'll be raising my hand for any fee, I consider this the lesser of an evil of the $100 fee. And so I will be supporting it, as I understand the budget will be supported. And so that means we're either going to be supporting $50 or $100.
Right before going to go back, so I'll take a turn. I too have gone through the same mental process of saying, where is the greater and the lesser burden? And I do want to thank you, Ms. McLaughlin, for trying to find a different way, a different path. So I did have a couple of questions. I believe it was stated earlier that the activities that this would apply to has been vetted. Does that mean that there is a specific list, or is there a guideline? Whether that would be a question for Dr. Lockhart, or if that would be a question for Ms. Michael or Mr. Kern, I'm not sure. Is there a guideline that is attached to this, or is there a list? How will we know? Going to Ms. Chu's point, and thank you so much, Ms. Chu, for giving us your perspective.
At this time, it's no co-curricular, so extracurricular activities, clubs, things like that, there's an application process and a matrix that is maintained, so we know, and an approval process per our regulations. And so no extracurricular or no co-curricular activities would be included in this, but all the extracurricular would.
Okay, so there is a definition, and we would turn to that definition to say these are the ones that to which it would apply, and these it would not. Okay. And so I appreciate also Dr. Lockhart mentioning that as far as the athletic fees, that if I heard you correctly, that if a student tries out for a team and doesn't make the team, that we're not planning to apply the fee to a student who does nothing else. I did hear about that from the last time around with the athletic fees, that apparently there were some students who tried out, were given a fee, and then didn't make the team, and that seems terribly unfair. So I too have gone back and forth thinking, well, maybe if we're spreading the pain, that's probably better. I think this again will be. I feel like probably would prefer this to having it just on athletics, and keeping in mind that the athletes would, they would pay, again, we need to clarify, we're talking about one fee regardless of how many activities a student is in. They could be in 3 sports and 4 clubs, and it would still be $50, correct? So Spreading it around a little bit, I still don't like the fees. I still think that one of our tasks needs to be to figure out how to eliminate them, because I don't like any of them. But I feel that this is probably slightly preferable. I do want to point out, too, that we have an alternative, and we've seen alternatives in the past with our budget proposals. We've seen, there was years ago, I don't even remember it, but I believe we had intramural sports in our middle schools, and then at one point we had to remove things from, we had to remove activities. We've looked at cutting specific sports because we didn't have the money for it anymore, and we've managed not to do that this year. We're not cutting sports. So with that, I think at least spreading the pain around and looking for ways to eliminate it in future years is preferable. So I do have go-backs, and the first one is Ms. McLaughlin.
Well, in the interest of time, I just want to quickly say that I appreciate my colleagues giving this very careful consideration. As has been stated several times this evening, we're very blessed to live in a county with very engaged parents, and all of our amazing extracurricular activities in not just sports, but band and chorus and many other avenues. It's just incredible. But I do really appreciate those who will consider supporting this. I'm very, very hopeful we get to 7 or more, because I think it's important we send the message to our families that we wouldn't just single out, one population in saying that we're trying to find ways to cover costs. And so I think this would be a very impactful message to our families of trying to be more equitable if we're assigning a fee. So again, I do hope I can count on as many board member support as possible.
Have Ms. Mrs. Corbett-Sanders.
Sure. Just a couple of quick comments. I am wondering how we're going to treat 8th period at TJ, because that's part of the instructional day, technically, but those are co-curricular, extracurricular activities, and if we're talking about everybody paying for these types of fees, then we need to make sure that everybody does it. Any response?
In the development of the plan, that'll be addressed, as that is part of the school day, or considered a regular part of the school day. I believe that would be addressed in that manner, that it's part of the school day, so no, there wouldn't be, but it would need to be addressed in full.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders, are you
I'm a little stunned, because that is an equity piece, as it is. Thomas Jefferson High School has a preferential staffing model for number of students to a classroom, and the students get to choose from a multitude of different clubs and activities, and there are extra resources associated with it. And so I have a heartburn that we talk about we don't want to target, or we don't want to put a burden on one group versus others, but I also don't think we should be in a situation where we are giving preferential treatment to one group of students versus others. And so that fee, if we are going to charge it, should be charged uniformly across the whole population, and not excluding one school that is already benefiting from smaller classrooms and smaller class sizes, and are able to trade out academic teaching positions to support them. And so I would encourage that we find a way for that equity piece to make sure that if we're going to start charging, then everybody gets to share in the fee structure. And I would once again remind people that Fairfax County Public Schools collects the fees for band and they go into a Fairfax County Public Schools, not a booster's account. So I, in principle, can support this, but let's be equitable, folks. And if we're going to charge $50 for a participation fee, then everybody's going to be paying it and not carving out one school.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions that perhaps Dr. Lockhart or the staff member could answer. I guess the first one will pick up on Ms. Corbett Sanders' comments about which activities will be included, because I believe I understood your answer to say that if you're a student at TJ and participating in an activity that would be the same activity at another high school, you wouldn't pay because that activity is held technically during the day. Is that correct?
So our thinking, and we would need to research this further, is that if TJ students are required to attend that 8th period activity, if it's not student selected, then I don't believe it would meet the state's definition of where we can charge fees, because the state's guidance says it has to be student selected. But we certainly would be very happy to go back and to confirm this and research this and get back to the board as part of our implementation plan.
Yeah, and I guess more generally, if you could describe to me which extracurricular activities are not included, and give me a few examples of what we're talking about.
Sure. When we developed or when we costed out this plan, we know that we cannot charge for what are called co-curricular activities. So a great example of that is marching band. Marching band, many people would think of as it's outside of the school day. Students do it during the summer, but it's part of a graded curriculum course. So this extracurricular activity fee, for example, would not apply to marching band.
And can you give me another example or two? I'm just trying to get a flavor for who are the winners of this?
Theater, so for example, if the theater production is part of that graded activity for theater class, we couldn't charge for that either, because that would again be co-curricular. Choral performances,
okay.
Orchestra.
So the sharing concept that's been brought out is an odd juxtaposition, since actually nobody wants to share this because nobody wants to pay it out there in the family population. So let's call it what it is. It's an imposition of a fee. Now, the second question I have, and it's selectively imposed, it sounds like. The second question I have is, what happens to the family that refuses to pay this fee?
I can speak to the first time the athletic fee, that we implemented the athletic fee, we treated it like any other fee, like a student obligation. And in a student obligation, if you don't pay your chemistry lab fee, you still move on and you still have access to that science class. Currently in Montgomery County, let's say, in their platform, in their as I understand their current policy, or if we take a surrounding county, Loudoun County, with their athletic fee, if they don't pay it, they are not allowed to participate. So in the development of the policy and feedback from school staff, from principals, and from the other people involved, how we implement that and how we start it and stop it, it needs to be part of the development of that policy. Do we turn away, or do we say, okay, we'll treat it as another fee within the school?
Well, I would submit that that's a pretty critical question.
Oh, Tom, seriously.
I mean, I don't have anything else to add, but I think there's enough questions here that we are premature in even contemplating a fee such as this.
Mr. McElveen?
So I appreciate Mr. Wilson's concerns, and I continue to also have unresolved concerns about the administrative piece of this and the collection methods. I'm not satisfied with staff's answers tonight, and that's not because they aren't doing their job. It's because no one has had a chance to really think this through fully. I don't think we fully understand the administrative burden of this at the school level. And I don't think that's been articulated by anyone tonight. The one thing I will say is I will be advocating for including in our legislative program advocacy that would request the freedom of school boards to collect fees and to change the Virginia code in that way. Because I think that would clear this up. I think it's far more easy to do this, to implement a flat fee on everyone. I would have far fewer concerns about the administrative burden and the tracking of the student activities. I just think this opens up so many cans of worms, and I cannot support it.
Ms. Derenak-Kovacs?
I too am troubled, particularly with what we don't have answers to our questions. And it's not that staff did not have time. This came in less than 48 hours ago to you. I know that. The answer with the co-curricular and what happens to TJ students is troubling because of the inequity that the students, because they already have a privilege of having an 8th period activity block, which no other school has, and then they won't have to pay because of that, because the way they're coded is also troubling. That's why this type of conversation would have been much more productive at a work session rather than on the night of passing the budget. If it was Ms. McLaughlin, I guess that was one of the days that I missed the budget. Yes, because my son graduated from college. That is true. I am not going to support this, and again, it's because of the reasons I stated.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I appreciate that Ms. Kofax is aware that she may have been traveling with her daughter, because it's a very exciting year. She was heading off to college. But we did discuss this at several work sessions. We actually did bring it up as what do other school systems do. And I want to thank Ms. Huff, who actually identified Montgomery County for doing the activity fee. And while I appreciate the many concerns that some board members are bringing, please understand we're trying to mitigate the lesser of two evils here. And the bottom line is 1/3 of your students participate in sports. So we're going to collect the fee from 1/3 of the families. But rather than targeting just our athletes, whose families alone bring in $1 million to maintain our sports fields, our baseball and softball fields, we're going to turn around and say to them, you get to pay the $100 fee because we're trying to figure out how to close the budget. So I will simply ask that this isn't about something that came in at the last minute. I've been talking about this for multiple work sessions. Everyone has known about it. It didn't come in 48 hours ago. Number two, staff said to us, this is how we understand Montgomery County executes on it. Gee, if Montgomery County can do it, I sure as heck have every faith and belief in Fairfax County to execute and be able to make it work too. The question is simply, who do you want to stick a fee onto? And I'm really hopeful in listening to people on this particular amendment that we have a majority who understand, do you want to target just your athletic families with everything they do for this school system, or do you want to recognize that an activities fee that's been done by another school division, staff will be able to figure it out by talking to Montgomery County. We're not creating something new and original that doesn't exist anywhere. But if you want to send the signal to our athletic families that you get to be the target, I think not only will we find our athletic families deeply disappointed, but our net result may actually be lower, because the athletic boosters have said, you saddle us with a fee and that affects our ability to bring money to the table, the system's going to suffer too. And I don't want that. Please support this activities fee. The administrative burden's already there.
Right. We have several go-backs. Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. I appreciate that this conversation is not easy. I know we did have conversation at the work session, and I appreciate that. And personally, Ms. McLaughlin, I think phone call would have been helpful as well. I know we're all busy and doing a lot, but there are a lot of questions that I think a lot of us have tonight. So with that, I have been trying to ask staff, and as I go around, some of this information. So one of them is, I understand we looked at Montgomery County, we looked at Loudoun County. Loudoun County does a sports fee. I believe, do we know if there's any district in Virginia that does this activity fee?
I'm aware of others that do an athletic fee. I'm not aware of any, nor have I, and it's not, I don't know if they do or don't, if there's any that do an activity fee per se.
Okay.
I do know there are others outside of this area that do athletic fees
Athletic fees, but no activity fees that you know of in the Commonwealth?
that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Mr. Kern, I know you have been doing quite a bit of research as well. When you spoke with the folks in Montgomery County, it sounds like they went from a fee across the board to all students to then just those participating. Did they have some feedback on, when they made that change to just students participating? Did it seem burdensome, worthwhile for the effort that was put in? Did it lose students from clubs? What was their impact in their school system?
We're still gathering that data. We spent a lot of time on the upfront years ago when we were doing the athletic fee, because they were at the activity fee side, and the similar question came up on the side with that board at the time. So they were doing it as, again, very similar to a college, that you pay for college tuition. You come in, there's an activity fee associated, everybody paid it across the board. We really don't have much feedback at this time regarding when they shifted and what caused that shift and what the implementation was like when they did that shift.
When was that shift?
I'm not sure. I was surprised when their answer came back, to be honest with you. I wasn't aware they had changed it from everybody to that.
So you're waiting to hear back on more of that
Correct.
information. Okay, I appreciate it. It is worrisome. I'm still not sure how I will be voting on this. It did seem like a no-brainer at the beginning. I think there was information that we didn't have that we're starting to try to get now. So I will just put that to rest for a minute.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm sitting here next to Dr. Lockhart, and he's showing me, I hope you don't mind. I'm getting, his kids are in Frederick County, Maryland, right? And he's showing me the system that they have. And my goodness, they have a lot of fees, number one. But also, it looks really simple, right? I mean, from the parents' perspective and from the school system's perspective, it just seems like it's really not a big deal. Once we get it electronically, enabled, then it seems like it's kind of automatic. I think we may be worrying about stuff that we don't need to worry about. And when you balance whatever the unknowns might be against, the idea that we would be replacing a $100 athletic fee per sport with a $50 a year fee that really spreads the responsibility around and is so much easier for families to handle. I don't know. I don't want to repeat myself, but I continue to support this, and I hope that most of us do.
Mrs. Corbett-Sanders?
Sure. I would be inclined to support this if we had a commitment to petition the state to allow us to ensure that all students that are taking advantage of extracurricular activities are treated in an equitable manner, and that if we're going to have a fee for all of our other students who participate in clubs and extracurricular activities, then we would also do the same thing for students that are participating in the eighth period at TJ in the same clubs or similar clubs.
I believe we have no more go-backs, and so I will just say briefly, I agree with Ms. Corbett-Sanders that we do need to have equity in this, and I would hope that if this passes tonight, we could create a system and a reg that would make sure that it did apply equally. And of course, everyone needs to keep in mind that, as with all of our fees, I will assume this, but I'm going to just say it for the record, that those who qualify for free and reduced meals would be waived. But I do agree it needs to apply across the board. So I believe there are no more go backs. So with that, I will call for the vote on Ms. McLaughlin's amendment. I move to amend the main motion by A, eliminating the $100 athletic fee totaling $1.5 million, B, implementing an annual one-time $50 activity fee for high school students who participate in one or more extracurricular activity totaling $1.7 million, C, increasing the staffing reserve totaling $0.2 million. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hines, Palchek, Huff, Corbett, Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin. All those opposed? Schultz, Wilson, Dearnett, Koufax, and McElveen. That motion passes. So we now go to, I call on Ms. Schultz for an amendment.
Yeah, and I'm just going to clarify.
Oh, and excuse me, if I could interrupt just 1 second.
Sure.
I wanted to recognize former school board member Ted Velkoff in the office, in the audience. Thank you for joining us here today, Mr. Velkoff. We appreciate it. And with that, I will go back to Ms. Schultz.
Okay. I'm just going to clarify because I'm going to read it. I think it's been corrected. We had a script issue that if Ms. McLaughlin's passed, it affected the subsequent amendment. So C is right on the screen. It's different than the script. So I'm going to read it as it is on the screen, not on the script. So I move to amend the main motion by A, directing the superintendent to reduce hourly salaries and operating expenses in the superintendent's and deputy superintendent's office by $0.2 million. B, maintaining ESOL costs at fiscal 17 funding, resulting in a savings of $2.9 million. C, allocating $1.5 million to reduce class size. D, increasing substitute pay for retirees, certified teachers, and bachelor degree holders by allocating $1.6 million.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wilson. Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I'm not going to take up much time because most of this has already been said, but similarly as before, the money has been disaggregated from the omnibus amendment to reflect, two components. One is savings at the top, and the second is keeping our ESOL costs. I will reiterate this point. ESOL costs reflect, I think it's about 13% of our budget, which is significant at $121,700,000. And all this is doing is, after a 22.5% increase over 4 years, keeping it flat for the successive fiscal year, where we're actually going to have a reduction in the number of students, and honoring that by attributing some of the money to reducing class size and the rest to move the much-needed substitute pay back to where we had it before, to ease some of the stressors of teachers being able to get qualified substitutes in the classroom.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief as well. I'm supporting this amendment because it goes to what I think is the critical issue, as I said earlier, of teachers who come to me. It is about their experience in the classroom and how they can deal with the number of students, and we just cannot add, to meet our budget demands, more kids to the classroom. We've got to take a more creative approach, and Mrs. Schultz has come up with a proposal that is, while certainly not perfect, does have a basis in what is happening in our schools and does reflect a reasonable way to get at that issue of maintaining class sizes where they are. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
I will not be supporting this amendment. Maintaining the ESOL cost flat. Right now, and I think Ms. Schultz is aware of this, if she's not, the needs that are coming into our system, while the amount of children may have lessened slightly, their needs are much greater. We're seeing children coming to us with little to no English skills, limited literacy in their home language, zero numeracy skills. And we are seeing these children in some cases at a much higher grade level, so we don't have the opportunity, or are much older, so we don't have the opportunity we do when we see a child like that in the primary years, but we see them in secondary schools or high schools, we have less of an opportunity. So while it is a significant portion of our budget, 13%,
I'm sorry, I'm going to correct myself and you so you don't get it wrong. It's 4.3. I'm sorry.
Okay, that sounded a little off. But it is a significant portion of our budget, but at some point, we have to really look at this issue, and in coming years, I don't think we will be wanting to keep it flat or lessen it, because we need to invest in these children in order for them to get the services they need to be successful in our community later on.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, so I don't think anyone has asked staff the question yet. If we, what would be the effect of this on, how well we're able to meet needs in ESOL? And, so what exactly is that cut of $2.9 million look like? What would it do? Any ideas? Sorry, do we know how much, what we would lose with the $2.9 million cut and what is proposed?
Well, some of the things that Ms. Derenak Kaufax already mentioned are some of the things that we would be concerned about in terms of services to students. So again, we've seen an increase in the number of students coming to us with interrupted formal education. So this year alone, we had over 750 students come into the school system with interrupted formal education. That means that those students, not only do they need basic academic services, they also need, obviously, intervention and remediation services to try to catch them up, but they also need counseling and social emotional supports and services. And those are the kinds of things that we would worry about being reduced with the cut to the ESOL budget.
Okay, thank you. And I have seen a few presentations of that program, and it is pretty intensive. It does require extra resources, but so far it looks like it's making a difference for those kids who come to us and really are probably the toughest challenge to be successful, right? We get students here now in high school who have no English and have interrupted formal education in their own language. Maybe they're not literate in their own language, and yet we're expected to get them to on-time graduation, right? And in order, that just takes a lot of resources. And, the school system in the last few years has done research-based work and invested in a program that seems to be working. And by this point, I was hoping actually that program would have grown and be embedded in more of our schools than it is, because we have those kids throughout the county. So, I feel like it's working, but the only challenge is that it's not enough. That's my feeling. That's what I've heard. And so I worry about cutting at a time when we really should be investing more. We know what works. We're investing in what works. And I would hate to pull that away at this point. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments about the ESOL costs, because we are possibly seeing lower numbers, but it's my understanding the students that are coming to us have greater needs. And so at this point, I am reluctant to cut ESOL costs. I do appreciate the work that's been done this year on realigning resources and changing the structure of our adult ESOL programs and our transitional. And I know that you're planning on doing more work in that area. And I'm optimistic that you are looking at it in not only terms of the most effective way of reaching these students, but also doing it in an efficient way as well. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing more about that as you come to us with plans for that. I also wanted to mention the substitute pay. I'd like to unpack this a bit more because we started this conversation at the board table, and we asked staff to go back and look at the substitute pay and the substitute, the whole demand versus supply for substitutes question, because it's my understanding that we actually used, we had more substitute hours this year than last year, minimally. Is that correct, Dr. Ramey? Is he here? Nope, he's not here, but
Dr. Ramey isn't here. Sean McDonald, Director of Talent Acquisition, but yes, we did have a higher use and a higher number of hours used this year.
So the question is, if we are driving up the number of hours, then it's a demand issue. And the conversation we had at the board table when we talked about this was that maybe we needed to put some policies in place, and you guys were going to look at what was driving the increased demand, and do we need to look at perhaps creating opportunities that will bend the demand curve, as people like to say. And so I would like to know a bit more about that before we address this issue in a budget amendment tonight. And so do you have any idea of when you guys are going to come back to us with more on the substitute policy?
Our hope is that we would have more information early on in the fall. We are looking at the menu of options that we potentially would be able to offer.
Great, I appreciate that. So I look forward to seeing that when it comes forth, and probably sounds obvious, but I can't support this amendment.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Just quickly, I want to echo something that Ms. Hines said. You know, the reality is that we don't quite know what would holding it flat do. I very much appreciate what Dr. Presidio said, that we are getting more and more students with interrupted education levels. So while the numbers may be going down, the need of students is far greater. And so while, again, I appreciate Ms. Schultz trying to look at ways that we can hold expenses while we try to mitigate increasing class size, the reality is that I don't know what this change would do, and I will never support a budget item that I don't understand what the impact would be. So if we had a staff response that said, if you cut this by $3 million, you know, or you hold it flat and we're not increasing it by the 2.9, here's what the impact might be, then we could have a informed board discussion on it. So I will say, Ms. Schultz, I would welcome our board looking at these types of costs so that we can educate ourselves as governors of this school system, but also help educate the public and the board of supervisors on why are our ESOL costs going up. But we haven't had that work session discussion, and we need to have that one first before we would make a change like this in the budget.
Before going to go-backs, I'll say that I will not be supporting this amendment. It is a cut of $2.9 million out of the budget that's in front of us, out of ESOL, at a time when we have increasing ESOL needs, even if not increasing numbers in every area. We do have increasing numbers of ESOL 1 and ESOL 2, however. This January, I'm told we registered 562 ESOL Level 1 students, which is a 77% increase over January of 2016. That's a significant increase, and that's our reality. And we need to be able to meet the needs of these students who come to us without English language skills, with very low levels of English language skills. And I just wanted to point out too, holding something flat sounds like a fine idea until you kind of look in it a little more. We could say, well, why didn't you hold the whole budget flat then? Well, because we have increasing costs. ESOL teachers also are getting a step increase. ESOL teachers will be getting the salary enhancements. They will also be getting, we have to pay more VRS, we pay more benefits. So if you add all of these things in, there are increasing costs for the same level of service. So keeping something flat doesn't mean that you aren't lowering services and reducing the service to a particular type of student. And so the idea of taking the $2.9 million out of ESOL funding to go to these two particular needs, I'm not going to be supporting that. I have Mrs. Schultz.
Yeah, I just want to put a couple things in context. I understand where we're going on this. It is much more intellectually honest to state that you are not going to increase funding rather than saying you're cutting funding. If you are keeping funding flat, that is the equivalent is that you're not growing it as much as you expected. And I want us to be very careful with our words and careful with attributions this evening. You do have ESOL costs that are approximating $4,000 a student. That's in addition to the education costs. So just for ESOL, it's approximating $4,000 a student. We're also getting close to 5,000 students in ESOL who are aged 18 and above. So in the vernacular of looking for some fiduciary discipline, this was asking us to find a better way to be more efficient with $3,900 a student ESOL expenditure. I understand that we have more needy students coming. It doesn't mean that we can't find better ways to do it. There are innovative ways that we've all seen, particularly those who went to NSBA, opportunities for the delivery of services and wraparound services that are comprehensive, that meet the needs of the student, but doing things the way we've always done them and just growing the budget another 2.5%. Another 2.5% increase when you have a 3% projected downturn in the number of ESOL students means we have to get more wise with how we spend our dollars. And that's okay if we make the decision tonight not to ask the superintendent to show some discretion in how we deliver those services and attempt to become a little bit fiscally innovative in how we deliver the services. And instead, we grow the class size and we don't pay substitutes more. That's okay. We're trading one pain for another. And if that's the choice the board makes, that's okay. But you have to go into it eyes wide open and say, there are two reasonable choices here that we could choose as a board to direct the superintendent to do and buy back some class size time and buy back all of the substitute pay increase. And if you want to choose not to do that, that's fine.
Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support this motion that whether you are ESOL students who are special education or general ed, we are all legally required to teach them meeting their needs. ESOL students have a peculiar needs of their own, and we are trying to meet their needs as best as we can. They may require a smaller class size, more intensive language instruction. If that's what they need, we are required to provide that kind of instruction. By just holding ESOL cost at the FY 2017 level, trying to find $2.9 million of savings, unless we're going to increase the class size for those classes, we may have to cut. We may have to hold our teachers' pay raise at their current level. That's one of the ways of doing, which I'm not going to support. Our teachers need their compensation raise, their benefit cost is going to go up. I'm not going to just single out ESOL teachers. You're not going to get your pay raise.
All right, with that, I will call for the vote. The motion is to amend the main motion by directing the superintendent to reduce hourly salaries and operating expenses in the superintendent's and deputy superintendent's office by $0.2 million, maintaining ESOL costs at FY 2017 funding, resulting in savings of $2.9 million, allocating $1.5 million to reduce class size, increasing substitute pay for retirees, certified teachers, and bachelor degree holders by allocating $1.6 million. All those in favor? Huff, Schultz, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Dearnett Koufax, and McElveen. That motion fails. I call on Mrs. Huff for a motion.
Thank you. I move to amend the main motion by directing the superintendent to reduce department budget by an additional 1%, resulting in savings of $3 million, allocating these savings to lessen the increase in class size by an additional $3 million.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Oh, seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Huff, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. So just keeping in sync with the fact that we continue to call teacher compensation and class size our priorities. I feel it's important that we try and meet that in as incremental a way as we can. I appreciate that Dr. Larkart did come forward with a 1% initially for the budget, and I think in the interest of really driving the dollars to the classroom that this would be a good way to continue to try and prioritize this in a way to support the many teachers, students, and families we've heard from over this budget season.
Mrs. Schultz?
Nope. Interest of time.
Okay. I have Mrs. Strauss.
Just very briefly, I won't support this. There's already a substantial cut, and our problem is the more we cut support to actual classrooms and teachers, we deprive our teachers of the tools that they need to actually be successful with the students, and we hold them accountable for student success. And we have to at least give our teachers a shot at being successful and supporting them in their classrooms. Thanks.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. Here's what I worry about with something like this. It always sounds tempting to say, take the money out of central office and put it in the classroom. As a classroom teacher myself, that was always what I thought. But the reality is we've taken a lot of resources out of central office over the last 8 years already. And when I talk to people in the buildings, they're starting to feel it. they're starting to feel like they don't have the same support, responsiveness. I know everybody in central office is doing the best they can, but there are limits to how much you can cut and still continue to support the buildings. So there's a point there. And so the other reason that I worry about this sort of thing is that whenever we direct the superintendent to find, so many $1 million in savings, I remember several years ago when I first got on the board, we did that. Someone said, direct the superintendent to find $7 million in savings and put it here. And I thought, oh, that's like magic money. Of course I'm going to raise my hand and vote for that. But the reality then 6 months later was we ended up with $7 million in cuts that we didn't like, right? And we were angry about some of it. And so what we have in the main motion, the budget that we're going to vote on tonight, is already $3 million in cuts that we have seen, that the superintendent has shown us. We've seen that there will actually, be some positions that are lost. There may be reductions in force, because of that, because we've taken so many cuts. There's really not a margin there to work with. And so we've all seen that. We've thought about it. We've decided that we could live with it. This is another $3 million in cuts, so it will double what we've already seen, and we have no idea what it looks like. We have no idea what we will lose with this additional $3 million in cuts. And so I'm not sure at this point that it's responsible. Well, I mean, that sounds judgmental. I don't feel like I would be responsible in supporting this at this point, much as I would like us to do more about protecting class size. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Mr. Moon?
Madam Chair, other than the fact that I'm not going to be supporting this motion, I didn't really mean to speak for the interest of time.
All right. Ms. McLaughlin?
I want to thank Ms. Huff for bringing forward this amendment, and I'm extremely supportive of it. And to my colleagues, I'm going to explain why. Yes, Ms. Derenak-Kofax is correct. We went from a 1 student class increase to a compromise of a half of a student increase. But it still means that on the backs of our classrooms, we are looking at a $14.7 million cost saving. That's, I believe, over 160 teaching positions that we will not be offering, that we will not be having, and it's going to impact our teachers. And yes, I know we have a staffing reserve, and yes, I know we can strategically try and address things, but the bottom line is this board is sending the signal to the community that we're comfortable with those cuts, but we're not comfortable with the fact that we would be asking for a 2% reduction in costs at the central administration level in those departments. This is in no way a disrespect to the hard and incredible work that central administration provides in support of the classroom. But this board has said over and again, where is our priority? The first priority is inside the classroom. We hear from our teachers that they are overwhelmed. We hear from our families the class sizes are too big. So when Ms. Huff brings forward something that says, we direct the superintendent to find additional 1% in savings from his department budgets. Number one, they are the operational experts. We are the 3rd largest corporation in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And while we are an educational nonprofit, we are still an organization with 28,000 employees. It is very common for nonprofit organizations as well as corporate organizations to have to cut costs. You ask any board of directors and they will tell you asking your management team to make a 1 or 2% cut to your operations, and in this case, it's not to the entire budget, but it is to central administration. It's effectively communicating our values, and our values are saying we want to protect the classroom. Unfortunately, we are still facing with a class size increase, and we've all been battling with that. but how do we communicate to our families and to our teachers and to our students more than anyone that we didn't think it was appropriate to find another 1% cut in our central administration operations? And to Ms. Hines' concern, it's a valid one. In the past, what we said was direct the superintendent to go find $3 million more. And prior superintendents turned around and went to the most valuable programs we had in the school buildings and offered to cut those. This is very specific in saying to the departments. And so I have faith that in looking at the list, which while we are willing to accept 160 teaching positions we won't have for next year, but the 1% cuts coming out of central administration identified 19 positions, 11 of which the goal is to repurpose those employees to find another position within the system, 8 which are current vacancies. We're basically, thankfully, not looking at a major cost of a reduction in force, having people lose their jobs and now having to go collect unemployment. That's not what this would be. But identifying efficiencies can be done. It doesn't even necessarily have to mean that people lose their jobs. But if we repurpose where those people are, and in fact, some could go back into the classroom because we have all those staffing reserve positions, and many people in central administration used to be teachers and used to be administrators in our building. But Ms. Huff, I do thank you. I don't think this is irresponsible in any way. And my one final note is that we asked staff about this 5 months ago, and they have had a lot on their plate. I think it was incredible the amount of budget questions that came from the school board members, from the board of supervisors. And so this is in no way trying to be a criticism. I will actually take criticism as a board member that we didn't give you a majority voice very early on to say that we think it's important to find cost savings outside of the classroom. So to my colleagues, we should have done this 5 months ago. There's a whole lot of explanation for why we didn't get there, but I never said just only find 1%. I think 2% would have been reasonable from the start, and that's where we should have gone.
So I will not be supporting this amendment. We need to be mindful that we have already taken cuts, significant cuts in central office this year, and certainly in years past, we've taken quite a bit as we've gone through the very difficult last decade of not having the funds that we believe we need for our school system. We don't really know what the actual impact on actual people of this would be. We do know that the central office cuts that we've had so far do affect real people in real ways. It affects services to the schools. And on the other hand, I appreciate the attempt at creativity on this class size issue. Again, you know, none of us wants to increase class size, but with each of these, we're still talking about an increase in class size. We're still talking about not eliminating the half a student increase, but maybe reducing it by some percentage. So, and even there, we don't have an analysis of what that would mean for individual classes. We do know what impact we'll have for the half a student class size, but I have great reservations about taking more from our department budgets. Ms. Hines?
Yeah, just quickly, I would just point out, I don't think it's apples to apples to compare asking school system staff to cut the budget by a certain amount to, in a private corporation, asking management of that corporation to make the same cut. Private corporations have profit margins, and they can work within those. public entities don't. When you take money out of a public entity, it comes out of something that presumably we think is important to do. And I would point out, when you talk about what kind of a margin we have here, FCPS, Fairfax County Public Schools, has the lowest central office to school-based ratio of school systems in the DC region, and that's according to the Washington Area Boards of Education Guide. By far, we are the leanest when it comes to that by far in the region. So I do worry that, we need central office staff too, and if we cut without knowing what we're cutting, I don't think that's wise.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax.
In the interest of time, I'll say I agree with Ms. Hines. But I do want to say, I just want to point out that staff reductions did start at $2 million. We then went back and asked for another $1 million. So we already did ask for additional monies. You spoke about the lowest level of non-school-based positions in the area. I looked at that. Ours is 6.8 compared when you look at Montgomery County, 8.3%, and Prince William County at 9.1%. And that's just a few that I just looked at in the last 2 minutes. So we are very, very lean. Again, the lowest level of non-school-based positions in the area comparing to other school districts. And I think to say the reason we have central administration, it is to support our classrooms. And if we continue to cut and we cut randomly, that is not good governance, and that's not what should be done. I think we can always look at it later on or next year, but we already started at 2, we went up to 3, and I think that's where we need to stay right now.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I appreciate the comments my colleagues have made. I do want to follow up on something, though. The board never had a discussion with our chair and vice chair of the budget on what we wanted to direct the superintendent to find in terms of cost savings, and that probably is where we should have started. So I appreciate that Ms. Kaufax is saying that they came to, and she asked them to go find $3 million, but the board should have had the conversation first in saying, what do we think is reasonable? And to Ms. Hines' comment, I made a point of saying nonprofits, because nonprofits are annually faced with the same thing, especially what we've seen since the recession. And if anyone spends time talking to management teams, even in nonprofits, they will tell you, trying to find 2 or 3% cuts to your budget, it's never preferable, but it is not bad times. Bad times is when you're cutting 10% or more, and no one's talking about that. We're talking about 1% more. And to say that we are so about supporting the classroom, you can't support the classroom when you increase the class size first. And that's what really concerns me about this discussion and this hesitancy. And if we don't trust the superintendent and their department assistant superintendents to identify the 1% more that they think they can live without, so we have fewer teachers with large class sizes, then I don't know who we're supposed to trust to be able to make that decision. I'm not telling the superintendent what to go cut in their departments. We said, you know your department's best, and you should be able to find 1% so we can save staffing in the classroom. And I stand by the fact that that's actually good governance. And I think it's also authentic governance to what we state our values are, which is to support our teachers and students in the classroom first.
Mr. Moon?
I was very mindful of time where we are. We are on number 5 out of 21 amendments. Okay, and it is almost 11 o'clock. I have a 7:30 appointment in the morning. I'm hoping to be able to make to 7:30 in the morning. With that said, I do trust our interim superintendent, and I do trust our senior staff members sitting up there and those who may be watching us on TV. That is why when Dr. Lockhart could only come up with a $3 million of a cut, the central administration could live with. I trusted him. If he believed that he could have come up with a more cut from central administration, he would have come up with a more cut. And $3 million was all that he could have come up. And I do trust him. I do trust him. That's where I stand on this motion.
Ms. Palchik?
I too was going to wait, but Mr. Moon stole half of the words out of my mouth. I do trust our staff, and I think beyond that is that we are at a point where we don't want to do this kind of cutting every year. A little bit around the edges, try to make it equitable, try not to impact one program, one extracurricular activity, one classroom too much, and try to keep it equal across the board. That being said, I think we've worked together for many months now to try to do the best we could with what we had for this year. And I trust and I look forward to our staff looking more deeply and saying, let's figure out if there are ways that we can take deep dives, which they will be doing with the budget task force for the next coming years, to say, we've been doing this the way we have for many years. Are there areas, just as they made changes to the transitional ESOL program, which is painful, we lost many staff, but I believe that it will help more of our students achieve their goals and be able to graduate from high school. So to that end, this year, it feels like a little bit of a transition into getting into those conversations of saying next year is going to be just as bad, if not worse. So let's start to look at our programming, look at the way we administer programs, and see if there are better ways for us to do it, but to do it thoughtfully, strategically, with the deeper conversations, and to move forward from there. We wish we weren't here this year, but this is where we are. They are not good cuts, but I think staff has done an excellent job, and I really appreciate the work into cutting more ends. I was approached by one of the people being cut this year, and it's never easy. And we care about our staff as well. So we appreciate that and the support they give our schools. And we do have very limited support for our schools right now.
Ms. McLaughlin?
One thing I think is important for us to be mindful of is that while we do trust our superintendent and staff, they do their best draft proposal and they bring it to the elected body to decide, is this what you think is going to be best for the system? So they give us a draft and then we begin the dialogue. Originally, staff's best recommendation was to increase class size by an entire student with a $28 million hit to the classroom. This board deliberated on it, directed staff that we're not comfortable with it, and we said, let's look at something with half a student. Staff said, let's look at cutting fourth grade strings. We heard from the community, we deliberated on it, we said, that's not going to work for us, we need to go back. Language immersion was on the table. We said that's not going to work. It went back. Now, along the way, we got good news from the state. We had some other assumptions come in, and so we were able to mitigate some of the things I just mentioned. But the bottom line is we had a former superintendent who was shared with me, told staff, don't bother looking at reductions that the county executive told us we were going to need to make until after the November meals tax vote. So staff had to scramble around after November to come together with a budget without meals tax revenue and without any prep work in figuring out what to do. And by the way, then she departed sooner than expected. So I do appreciate the hard work staff tried on this. But let's not forget that this is a partnership, and the whole point of this exercise from January when the superintendent proposes their budget to where we get in May, we're supposed to refine it. And asking them for another 1%, I think, is reasonable.
Mr. Moon?
Madam Chair, I believe that we should not be blaming someone who is no longer with us for something that we had a total control. Superintendent comes to school board with a recommendation. Board makes decisions.
All right, with that, I will call for the vote. The vote is to amend the main motion by directing the superintendent to reduce department budgets by an additional 1%, resulting in savings of $3 million. B, allocating these savings to lessen the increase in class size by an additional $3 million. All those in favor, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Derenak Kofax, McElveen. That motion fails. I call on Mrs. Huff for another motion.
I move to amend the main motion by directing the superintendent to reduce department budgets by an additional 0.5%, resulting in savings of $1.5 million, allocating those savings to lessen the increase in class size by an additional $1.5 million.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Huff, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I'll just add a couple of points to the previous conversation. I think it's important to note that when we had the work session on class size, we did a show of hands on the compromise of going to an increase of class size by 1 to 0.5, and that vote was a vote of 7 to 5. So there was not a super majority on this direction to the superintendent. I would say it was marginal and showed the hesitancy, and I think it is prudent for us to work towards getting it down a little bit to show deference to that strong minority who did not want this increase in class size. And that's just a strong minority on the board. I would say I've talked to a majority in the community who don't want this increase in class size. And to the point about central staff giving support to the teachers, that is absolutely true. But it's a circular argument because the more students we put in our teachers' classroom, the more support they need. And so here we go around and around versus one of the supports we give our teachers is an appropriate class size. So I hope my colleagues can support reducing this increase in the class size.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'll be brief. I think that in the last conversation, I think the points were made very eloquently by fellow board members. This is half again of what the previous amendment proposed, and I would just underscore that this amendment puts it into the hands of a capable superintendent to look and take that deep dive himself with his senior staff to find the places, to find the savings, to send the message to the community, to our teachers, that the focus is on supporting them by keeping class sizes as we're limiting the increase in class size by as much as possible. And so for that, I would support this amendment.
Ms. Hines?
Thanks to Mrs. Huff for really trying to chip away at this. I have on this amendment the same concerns about, taking more cuts in central office in a blind way, not knowing where they're coming from. And later, I will have a follow-on motion that will do pretty much the same thing, in fact, a little bit more, would add $1.7 million to staffing to minimize the effect of the class size increase in a targeted way, and would take it out of year-end, which is the year-end balance, ending balance, which to my mind is just a better way to do it financially. So I'll be proposing that, so I'll be choosing that over this approach. So I won't be supporting this.
Mrs. Schultz?
I'm not entirely sure how the money that's here versus the money that's in the follow-on motion, that here it's in a blind way, but in the follow-on motion it's not in a blind way. And that's where I'm asking everybody to be a little bit discreet with the language, because Ms. Huff is actually correct. I actually never saw the votes that evening. We didn't have a recorded vote. I actually don't know the numbers of who voted. It was all of a sudden, we're directing the superintendent to increase class size. And ever since then, I've heard not one single teacher come to me and say, gee, it would be great if you just increased my class size, because that would just make my life a lot better. And so if we were barely there to provide the initial direction, now is the time through the course of, and I'm scared to ask Ms. Michael how many budget questions have been asked. The question is, what are we asking budget questions for if we're not going to attempt to use information to make the budget better? This is our opportunity to show our work. You know, we've asked staff to invest time to answer questions for what? Question's sake? I mean, data's sake? You know, and now is the time where we can thoughtfully say, okay, that was the initial direction. We've had a main motion that got crafted. I don't have anything to do with the main motion. The main motion happens. And now is the opportunity for me to say where my values as an elected official and having a fiduciary responsibility to my constituents and to taxpayers is how to direct the use of their money for their benefit. It isn't my money and it isn't our money. And I've heard nothing but teachers saying and administrators saying, you know, yeah, we can get by. I mean, Mr. Elines stood right here and I had to say, hey, listen, if you had the choice between a class size increase and not a class size increase, which one would you pick? And he said, not a class size increase. So to this point, the staff and this may be my last chance to say it, the remarkable Mr. Paris and Dr. Lockard have done our bidding, but if our bidding has been sort of, well, go in that general direction, you don't head across country in that general direction for long. You can start driving west, but sooner or later, you got to figure out which way you're going. For me, I've heard enough that class size matters. I've heard enough that, you know, we have a hard time recruiting. Right now, they're recruiting, and they're not 30 deep at the tables for FCPS. And I want that to be a 30 deep. And what a message it would be, what a great thing it would be by the end of this budget that we can say we did what Montgomery County did. Montgomery County saved class size. You know how they did it? They did it by making central office cuts and saving teacher jobs. This $1.5 million isn't class size. Remember, these are teachers. This is bodies. These are people in the classroom. And if we dedicate ourselves as a board to driving money into the classroom, it's a good thing. So I will be supporting this.
Mrs. Corbett-Sanders.
Thank you. Couple of questions. Year-end funds. Do we have any idea what we're looking at yet?
I would anticipate it'll be similar to previous years, but I don't have any exact numbers yet.
Ballpark?
I'm distracted.
That's okay. Okay. Additionally, last week we had a work session, and at that work session, Dr. Lockhart, you put up about $43 million worth of cuts. Am I correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And we had a lot of conversation about it. So I do want to make sure everybody knows that we've had exhaustive conversations about the details of those budget cuts and what the possibilities are. And I do appreciate that we are continuing to try to find more opportunities. But I want to set the tone a little bit about the class size, because I think that everybody around this table is very committed to class size. And when the class size issue first came up, there was alarm over the concerns about the impact that changing the staffing formula would have. And what we saw was that the most dramatic impact on the staffing formula is actually in those schools that had the floor raised for them versus at the top end. And because what we do have, and I want to confirm it with you again, I'd like someone to confirm that we have a regulation that actually puts a cap on how large our elementary school classrooms can be. And that regulation is still going to be in effect. So we're not going to be rolling that back or actually increasing our class size caps. What we're doing is we're talking about staffing. And then I looked at where all of our class size impacts are, and you'll see some follow-on motions, which I'm going to be introducing because I'm very concerned about when you look through, there are disparities of which regions will be taking the highest hit on class size impact. But the bigger thing is that not one middle or high school goes without losing teachers. We actually have quite a few elementary schools, because of the protections and the regulation that we have in place to protect our elementary school class sizes. The elementary schools, there are a number that will not lose any teaching staff. There are a number that may be losing teaching staff, but if you look at their track record of trading out teaching staff, they have some flexibility there. But the real concern on class size is it hits hardest on our middle schools and our high schools. And it hits those schools with the highest needs to even a greater impact. Am I correct? I am? Okay, thank you. So I absolutely appreciate Mrs. Huff's recommendation to put increased pressure on central office to cut their operating cost. My concern is that we actually had a work session, we've had a lot of conversation, and I agree, we could tell you to go ahead and just cut it, but I don't know how that impacts the ability to provide those supports to those schools that really do need, in some ways, a greater support from central office because of the complexity of the needs in those schools. So I can't support it, but I do want people to remember that our elementary school regulation is still in place. We are not changing that. And hopefully we will get support later on to develop a plan that will address class size going forward.
Dr. Lockhart, I see your light on. Would you like to have an opportunity to speak to this amendment?
I'm going to yield my time to Mr. Paris.
Excellent.
Thank you, Dr. Lockhart. You know, I think the silver lining to these two proposals is when you're in last place, you can't be in last place in there. Meaning that we say use information. In the Waybe Guide, our central office allotment is the lowest in the entire region. And to say, well, go find 1 more %. Well, I've been in this discussion for over a decade, and I've seen it step down in central office. And I was on the other side of the coin. I was a teacher. I was a principal. I'm married to a teacher. And I would say, hey, just cut it from central office. Cut it from central office, you know. And nobody wants class size to go up. I don't want class size to go up, right? But we have worked hard not to pit central office against school-based people. You had your principals come here and talk about it. We've worked very hard to do it. And to say, I think it's disingenuous to say, hey, you're not willing to take another 1% cut in central office, then you just disrespect teachers by raising their class size. If that's what you're saying, then we need to have a much longer conversation. What you have is a revenue stream problem. You can't pay teachers what they deserve. Your central office people are, their workload is up too. I've been sitting in there for 6 months, right? And I hope that we can find a balanced budget. And I think your superintendent did bring you a very thoughtful and balanced recommendation to solving this budget issue. And I think central office folks have done their share to contribute to that in the long view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paris. Ms. McLaughlin?
Oh, lucky me, I get to follow Mr. Paris. One passionate individual after another. I do think it's important what Mr. Paris was trying to capture, and I will say for my colleagues and myself, the last thing this board would ever want to create is an environment that says we're pitting Central against the schools. And that's a very important message for you to reiterate, because we all get to say at the board that that's never what we would want to communicate. What we are faced with, as you can imagine, is the challenge of our community saying to us, where are you going to find the cost savings when we have a revenue stream problem? No doubt about it. To Mr. Moon's comment in the prior amendment vote, I wasn't trying to unfairly malign anyone who's no longer here. I was just stating a fact that if a management team doesn't have enough time to be able to do the deep and meticulous dive to look at how they're going to close what we were facing at the time, $50 million cuts, it's harder to do. And it's just a philosophical difference with the superintendent who is no longer here. So thank you, Mr. Moon. I can't necessarily have the debate with that person. And I was actually trying to defend staff and saying they serve the superintendent. They serve at the direction of that former superintendent. Dr. Lockhart has been phenomenal. This has been the best budget experience I have had in my 6 budgets on this school board. I've never seen a superintendent be more responsive to board input. I hope he takes with good measure that this work here tonight was our best efforts to refine the hard work that all of you have put into it. But I did get elected by Braddock District voters 6 years ago, or 5.5 years ago, because of what I said I wanted to do for our community, which is to try and ensure that we do the best we can in funding our wants versus our needs. And we need central administration. We also need to have smaller class sizes. And sometimes we've got to figure out how to get that done. I don't think it's unreasonable that when central administration looked at a 1% cut, we identified that there might be 19 positions we eliminate, but with repurposing and with 8 of those being vacancies, we were looking at a net loss of 2 to 4 people's jobs. This 0.5% means that we would be looking at potentially 10 positions, but again, are there other vacancies or are there other repurposing so people don't lose their jobs? But we look at ways to, again, find efficiencies in one place to protect the classroom in another. In the end, to my colleagues, I've heard where you are, so I'm just going to wrap this up in saying I still believe this is how we communicate our value system of what's mission critical, and I don't think it's problematic to ask for 0.5%. And Ms. Huff, just thank you for putting it forward.
I'm going to go to Ms. Darnett Kofax. I would ask everybody kind of check their lights because I'm going to go to go backs. I just want to make sure everybody has a real go back. Ms. Darnett Kofax?
Just to speak as I did the last time, and echoing Mr. Paris, the cuts we've already seen, we felt were significant enough at this point, given what we had asked of our interim superintendent. We did not have one meeting on class size. Since I'm talking about by the budget, the numbers by the budget, we had 7 meetings on class size. So we didn't come to this point without a lot of struggle and a lot of conversation. So again, just as I was not supporting the other amendment, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz? I beg your pardon. Well, okay, so she's got to go way, way back. Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple things. The board did have a straw vote on class size right here at this table back in February, right? Yeah, I remember it because I voted against it. I was in the minority and I was very disappointed, so I remember it well. And since then, you know, my budget questions have been all about trying to find another solution. And I have used the answers to propose solutions. You know, I've proposed and tested out ideas, several, you know, been working on it for months. And there, you know, you find that there are no easy answers. And the other thing I discovered in the answers to the budget questions is that when you actually look at a list of the schools, the elementary schools anyway, and the effect that the class size increase would have on each of those schools, there are many, many schools that actually will not be affected by it. That's the reality. And so I also discovered in that work, and thanks to staff so much for the answers to all these questions, that we can, I think we can do some targeted work, which I'm going to bring up later as a follow-on motion, to, you know, mitigate any effect that this class size increase may have, to make sure that we stay under the class size caps and we take care of those schools that have chronically large classes. And so through the work, I also feel, you know, a little bit more comfortable about this class size increase than I did at the beginning. I feel like we can manage it for this year. And I'll just say one more thing. Montgomery County, I don't think we should use them as a model here tonight. They spend $1,500 more per child than we do. And their ratio of central office to school-based staff is significantly higher than ours. They can continue to cut and cut and cut for 4 or 5 years, and maybe they'll get as lean as we are. So, you know, I think to compare us to Montgomery County when it comes to cutting central office to save class size is not, again, not apples to apples. It's not fair. We're already the leanest system in the region.
Mrs. Salva, I believe you have the last word.
Okay, thank you. And it's not a go back to convince my colleagues, but it is to address what Mr. Paris said. And although I'm sure the intention was for it to not be accusatory, I do want to reiterate that it's not about pitting employees against each other, but about championing students, and as elected officials, about representing our communities. So I think that is important work. And I think that we all respect that that's what we are doing here at the table, and it is with, it's not easy work, and like I said, I'm sure it wasn't meant to be accusatory, and I know it comes from a passion of the hard work that staff has done on this.
All right, with that, I will read the amendment. We will go to the vote.
Ms. Evans, I think for the late hour and staff time, I think we could dispense with the reading. Can we just say?
It's short. The motion is to amend the main motion by directing the superintendent to reduce department budgets by an additional 0.5%, resulting in savings of $1.5 million. B, allocating these savings to lessen the increase in class size by an additional $1.5 million. All those in favor, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, and Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchik, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Dearneck, Koufax, and McElveen. That motion fails. I call on Mrs. Huff for another amendment.
I move to amend the main motion by utilizing funding from the FY 2017 Flexibility Reserve of $1.7 million to increase the budgeted beginning balance for FY 18 by $1.7 million, adding 20 positions to the staffing reserve to mitigate the impact of the class size increase by $1.7 million.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Mrs. Huff, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Hines is well aware that I stole this from her. And what I've basically done is taken her follow-on motion and created it as an amendment, identifying the one-time funding now versus waiting for a follow-on motion. The reason I've done that is because I know that my colleagues at this table do care about class size, and this is a way to comment on it now before this budget's voted on versus waiting on it as a follow-on motion afterthought. And so I have talked to finance staff, and Ms. Michael has been incredibly helpful, and I appreciate in talking through this. The dollars would come from the flexibility reserve, which will fall out as one-time funding at the end of this year. Ms. Hines' follow-on motion is asking to use the end-of-year one-time funding. So as I said earlier, I'm just taking those dollars now. The flexibility reserve is something that we use for issues such as snow plowing, if extra teachers are needed in the classroom and we don't have any more in the staffing reserve. And I have cleared with Ms. Michael that it is a very safe assumption that at this point that flexibility reserve will fully be falling out at one-time funding, and there wouldn't be a risk to doing that now.
Ms. Schultz?
Ms. Huff said it perfectly. This is another opportunity for our colleagues to find a small amount of fiduciary discipline and demonstrate that we can move dollars back to the classroom and save teacher jobs and protect class size.
Mrs. Strauss?
I don't support funding it in this way. The flexibility reserve is only $8 million. It's the only flexibility reserve that we have for the entire school year. It is used for emergency unmet needs. Sales tax is an interesting place. Sales tax is distributed, allocated as it comes in, and there are some years where the sales tax does not come in as projected by the state or the locale. It is also used for unusual staffing needs. It is also used for any other kind of emergency weather or catastrophic loss. If we take $1.7 million out of the reserve, if we have an emergency, we will have to take it out of the running budget, which can be extremely painful. I will support Ms. Hines' follow-on motion. I think that's a much safer place to go rather than taking the flexibility reserve.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate Ms. Huff letting me know ahead of time that this was coming because they look the same, but there is a difference. The effect of each of these on the classroom would be the same. The effect of Ms. Huff's amendment right now and my follow-on later would be the same to the classroom. We'd be putting $1.7 million, roughly 20 positions, into the staffing reserve to protect class size, to mitigate any class size increase that might affect those schools. But it's where the money comes from that is different in each. And yeah, that flexibility reserve, only $8 million, that's a tiny part of our budget. $1.7 million is 21% of that. I think that's a pretty big chunk out of a safety reserve that we have, as opposed to taking it out of ending balance, which has some flexibility built into it. It's larger than $8 million, and we kind of won't necessarily feel it at all, and if we do, it won't be for another fiscal year. So neither is ideal, but I think taking it out of ending balance is fiscally smarter and safer in my view. So I won't be supporting this amendment.
Ms. Palchik?
Yes, I think flexibility reserve is not a very good name for what it is. It really is, as Ms. Strauss pointed out, an emergency savings account. It's not a very large one. We wish we could have more. And as Ms. Hines pointed out, it is slightly more than 21% of that $8 million reserve. So I don't think it's the best way to do this. I don't know if we pass this just so we can say we're not making that increase or we're investing, but really I think we need to go the most fiscally responsible route. Once again, repeating a little bit of what Mr. Paris said, we do have a revenue problem here. And until we fix that or make major adjustments, we're going to be looking at these small portions. So I cannot support this, and I do hope that my colleagues will make the same decision to continue to keep that emergency account because it is exactly that, an emergency. And we by state law, cannot go below our budget. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I think there seems to be some confusion with some of our colleagues about Ms. Huff's amendment in front of us. She's not talking about the flexibility reserve for FY18. She's talking about right now. And it's May 25th. Our budget cycle ends in about a month. There's not going to be a snowstorm. There's not going to be a catastrophic weather event. It's going to be $8 million we put into this budget. It's not being spent. It means it's going to end up in exactly the same pot that Ms. Hines then wants to use in her follow-on motion. So all Ms. Huff's trying to do here is help the board be intentional inside of the budget instead of the follow-on motion. But it's all the same dollars, it's all the same carryover, and it concerns me that anyone would characterize Ms. Huff's amendment as not being responsible, that it's being risky. We are a month away for a reserve fund that basically didn't get used in this fiscal year, so it's going to year end. And she's just being intentional with the money. Ms. Huff, thank you for letting us have an opportunity to put it in the budget now and not as a follow-on motion. If we all believe in Ms. Hines' wonderful follow-on, why wouldn't we want to commit right now into our budget to do that? Because it's all the same.
Mr. Moon?
Okay, a couple of things. Ms. Michael, the flexibility reserve, $8 million, is in separate account. Reserve, $8 million. If he use part of that right now, 1.7, that's going to be reduced 6.3. Unless we replenish this $1.7 million somehow to make it to $8 million, it's going to be reduced. It's going to remain reduced at that level if you use 1.7.
That's correct.
It's been that way as long as you remember. We set aside $8 million, the flexibility reserve. When we had to use them, we replenished the money. And then money remained as $8 million. It carried forward from year to year. So that's been my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, that is the process that we've used. When we've used the reserve in the past, the flexibility reserve, we have replenished it at another quarterly budget review and then continued to carry forward that $8 million as part of our final budget review.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. And year-end budget review is what, second meeting in July?
It gets approved at the second meeting in July, correct?
Even though I'll be supporting Ms. Hines' follow-on motion later on, and I intend to support my own, actually jointly from me and Mrs. McLaughlin, a follow-on motion, asking step 2 prioritize putting in for board's consideration at year-end certain budgetary items that we don't make the final decisions on the year-end budget review items until the second meeting in July. I think for me, that's a better time to make those decisions, looking at what the year-end balance will be, being mindful of the requirement that we need to somehow find $33.5 million to meet the required beginning balance for FY19. So I am not going to support Ms. Huff's motion, and I would very much welcome Ms. Huff joining us at the second meeting in July when we make our decisions on those follow-on motions.
I have a point of clarification on my amendment.
Okay, so you,
I need to
question
correct
of
something.
the Of Ms. Michael?
Yes, because Ms. Michael, you and I discussed that this would work just like Ms. Hines, and the flexibility reserve for FY19 will be replenished from end-of-year monies to return to the $8 million reserve figure. It's all the same pot, so at the end of the year, if we keep the $8 million from FY17, FY18, and pull from the carryover fund for Ms. Hines, the same thing can happen with those carryover funds we don't use for Ms. Hines' follow-on and put it back, the $1.7 million, into the reserve for FY18.
So if in your motion we were to use funding from the flexibility now, you're correct that the board, as part of the final budget review, could vote to put the funding back to carry forward that $8 million in the flexibility reserve.
So if we need to add that to my motion, we can, but when we had discussed it, that was definitely how we discussed the intent of this, that it would have the same end result as Ms. Hines, which would mean that the flexibility reserve would stay at $8 million.
Through replenishment at year end, yes, then the flexibility reserve would still be at $8 million.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
And I apologize, I stepped away from the table, so I probably missed something, but I'm just trying to clarify a little bit. The flexibility reserve, that's a $8 million reserve fund that is not rolled into our carryover. It's actually a carry forward. Is that correct? Yes. So it's not fungible that if we don't spend the $8 million, we get to go spend it. We have to keep that $8 million as a reserve year to year, correct?
Correct. So what happens is the flexibility reserve is not part of our adopted budget process, but instead it's allocated, and when it's unspent this year as part of the final budget review in July, the board carries it over or carries it forward, or you could also say reappropriates it the following year for the same purpose.
Right. So it's not really for us to take money out of it, then we have an obligation to put money back in to start the next year with $8 million, correct?
Correct.
So what this amendment does versus the follow-on motion, I'm just trying to differentiate between the two, and maybe Ms. Huff, you can help me on this. This amendment, we take the money out, so we guarantee, we know that there's $8 million there, so we're going to deplete that fund by $1.7 million, and we're going to put it into the staffing reserve. And then at the end of the year, so that's step one, and at the end of the year when we expect to have some carryover, we're going to then use the carryover to replenish the fund and then move forward. So it's a two-step process. Whereas Mrs. Hines' approach is same goal?
Same exact goal, and no one actually has to walk the money anywhere in terms of the steps. I understand that technically it's an extra step. And as I stated in the beginning, the purpose being that as a priority, it's part of our budget versus as after we pass the budget.
Okay. No, I understand. I see where you're going, but I guess my question is, and this is one of the things that I'm having a hard time with the staffing reserve, is that when we allocate the staffing reserve and we actually use the staffing reserve, then that becomes part of our operating costs, because we are actually presuming that the number of staff allocated in 2018, and given the same size schools, they'll be used the same staffing for 2019. And so this is to supplement those highest impacted schools. So I understand that, but I guess I'm having a hard time if what our objective is to address this in a way. Now, end of year money, carryover money, is actually one-time money. Yeah.
This is one-time funding as well, Right, so in the event, in either of these motions, if the positions need to be permanently added to the staffing reserve to be used going forward, we would need to build that into our FY19 budget
That's what I
development
thought.
process.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Before I go to go-backs, I'll say that I do support Ms. Hines' approach on this. If we didn't have that one coming up, I would be awfully tempted on this one to kind of cross my fingers and go for it, but I do support the approach with the follow-on motion, so I'm not going to support this in lieu of that. I do have a couple of go-backs. Ms. McLaughlin?
It's late. The only thing I'm going to say is that the rationale of which one of these to support, one says we're going to direct the superintendent to prioritize. So there's no promise. We don't know until we get to the year-end review what our actual year-end balance is going to be. And as Mr. Moon keeps talking about in a helpful way, we got $33 million we're hoping to have as a carryover amount to fill in. So Ms. Huff's whole point was for the 12 of us to say with intentionality, this mattered, and we put it into this budget. But the 1.7, this isn't going to come out well, but I'm just kind of frustrated. Staff, I'm just sorry, because honestly, I'm watching this, and it is moving deck chairs around with the same $1.7 million, which is about 1/20th of 1% of our budget. We're keeping you here till midnight, and really, there's no rationale for it at all. Ms. Huff, you did a great job. I don't think there's anything more you could have done to explain that this is no different than what Ms. Hines is doing, except for we had an opportunity to say in advance, we made this a priority. Year-end money is one-time money, and your FY17 unused funds, whether you go and replenish it in FY18 or you put it toward what Ms. Hines is saying to do, it was going to all be the same thing.
Mr. Moon?
For the sake of time.
All right. I will call for the vote. The vote is on the motion to amend the main motion by utilizing funding from the FY 2017 Flexibility Reserve of $1.7 million to increase the budgeted beginning balance for FY 2018 by $1.7 million. B, adding 20 positions to the staffing reserve to mitigate the impact of the class size increase by $1.7 million. All those in favor? Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Derenak, Koufax, McElveen, all abstaining. Corbett Sanders, that motion passes.
Fails.
I beg your pardon. That motion fails. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Strauss, for keeping me straight. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for an amendment.
So to my colleagues, I expect this to be very quick. I move to amend the main motion by A, eliminating FCPS payment of all test fees for each AP, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate student who does not qualify for financial assistance, totaling $3.2 million. B, allocating $3.2 million in additional funding to reduce the class size increase. C, changing FCPS policy to state that taking the test is no longer required in order to receive the extra 1.0 GPA quality point.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Huff. Ms. McLaughlin.
So I will be brief, and I don't mind if I'm the only hand that goes up. As I shared with our budget chair, Ms. Koufax, she had hoped that we would just go with the $600,000 budget change on AP and IB test fees, and that was considered the compromise among the board members. What I shared with her is, while I understand that's where the board came, this is an issue that I have been hearing within my district since before I joined the board. In the 6 budgets I've been working on the board, I continue to hear it from families and from teachers who say, if we're talking about wants versus needs, why are we paying the $3.2 million for our non-needy families for something that is an elective test? And I know that there's a whole debate out there about IB and it's not elective and that you need to take the test in order to get the diploma. But the reality is that our families spend easily $1,000 or more in order for their children to apply to four-year colleges. Between the SATs, the ACT, the SAT2s, the application fees, families come up with the money and they pay for it. If they need financial assistance, they get it. Montgomery County and Loudoun County have the same demographics we do, especially Montgomery County. They don't pay for AP and IB test fees. They don't. Colleges are no longer taking credit for a lot of these tests because they want you to get your education from their university. So when I think about wants versus needs, I needed to be able to demonstrate to my community that I still understand that this is not the most mission critical thing we should be spending our money on. I believe we should be making this decision based on evidence, not emotions. And while I appreciate that students will write in and say this will be a hardship, we have 12,000 students every year graduating from our system, another 12,000 in their junior year. And so unless we want to survey the 24,000 juniors and seniors and their families on this one, and maybe that's what we do next, I'm venturing to guess most will say that where you're going to target your money, paying for our test fees, while we may not want to, in this regard, we actually allow families to go back to making the decision themselves if their child's prepared to take the test and wants to take the test. But I have not seen any evidence, and I want evidence before I ever get convinced that Montgomery County and Loudoun County can do it without a risk to their students. So I don't understand why we think we can't accomplish it here in Fairfax County. So that's why I put this forward this year.
Mrs. Huff? You were seconded. Did you want to speak to the? Did you want to speak to the to your second?
No, thank you.
That is perfectly fine. Mrs. Corbett-Sanders.
Ms. McLaughlin, we've talked about this a lot, and I actually appreciate all your emphasis on data-driven decisions. And data-driven decision-making is something that I think most of the members of this board believe in. My concern on this one is that we don't have data to the contrary within our own system. I know that you have some data from Montgomery County and Loudoun, but I would suggest that there are some very different concentrations of poverty and concentrations of students that may not be FRM eligible, but they are living, based on the cost of living in Fairfax County, their families are living on the edge. And so what I would encourage is that we continue with the compromise that was reached a few months, or 6 weeks ago, and that we monitor it. And when we monitor it for a couple of areas, one of which is, does it have an impact on the number of classes kids are taking? Does it have an impact on the demographics of the students taking the classes, and whether or not they're actually taking the test? And so perhaps rather than trying to structure a evaluation of this right here at the table, we could suggest that staff at some point come back to us with ideas on what metrics we would use. And so from that standpoint, I think we should continue with the original compromise of 6 tests.
Ms. Schultz?
Yep. Just quick statistic reminder that I've said before. Only 48% of students taking the AP exam get a 4 or 5, so 52% are basically failing. Only 16.6% of students taking an IB exam are getting a 6 or 7. 46.5% are getting a 5, 6, or 7. And we're paying for, there are 6,324 students who take 1 or more IB exams. There are 16,435 who take 1 or more AP courses. And so we are, for those students, the fraction of the students that are actually taking the exams and the fraction of the students who are excelling on those exams, we're paying for them to not pass the exam. So I think that we need to choose wisely how we're spending the money. And once again, we're having the ability to reduce class size. And potentially, if you reduce class size, it would be interesting to find out if a lot more of those students actually passed the exams.
Ms. Derenak Kofax.
Ms. McLaughlin and I have had lots of conversations on this, and we come down on different sides of it, and we're going to agree to disagree in a collegial way. I do know that we already came to a compromise, and the compromise allowed us to pay for the IB test fees for those kids who would to get the diploma. The cost is 6 IB classes to take, and so that's why we agreed to that. Sometimes anecdotal data is more important than, well, it's maybe not more important, but it's important to listen to. So I sent to my colleagues letters from students who were in that zone that Ms. Corbett-Sanders spoke about. They don't qualify for free or reduced lunch, but due to the fact of where they find themselves financially, it would be a real hardship for them. So I just want to read 3 sentences from one letter, one of the many, many letters, over 75 letters that I got from one school and several from other schools. Many of my classmates' families will be put into financial stress in order to pay for an IB exam. This extra burden being put onto a student can pile on top of their current stresses. If the school board were to implement the policy of students paying for their own exams, then there would be a sudden drop in the amount of IB classes taken countywide. Students will become more inclined to take standard and honors courses as they do not wish to burden their family with more financial problems than they already have. No longer will a student be able to test their academic knowledge to their fullest potential as they cannot pay for the exams. Education should be something that propels us towards success, not a barrier. Please don't make us pay for our exams. So that is where I stand. That is why I stand where I stand. And at this point, I appreciate the compromise that we came to.
Ms. Paltrick?
Thank you. So I was one of those students. High school was the very first time that I was not on free and reduced meals. Had I not had 2 older siblings who were no longer living at home, it would have been a lot tougher. And our AP tests were paid for. And so I was able to take classes to be an AP scholar and to use those for credit for college. I hear what Mr. Kofax said. I agree that it's a good compromise. I had a lot of concern about our IB program, but after speaking with one of my IB principals, he agreed that it's also a good compromise to ensure that students are able to take the courses necessary and take the exams to qualify for the IB diploma, but also to address some of the mental health issues seeing in kids taking a few too many. In some schools, we have 45 kids in the county who are taking 8 IBs, and that is a little bit too much. So I think we need to move cautiously as well. I think it's important that we are decoupling the coursework from the exam, but I do think that we need to do this, the compromise we've done, to then look back and look at the impact, as Ms. Corbett-Sanders has alluded to in some of our changes as well, and to see what happens with this change before we look forward at future years. So I'm happy that we came to a compromise. I think having the 6 exams paid for is a good way to start and look at impact and ensure that our students and those who may be right on the verge are still able to complete their AP and IB diplomas. So I appreciate the effort, but I will not be supporting this amendment.
All right, I will say for myself that I am not going to support this amendment. I have grave concerns about the AP and IB testing fees. Again, we've come up with an approach where the first 6 are paid for by FCPS, but we still are going to be charging for anything above that. You know, we're down to 0.6 million. By only charging for those that go above a certain number, but I still do not like these fees. I think that they do discourage students, and I have particular concerns about a fee on our high academics. So, and again, Ms. McLaughlin and I have had many conversations on this, and we just plain see it differently, and I appreciate her point of view, but just feel very, very differently. So unless, okay, Ms. McLaughlin, and again, please check your lights, because I don't think most of these are go-backs.
So real quick, there was a lot of questions earlier about a change that was going to occur with an activity fee or an athletic fee, and we really haven't had the conversation about what's going to happen with the AP and IB test fees. So I do want clarification in terms of this, because my amendment very clearly stated that we are changing the FCPS policy to state that taking the test is no longer required in order to receive the quality point. If you take the class, you get the quality point. It doesn't matter if you sign up for the test or not. So Dr. Presidio, can you just confirm that is what will be happening even with this, the main motion, where you get the first 6 paid for, and then after that you're on your own, but the quality point happens regardless of whether you take the test?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. It's really important, obviously, to the families. So we would amend the regulation so students would no longer be required to take the test if they're enrolled in the class, but they would still retain the extra grade weighting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the second thing is that in terms of administrative process, so because Montgomery County and Loudoun County don't pay for those exams except for the students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, the families themselves and the students make that decision, do I want to take the test or not? And just like the SAT, they sign up for it and they pay for it online. Can someone walk me through what we're doing with this process in terms of who's registering these kids, who's paying the fee, and then when they hit +6, how is that? Is it a different process kicks in? Because even though we're saying we will pay for the test, some kids might take Calculus BC and said, oh my, that subject matter was way over my head. I'm not going to get a 3 or above. I'm not going to take the test. But so we obviously, as a system, to be economical, don't want to be paying, especially in the AP program, to sign up for kids for the first 6 if it turns out among those first 6 they don't even want to take that test. So has anybody thought yet about how this is going to be done? And if you haven't, unlike the other conversation, I'm perfectly okay if you still need to work out the details, and you can just tell me that and we'll call it a night.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just a few things. I mean, we still have details to work out for sure. It's a cleaner process on the IB side, I would say. Obviously, both for the AP and the IB programs, the school has to purchase the test to begin with. right? So the school has to order the tests for the students. So we already have that administrative record-keeping piece. And on the IB side, we're tracking the number of exams and scores for the diploma. We don't track it the same way on the AP side, and we don't have the coordinator support on the AP side that we do on the IB side. So we're a little bit better positioned in our IB schools than our AP schools, but we already have some infrastructure in place, and the piece now is going to be the tracking and the monitoring of the number of tests that students have accrued over the course of the 4 years.
As well as that, we'll now be asking students before we purchase the test, where we used to purchase 100% of tests for the 100% of the kids enrolled. Now we will be saying, hey, Johnny and Susie, do you want to be...
There will be an advisement process.
Yeah, the students and the families can indicate to the school system, if you're under your 6 tests, yes, I want it, please pay for it, and I'm planning to take it. No, I don't want to take the test, don't buy it for me. Correct?
Right, that's correct.
Thank you, Dr. Presidio.
All right, with that, we'll take the vote, and I do believe I will take Mrs. Schultz's suggestion to not read this one because it's a little bit longer. So all those in favor, raise your hand. Hove, Schultz, McLaughlin. All those opposed? Hines, Palchik, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Wilson, Derenak Kofax, and McElveen. That motion fails. I call on Ms. Schultz for an amendment.
I move to amend the main motion by A, reducing supplemental funding for online classes and having base schools provide the staffing, resulting in a savings of $0.9 million, and B, allocating these savings to reduce the impact in class size by $0.9 million.
Is there a second? Sure. Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Schultz?
I think we've said everything we need to say about looking and trying on this board to demonstrate in the budget, not in follow-on motions that we'll get to it later, that we should demonstrably make an effort on reducing class size. So vote for it, don't vote for it, that's okay. Your vote will speak volumes.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I hope I can maybe speak for a lot of people and limit the conversation. Ms. Schultz, while several times tonight we have all appreciated your efforts to dig deep into the budget, my issue is I've not had any ability to talk with staff about what does this actually mean in terms of the impact on the schools and how this then gets done. And so I will say going forward, something like this, I would have wanted at least our last budget work session to have the conversation.
This is one of the main budget task force recommendations. So this is directly from the
totally
budget.
understand
Let's let
that.
Ms. McLaughlin finish her comments.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Ms. Schultz, and I'm totally okay with that. But regardless of whether the budget task force identified it, there's a lot of things they identified that I didn't agree with them, including parking fees that don't even match the region. So if that logic would be another reason why I couldn't support it. The bottom line is it's about $1 million, and I'm not going to do something that affects the schools that I have no idea what this looks like. So I'm happy to have you keep this in your budget notes, and we bring this up first thing for FY19 budget preparation. But I just wanted to help you at least understand the work you put in to explain my vote for why I can't support it.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, this is on the list of 100 things that the task force came up with a couple of years ago. We also, we have not looked into it. I would have to ask staff right now at 11:57 what effect this would have on online classes, what effect it would have on base school staff. And this is just not a conversation we should be having tonight. Didn't know this was going to be a serious conversation tonight until 48 hours ago. And, you know, saying that vote for it, don't vote for it, your decision will speak volumes. I mean, I hope we can avoid that kind of rhetoric tonight. You know, if I'm voting against it, it's not because I don't care about class size. I really hope that we're not going to start going there tonight.
Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to ask staff to just give me the 1-minute explanation of what this would entail and what would the impact be. If the Budget Task Force supported it, it does seem to warrant an explanation to the board, even though it is obviously at the very last moment.
So put the timer on and I'll give you 60 seconds. So I would say the big picture issue is obviously we staff our schools based on the number of students that are enrolled in the school. At the high school level, in particular, students can take courses then at the online campus, and many students do. We have several thousand students typically in the course of a year that will take one or more classes online. So essentially what you have is you have staffing that's attributed to the school based on the total population, but some of the students are actually taking one or more classes online. They're often taking one or more classes online, though, in addition to what they're taking is a full load in the school. The other issue that I think is complicated when we have this conversation with high school principals is that it's not like you would just have a whole class of students, for example, 30 students taking Algebra 2 online. You might have 2 or 3 that are taking that and 5 or 6 that are taking something else. So it does present operational challenges and issues for the high school principals to staff their buildings. On the face of this, I think there's merit to consider it and to look into it, and that's how it showed up on the Budget Task Force recommendation list. But when we have conversation with high school principals, they have a lot of concerns about how they would actually operationalize it.
Thank you.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax? Ms. Schultz?
Yeah, just if we have a lot of issues about operationalizing something that the Budget Task Force recommended that has to do with online, and it's a question of whether we're paying somebody to teach online versus somebody in the building to teach it and staff the online component. I have concerns that we have a major problem in operationalizing, shifting curriculum that's being taught in a building that probably is actually being taught in 25 buildings that a kid wants to take online, and then we can't figure that out. And again, I don't want to go into extraordinary lengths, but the speaking volumes is that there's been every opportunity, and at every opportunity tonight, it doesn't matter what the item is, how high up the chain it is, which is going to be the next one, or how low down, or keeping it flat, or looking for the speaking volumes is it doesn't matter where it comes from in the budget. We found a way to get to know tonight, and that does speak volumes. And I don't pull back that language. I don't think it's rhetoric. I think it's actually a very substantive observation that it doesn't matter if it's fees, if it's ESOL, if it's administration, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. We found a way to get to know tonight, and that's okay, but the getting to know is going to speak volumes because we had a bare majority that voted to increase class size, and now it appears that we have a supermajority that wants to make sure that it stays increased and not find, even in the smallest ways, to ask staff. We have highly competent staff, highly competent central staff, highly competent administrators of our buildings, and if we ask for modest accommodations that reflect the value of this board, that class size matters and driving dollars back into the classroom matters, then we should be able to direct staff and the superintendent to do so, and we're choosing not to. And I stand by that statement.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
This one's intriguing, and with 0.9 million, you go, wow, that's really great, and its impact, we don't quite understand, but we do know it will have an impact on lower staffing for our high schools. Now, every one of our high schools is being impacted by the change in our staffing formula for classrooms. Actually, our high schools are being impacted at a greater rate than our elementary schools because we don't have a regulation for our high schools to make sure that certain classes don't get too big. And so, although I agree with you, it would be great to find $0.9 million. My concern is we're taking $0.9 million of staffing out of the high schools that have already been staffed. Additionally, the audit committee actually was presented with a report where they did do an audit of the online campus. And that audit showed that it was a pretty effective organization, but that it could actually, to be able to meet the continuously growing demands for online courses, it actually needs to have more support and become more robust. And so I think it's worth looking at, but once again, I think it's something that if we were to put this on our to-do list of, we know that online is growing, we know that there's greater demand, we know that the staffing supplements for online courses impact high schools. We know that our high schools are disproportionately impacted by the change in the staffing formula. It makes me uncomfortable. I can't support taking more resources out of our high schools without ensuring that we keep downward pressure on those classrooms in high school. And so I appreciate it. I think that we should, and this was brought up earlier, have a discussion about the 2019 budget starting this summer as part of a broader retreat or broader discussion amongst all of us, a brainstorming of what our priorities are, help that drive the budget process and connect it to the strategic plan.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
It's late and I don't want to really go down this road, but since we have gone down this road, I do want to say good governance again. Good governance is not bringing something up 48 hours ahead of time when you've had 27 opportunities to deal with it. It is midnight and we have so much more to go. I do not think this is the right way to do these things. This is my opinion. But if we haven't talked about this in one of our 27 meetings and we get flippant responses, you can vote for it or you can't, you can find a way to get to know. Maybe there could have been a way to get to maybe if we would have done it in one of our 27 meetings and not see it for the first time tonight.
Ms. Schultz?
Before we take the vote, look, the budget task force met last fall and has been meeting. This has been on every work table that we've had presented to us, all of the worksheets, our choice. This is not 48 hours in advance. It isn't a governance issue. This is a choice issue. This has been presented to the board for a very long time. I'm just bringing it up as an option to reduce class size.
All right, with that, we'll take the vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Palchik, Derenak Kaufax, McElveen. That motion fails with Ms. McLaughlin away from the table. I call on Ms. Schultz for an amendment.
Yes, I have a move to amend the main motion by A, reducing hourly salaries and operating expenses in the superintendent and deputy superintendent's office by $0.5 million and allocating these savings to reduce the impact of the increase in class size by $0.5 million.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Wilson. Ms. Schultz?
Yes, I spent a fair amount of time, as people know, with program budget. One of the surprising things to find in the program budget are in certain departments copious amounts of hourly salaries and operating expenses. There's $1 million of operating expenses in the Deputy Superintendent's office. Off the top of my head, about $206,000 in hourly salaries, plus, and that's just in one area of the Deputy Superintendent's office. And this is a potential opportunity for us to say, okay, well, we'll start from the very top. We'll find a way to tighten the reins on hourly salaries and operational expenses, and lead from the top. The pace of the leader is the pace of the pack, and I think it would demonstrate to the teachers in the classroom that we can fray even from the very top of the organization and direct the resources back into the classroom.
Mr. Wilson? Seeing, all right, Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
Aren't many of the hourly salaries associated with our temporary, for example, I've had a rash of temporary principals in my area and temporary building managers to fill in difficult times. Doesn't that come out of the hourly salaries? Yeah, it does. No?
Typically, that would be paid out of an acting school-based administrator account.
Is that it, Mrs. Corbett? All right, with that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Kofax, McElveen. All those abstaining? Mrs. Corbett-Sanders, are you abstaining? And with that, the motion fails. The motion fails. I call on Ms. Schultz for an amendment.
Deference to my colleagues who've shown no interest in raising the class floor from 18 to 19. I courteously yield 13.
And I should have said for those who are watching at home that Ms. Schultz had alerted the board earlier that she was withdrawing her amendment number 11 and amendment number 12. So we were on amendment number 13, and Ms. Schultz has withdrawn that amendment. So we are now back to the main motion, which will be projected on the screen, I'm told. All right, the motion is to adopt the FY 2018 approved budget as detailed in the FY 2018 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in this agenda item. A, eliminating the $100 athletic fee totaling $1.5 million. B, implementing an annual one-time $50 activity fee for high school students who participate in one or more extracurricular activities totaling $1.7 million. C, increasing the staffing reserve totaling $0.2 million. So that is the motion on the table. Is there discussion? Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. So is this our opportunity to actually talk about the budget?
This is our
All
opportunity
right.
to talk about the overall budget. Yes, it is, Ms.
Thank
Hines.
you. I'll try to keep, here we are after midnight. But I want to, first of all, thank Mr. Paris for boiling it down. We have a revenue problem. That's really, truly where we are. All of this pain, all this struggle that we have is because we have had one good news budget year in the last decade.
And we're back again to another bad news budget year. I looked up a Washington Post article from February 14th, and this was when the County Board of Supervisors got the proposed budget from the county executive. And the very beginning of the article says, talking about hard choices that the wealthy suburb, this wealthy suburb, must make as it struggles with tepid revenue. I don't know how those things fit in the same sentence. Wealthy suburb, tepid revenue. Year after year after year of this school system, the most important public investment in this community, being underfunded. Sharon Bulova, chair of the Board of Supervisors, is quoted in this article talking about the funding that's available as if she has no control over that. That's the other thing. Then maybe I want to make sure everybody understands, in Virginia, there's a structural problem with school funding. School boards in Virginia are dependent. We cannot raise revenue. We depend on other elected officials to raise revenue for the schools. We count on other people to be leaders in that. And I won't suggest that it's easy, but leadership means making hard and sometimes unpopular decisions because you have to keep that focus on investing in the community. We know that raising revenue is necessary for those investments. And as we sit here tonight and talk again about raising class size and talk about how, once again, we're not able to do what we know we need to do for our teacher salaries, we have to stretch out the investment that we started making last year in a teacher salary scale that is not competitive in this region. We are losing teachers, and we have to slow that down this year. The bottom line here is that year after year of this seriously risks the reputation of this school system and this whole community. There is a reputational risk to what we keep doing year after year. Not investing in this school system is not sustainable. So what I wish we had tonight, I wish we had our Board of Supervisors sitting in the audience here all night till right now and listening to us. I wish we had the General Assembly sitting in this room all night listening to us, watching how painful this is. I plan to take the public testimony video that we had at our budget public hearing a couple weeks ago and send it to everyone on the Board of Supervisors and all of our Northern Virginia delegation in the General Assembly, just so, because those messages are for them. If we could raise revenue, those messages would be for us, but we can't. Those messages are for them. So here we are, having to raise our hands, hold our nose and raise our hands for another budget that is not worthy of our kids, not worthy of our teachers, not worthy of our community. But we need to have a budget. So I will support the main motion.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I know it's really, really late, so I'll try to just hit the highlights. I will be supporting the budget. There are previous years where I've not, because I simply didn't feel that it reflected the values that we've promised our community. To the class size counts advocates, I hope they were watching tonight only to see that there are 12 members at this table who care deeply. We might see different ways to try and protect the classroom, but in the interest of solidarity, I do still believe that every single one of us, through our own lenses of examining a budget, believe that we were doing the best we could tonight. I want to thank my colleagues for your engagement tonight. At times, I know it's been difficult, but I actually feel like I at least understood where people were coming from. And to Ms. Schultz, I really do think you need to take this script and you need to put it into your FY19 binder, and we should go through everything that you've put forward to us as part of building the next year's budget. To staff who is still awake, and you've been through not just tonight, but countless other budget cycles too, all I can say is I'm happy to start tomorrow with at least my voice of saying, I hope we can find ways to really look at where we are directing our funds and how we can find ways to protect the classroom. And to Ms. Hines' point, when the General Assembly couldn't find the leadership and the ability to prevent the VRS acceleration, so we got hit with $25 million. Imagine tonight, everybody, if we'd had $25 million that we weren't paying toward the VRS repayment, that there's no reason that the General Assembly couldn't have given us that return to the normal repayment schedule. And so I do believe that there's something in the middle here in terms of we need to be as efficient as we can, but we do need to rely on a relationship with the Board of Supervisors in which there is a genuine commitment of being one of the wealthiest counties in the United States. We can't keep exhausting our taxpayers, our residents, our teachers, and our students with this kind of budget debating every year, and it is exhausting. Spending 9 months in our communities talking about the budget takes away from us doing the best work we're supposed to do, which is how do we innovate the learning experience in the classroom. And I want everybody to know I am committed to that. And to Ms. Koufax and Mr. Moon, thank you for herding the 12 of us cats. I appreciate the tolerance shown for those of us who felt we still needed to bring amendments tonight.
Mrs. Strauss.
I want to thank the hard work that everybody has put into this budget. We are all very tired of having tough budget years. I particularly want to thank Kristen Michael and your staff and your unending patience with all of us and the community. This is just, it is, not only is it difficult work, it's discouraging work. Thank you, Dr. Lockhart. Thank you, Mr. Paris, for always being honest. It's very helpful. I find it ironic that as a country, there's a strong consensus that we need more than any time in our history an educated citizenry. We need to expand and grow our economy with high-level jobs, jobs that require training, high-level training. Fairfax County, every leader in Fairfax County talks about the need to expand our industries, not be dependent on government contracting, looking at IT, looking at basically white-collar work. And Stephen Foster and the advisors from George Mason, they talk about how important the quality of our schools are to the quality of living in Fairfax County and to the state. Everybody agrees on that. And yet, as Ms. Hines said, we've had one year out of the last 10 where we didn't have to make significant cuts. Where is the high ground? Where is the determination in our state and in our county and in our nation, let's be honest, to actually educate our children to the level that we know we need, our children need, our country needs, and the global economy needs? It really is too bad about what we talk about public schools and public education for our children, and then what we seem to fail to understand that we have to pay for it. So that's a little discouraging, but everybody has worked so incredibly hard. So I thank you very, very much. And everybody is doing more work because we have fewer resources to do the heavy lifting. We remain incredibly dedicated to our children and our teachers in our classroom. This is the first time that I have seen the Principals Association and the principals come and talk to us so honestly about our need to pay our teachers more. We are dead in the water if we can't attract and keep good personnel in our classrooms. And they spoke as one voice to warn us, we must pay our teachers more. And that in fact, was our single most objective in this budget. We've made a lot of other sacrifices to do it, and we still didn't really hit the goal that we would have liked with pay increases. But we will succeed in increasing pay. So thank you to everybody for your hard work. Mr. Anna Koufax, Mr. Moon for herding the cats. You did a good job. And for everybody else, it's late. We patiently listened to each other and tried to do the best that we could. But again, I think a very patient staff sitting over here You answered so many questions. And we've at least got a balanced budget. But I sure hope we could get out of this rut and actually do what we know is needed for the children here in Fairfax County and in this country. Thanks.
Ms. Schultz?
Sadly, I'm not going to be supporting this budget. I feel like staff did everything we asked you to. Everything and more. You did the heavy lifting for us. You delivered Herculean amounts of information to help us make decisions. Mr. Paris, you were a master behind the scenes. Dr. Lockhart, in your interim position, you have risen to an occasion and guided us when you certainly didn't expect to be doing so. The real issue to me is the direction that came from this board, and that we chose the muscle memory of solving this budget again on the backs of teachers and on the backs of classrooms. And we made choices, and that's okay. And the board will own the choices that they made and the consequences of those choices. But one of the things I thought was interesting tonight was when Ms. Evans made mention of a past fee, I forget which kind of fee, and that it took years to get it back out again. Years. Once you start levying fees, once you start raising classroom sizes, you don't just get that back. That becomes an irrevocable change for years to come. And that is not for this next year and then we'll solve it. You know, we bemoan already that, I mean, we're already talking about we can't solve this year's problems in the fiscal 18 budget because fiscal 19 is going to be so bad we can't fix it now. And that to me is on the 12 of us solely. It does not in any way defray the amount of work that the staff has done. It does not in any way defray what Dr. Lockhart and Mr. Paris have done leading the staff at our behest. It has to do with what has come from this board and where the will of this board is to direct the staff, because we're the ones that are in charge. It's not the staff's budget. It's not the superintendent's budget. It's not the system's budget. It's ours. And this is don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. And we went to raise class size when there's a national teacher shortage, when there are total compensation issues in certain lanes of our teaching profession in Fairfax County, when we're quote unquote ostensibly losing teachers to neighboring jurisdictions, that's their workplace. And when you raise class size, you're also cutting teachers. Those are cutting teachers' jobs. So we're saying that there are going to be 2,180 more students, and yet we're cutting teachers. So I don't believe that this reflects the values of the people who I represent. It doesn't represent my values in bringing the money in a $2.8 billion budget back to the classroom, putting the teachers and the classroom and the kids in the classroom learning first. It was making hard decisions in other places and choosing to direct the revenue that we got. We can bemoan the revenue all we want, but the revenue is the revenue. The taxpayers in Fairfax County said overwhelmingly they were not going to give us any more money with the meals tax. They said it. And we knew right then that the gauntlet had been laid and that our task was a very weighty one coming into this year. And I would have hoped that everything would have been driven to preserve class size, preserve the workload on teachers, preserve families who've already rejected, quote unquote, more tax, by saying, don't fee us into solving your budget. You solve the budget. That's what we elected you to do. You are the fiscal stewards. You are the governors. You are supposed to be the servant leaders. And I don't feel like, as a servant leader, that this is reflective of getting the dollars into the classroom, and certainly not in certain areas of the county where you have classrooms bursting at the seams and teacher workload issues. I want to value them, and I am going to value them by saying no to this budget.
Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. So I'm trying to go back and find our last presentation. There is some bad news, but there's also a lot of good news for tonight. So I'm going to try to start with some of that. I am proud to say that now for our second year, since 4 of us have been on this board, we've been able to do a step in an MSA for our teachers. And I think that is critical, very important, and something I hope we can continue to do and will continue to do moving forward. In addition, well, they have left us. They were here for most of the evening, but we were able to compensate our parent liaisons. They work immense hours, way beyond what they are paid, and so and provide great support. It is very late for our students. In addition, I'm trying to find some of the other pluses of our budgets. We did have some compromises. I think that were really important. Originally, we were looking at increasing class size by 1 student. We have reduced that to half a student. We were looking at increasing the staffing floor, which would have affected some of our neediest classrooms. We cut that in half as well and found other places to make cuts, including in central office. Unfortunately, we will not be able to do everything we wanted to improve our teacher salaries and our other salary scales, but we are moving forward step by step, and we will get there. We've made great improvements to our transitional high school redesign. I want to thank the staff, Rich Polio and all his leadership, and Dr. Presidio, and I hope that we can see more of our students getting the support they need to graduate on time. There are a lot of things that we aren't able to do in this budget. I wanted to start with the things we can do this year. I also want to thank Mr. Paris, who is here, I believe, beyond his time with us. He's still here. It is 12:30. You've been free for 30 minutes. We owe you half an hour. We owe you more than that. But I appreciate everything you have done. Beyond your really fabulous words tonight, on point, you are showing just how committed our staff are here in Fairfax County Public Schools, and you will be greatly missed. As he said, we do have a revenue problem here. I will repeat, the meals tax did not pass. The county increase was minimal. The state increase was minimal, and our requirements greatly outdid those increases. I also want to remind our citizens here that June 13th is primary day in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and November 7th is an election day. We do vote every year, and we have elections across the state this year. So please make sure that you get out there and you vote for education and for our public schools, because frankly, I think every single one of us here on this board wants to look at a brighter budget in years to come. And it is important that we get that funding. One of the wealthiest counties in the nation, a very wealthy state that has gone from top 10 funding education to bottom 43rd. So I want to thank everyone for everything we've done. I think it's been tough. It would have been a little bit less tough had we not been in this situation. And we're about to end the budget, and I hope you realize that we're starting again with fiscal year 19 very soon. So please continue to be engaged, share your feedback, and I will be supporting this budget, not with a super happy face, but hopefully we will in years to come. It is very late. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon-Sanders?
Thank you. This has been a really tough period of time. And it's been a tough period of time because of the tremendous challenge on budgets. I mean, we are 43rd in the nation in state funding. We don't get the funding from the federal government that we should. And we had an acceleration of an obligation to pay back. So this has been starting to be a very difficult year. I think that as difficult as it was, we also have a lot, as Ms. Palchik mentioned, to be thankful for the spirit of compromise that the people on this board really focused on over the past several months. But there's more work to be done, and I think the follow-on motions will address some of the work to be done, but it also tees up a period of how we're going to do things going forward. And I look at this year and I say, you know, our focus has been on making sure that we prioritized our teachers, and we did that through an infusion of money for teacher pay, as well as preserving the ERFC going forward, and a commitment to work together with the county on the ERFC and the FCERS and the pension. We also have a commitment to a budget task force going on as an advisory group that's going to work with the school system to take deeper dives. That's progress. We have a commitment to having an alignment of the budget with the strategic plan. That's progress. We have quite a bit to be thankful for, but most importantly, we have to be thankful for the men and women in this system that work incredibly hard every single day to try to do the best that they can do to benefit our children. And that starts at the top. Dr. Lockhart, I am incredibly grateful for the servant leadership that you have offered this system at a time when it wasn't expected. And so thank you. And Mr. Paris, you and Dr. Lockhart make an incredible team, and your willingness to jump in, even though you had other plans, including fishing, is greatly appreciated. And so team, thank you. To all the teachers, parent liaisons, administrators out there, thank you for what you do every single day. And this budget isn't everything we wanted, but we promise that we will start working tomorrow to maybe next week, okay. Oh, that's true. It's Friday now. I apologize. So we'll work after the break and to do the best we can. Thank you.
So I do want to remind everybody, we're not quite done. After this, we do have some follow-on motions. However, I do want to give my thank yous as well to Mrs. Derenak Koufax and Mr. Moon. Thank you so much for all that you have done to guide this effort through You're signaling me? All right. Well, then I will stop my remarks. And no, go ahead, Mr. Wilson. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you letting me step on your final remarks there. I just wanted to echo that I appreciate Ms. Palchik's noting the many positive things in the budget, and also Ms. Corbett-Sanders mentioning all of the challenges that we faced and worked through as a board. And I want to thank Ms. Derenak Koufax and Mr. Moon for shepherding us through this process, which is a very difficult and long one. And I am very proud of the fact that we were able to maintain our promise to our teachers on our commitment to salaries. And although there were disappointments during the year, and I would include the vote on ERFC in that category, this budget does have a lot of good things in it. Unfortunately, I will not be supporting it tonight because I do not believe we worked hard enough to avoid imposing a fee on our families in our schools. And that's a real problem. And I think we just didn't do good enough on that point. And I also believe that there were members of this board who came up with I believe, many good ideas, and time after time, we chose to not apply funds that we could find in other places in the budget and to prioritize that to mitigate any class size increase. And so for those reasons, I won't be supporting the budget, but I am very proud of the work that we've done. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Wilson. So I will continue with my hopefully brief remarks. Dr. Lockhart, I do want to thank you for your leadership on this. You have done a fine job picking up when you did and doing a great job with us. Mr. Paris, we will miss you very much, and we appreciate your eloquent words tonight. Kristen Michael and Susan Quinn, I don't know how many meetings, how many questions. I know there were a lot, so many that I think we've lost track. So, we do appreciate your absolutely tireless efforts. I agree that after a decade of cutbacks and cutbacks and cutbacks, we are seeing that it is taking a toll. But at the same time, I think it's important to, as Ms. Palchik started with her conversation, that we do amazing work in the school system every day. And we do it in large part because of the stellar team that we have, starting with the people in this room and going through every school in our system. We just have amazing people. And I think we have recognized that in wanting to reward our teachers. We know that we need to do better with pay, and we have started doing that. We are doing it slower than we would like, but we are doing it. We need to make sure we don't forget our support staff, who are critical to our mission as well. And I too am very, very pleased that we have finally gotten started on getting parent liaisons to where they are. So with that, I will call for the vote on the main motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hines, Palchik, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Koufax, and McElveen. All those opposed? Huff, Schultz, and Wilson. That motion passes.
Ms. Evans, I don't know, point of something.
I need to call on Ms. Derenak Koufax for a housekeeping motion. Ms. Derenak Koufax?
Okay. After this.
I move that the division superintendent be authorized to take whatever actions are necessary to implement the decisions made by the school board relative to its FY 2018 approved budget, and that all policies and regulations inconsistent with the budgetary motions passed tonight are hereby modified and amended accordingly, and the division superintendent is to be granted authority to make all necessary minor changes and technical modifications to the budget and to salary scales to comply with the intent of the school board with regard to its budget actions.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous with Mr. Wilson. Oh, no, that's unanimous. We now have 8 follow-on motions.
Madam Chair, could you take a 2-minute break?
Certainly, we can take a 2-minute break.
Thank you.
And we now go to the follow-on motions. I call on Ms. Hines for a follow-on motion.
I move to direct the superintendent as part of the FY 2017 final budget review to prioritize setting aside funding of $1.7 million to add 20 positions to the staffing reserve in FY 2018 to mitigate the impact of the class size increase.
Seconded by Mrs. Strauss. Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to this?
Well, in the interest of time, I think everybody understands what this does. I got to roughly 20 positions by looking at the number of schools, elementary schools, that would be affected by the class size increase. And then I looked at how many of them already have large class sizes. And I was concerned that we would not have enough funding in the staffing reserve in order to make sure that we maintain our caps at elementary. So this is why I wanted to add 20 positions or $1.7 million to the staffing reserve to make sure that we can do that.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I'm ready to vote.
All right. If there's no one else wanting to speak, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Hines, Palchik, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Koufax, and McElveen. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Schultz. That follow-on motion passes. I call on Mr. Moon for a follow-on motion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, this is a joint motion from me and Mrs. McLaughlin. I'm going to read the motion, but I'm be asking Mrs. McLaughlin to briefly talk about the motion. I move to direct the superintendent as part of the FY 2017 final budget review to prioritize setting aside funding to provide a one-time bonus for employees who will not receive a salary increase as a result of the compensation adjustments included in the FY 2018 approved budget. A placeholder should be included in the superintendent's recommendations for the FY 2017 final budget review, and options for a bonus should be presented to the school board at the work session on the FY 2017 final budget review scheduled for July 17, 2017.
Second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. Moon? Ms.
I
McLaughlin?
yield my time to Mrs. McLaughlin.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Just briefly, as we shared with our colleagues, we think it's very important that all of our employees find that in FY18 budget year that they are not making less money than they did the year prior. And given the cost of inflation, healthcare increases, we think it's important that we do our best. And this follow-on motion helps direct the superintendent to at least try and make sure we keep our employees whole. So we hope you'll support this directive, which again, it's setting a priority. It doesn't set anything in stone until we make ultimate decisions at the year-end budget review.
Thank you for that succinct description. Seeing no lights, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Hines, Palchik, Schultz, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Derenak Koufax, and McElveen. That is unanimous with Mrs. Huff and Mr. Wilson away from the table. Thank you. And that motion passes. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for a motion.
I move to direct the superintendent as part of the FY 2017 final budget review to prioritize setting aside funding of $1.6 million to increase the substitute pay rate for all substitutes who have a minimum of a bachelor's degree.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Schultz. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, ever so briefly. I hope my colleagues will support this. It's not setting anything in stone. It's setting a direction to the superintendent to look at this as an important priority. We have heard from our teachers, we've heard from our principals that the adjustments we made to substitute pay has been problematic. So we will have more time to review what this would look like by year end at a work session, but I hope people will support this follow-on motion as direction to the superintendent.
Ms. Schultz? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Dearnett Kofax, and McElveen. That motion fails. I call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for a motion.
I move to instruct the superintendent to work with our employee organizations to develop a plan for addressing employees feeling overwhelmed by workload raised in the recent employee surveys and by speakers before the school board. This strategy is in line with achieving our strategic plan IGNITE goals of creating a caring culture of student success and resource stewardship. The plan should be presented to the school board for discussion and action in the fall of 2017 prior to deliberating on the fiscal year 2019 budget.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Moon. Ms. Corbett Sanders?
We have repeatedly heard from our employee organizations as well as in the context of our budget deliberations that the number one word that has come up in surveys is a feeling of being overwhelmed. And using that word as being overwhelmed, it has been attributed to all sorts of reasons. And so rather than attributing it to multiple reasons and not really understanding it and understanding how we can mitigate against the feeling of being overwhelmed, I think it's time to set a priority for us to look at how we can address these concerns. Many of those concerns, or some of the concerns, may be addressed by changing our workload or the way in which we do things. Some things may need some investments of budgetary dollars to provide relief in the classroom or in the buildings. And so rather than going into next budget year, which will likely be difficult, without having a vision on how to address these concerns, I would suggest we need to do it.
Mr. Moon?
Pass.
Ms. Hines?
I'm sorry, I know it's late. I really want to support this because it feels so good, but my concern is that I think that the connection to the budget is so tenuous. I don't understand why it's a budget follow-on motion. And I feel like it's a conversation that we need to have, but we can't have it tonight. And again, I don't know that it's appropriately here anyway, so I don't think I'll be supporting it, even though we need to do this.
All right, with that, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Palchik, Schultz, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Wilson, Dearnett Kofax, McElveen. All those opposed? Hines, McLaughlin. All those abstaining? Huff. That motion passes. I call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for a motion.
I'm going to suggest that I not do motion 5, but go directly to motion 6.
Thank you.
5? Okay, I'll throw.
Okay, so
Okay.
You're going to motion 6?
I thought I would combine them. No?
It's
Okay.
up to you, Mrs. Corbett.
Let me go ahead and do motion 5 since it's been out there then. I move to instruct the superintendent to prioritize the use of the staffing reserve to supplement supports for the largest sized math and science classrooms in secondary school.
Seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Ms. Corbett Sanders.
As I've mentioned multiple times tonight, the high schools and middle schools have been most dramatically impacted by the class size changes or the staffing formula. And we've heard repeatedly the challenges in those in the upper level math classes as well as science classrooms, that there are so many students that they can't do the experiments because they're just too big of a class. And so therefore, this doesn't allocate funds, it just sets a priority to relieve stress on those classrooms in the middle and high school.
Mrs. Schultz?
Pass.
Ms. Hines?
Oh, again, I apologize. I have already heard from some people about worries that what does this mean for other kinds of classes? Does that mean that we're going to be putting teachers in math and science classrooms and not in English classrooms? Does it mean we're going to be putting teachers in high schools and not in elementary schools? So I don't know that I can vote for this because I don't know if that's a real concern, and mostly because I don't know how this actually gets implemented. And this is where, even though we have a late hour here, if we're going to take this thing seriously, I feel like I need to ask staff to tell me how you do this. So, for example, how does this actually play out? A high school teacher, one high school principal asks for another math teacher, another high school principal asks for another English teacher. You give the math teacher but not the English teacher, or you give the math teacher but not the art teacher, or you're the math teacher but not the French teacher. How do we even do this?
That's a good question. I think it's going to have to be school by school, looking at, the focus here is on math and science classrooms, right? There's not an easy one-size-fits-all approach to this. I think the intent of the follow-on motion is to keep our eye on those class sizes at the secondary level in those areas, which we can commit to do, but I can't tell you the cookie-cutter approach that I'd use in every place because I don't think there is one.
So then it's more of a message that we care about math and science classrooms, which of course we do, but again, I worry we also care about other kinds of classrooms, and we haven't had a full conversation about that prioritization, and so again, sounds good, but I don't feel like I can support it tonight.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So having both a sister and a brother-in-law who are college professors, and what it takes to review English papers and long papers, I appreciate very much where Ms. Corbett-Sanders is coming from, but honestly, I don't know why the math teacher who can actually run a multiple choice test versus the English teacher who's got to grade 5-page papers times 150 kids. How are we communicating to our English teachers that their workload and the size of their class is any less challenging? And so that's why I worry about this one. I get the science classroom because I want kids to be able to do experiments, but singling out math doesn't make sense to me because math versus English, I think it's a bad message to our teachers. So I'm a little bit more with Ms. Hines on this one. It's well-intentioned. I'm going to be honest, I'm angry that we're doing this now because some of us wanted to postpone for 2 weeks so we could be thoughtful and talk to each other. And now we're just up, down voting on follow-on motions. So Ms. Corbett-Sanders, I apologize in advance, but this is how bad decisions get made by our board forcing these votes tonight. So had I more time, I might be able to understand more where you're going with this. But right now, with this, lickety split, I can't vote for it right now.
Mrs. Huff?
Yes, thank you. Similar to Ms. Hines, my concern with this is not the intent. I think the intent is excellent, and I actually appreciate the comment specifically to secondary school, but I do not feel like I'm in a position or have the knowledge to decide what should be prioritized from the staffing reserve, so I'm reluctant to direct the superintendent how to do that because I haven't heard from the superintendent and from educators how it should be prioritized. And my hope would be that they would be doing this work and prioritizing the staffing reserve where it is most needed. And at this point, would like to just go forward knowing that they will be doing that. Possibly if it was more general, just a secondary school, I would support it, but I do not have enough information at this point to support it.
Mrs. Strauss?
Just very briefly, I think the motivation is exactly where we would like to be. I don't think there's enough money in the reserve to be able to, other than on a Wednesday or Tuesday, and I know our people will do that anyway because that's what they do. But this is being able to bring down some of the large classes at the secondary level is going to have to be a task for another day. But I appreciate the motivation. Thanks.
I also appreciate the motivation, and I've had conversations with Ms. Corbett-Sanders, and I certainly appreciate the goal here. But like some of my colleagues, I think it's a mistake to start dictating what priorities are in the staffing reserve, because the very reason for having it is to deal with unusual situations, a sudden influx at this location or another, or a need for a lower class size at a math or a science school, or a math or a science class, or could be an English class. So for that reason, I won't be supporting either this amendment or the one following it. With that, all those in favor, raise your hand. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mrs. Schultz.
I'm not sure whether Ms. Corbett-Sanders would accept, and because I didn't talk to her about this in advance, a friendly amendment to just largest, taking out sized math and in that way, some of our largest classrooms in secondary could be potentially defrayed. So it's up to her if she's willing to accept. Okay, so I'm going to friendly amendment this to just for the largest classrooms in secondary schools.
All right, I will respond to that by saying I still won't support it, because then that suggests that it's more important in secondary schools than in primary schools and elementary schools. And Ms. Corbett-Sanders and I had this conversation as well, which is why I feel perfectly prepared to vote on this tonight, because I understand that there's a cap on elementary class sizes, but there are other needs at elementary schools. So if we're prioritizing both elementary schools and secondary schools, then they balance each other out. So with that, we have a different, we have taken out, Ms. Corbett-Sanders has taken out math and science.
So it says largest sized classrooms in secondary
schools. All right, with that.
Can I?
Okay, I guess we have another round of comments on that. Ms. Huff?
Just quickly, my question would be to Dr. Lockhart. Is this something different than you would do if we didn't have this follow on here?
I'm just reading it again and thinking about prioritizing the use of the staffing reserve. No, I don't know that we'd prioritize the use of the staffing reserve to specifically own here. I think we're always watching and monitoring those class sizes, but I think this adds another layer to what are we, how are we going about doing that? And so.
And is that helpful then?
Yes and no. Yeah, we are looking at class sizes. I think it's difficult, like I said, our high schools are so complex the way way classes get scheduled and how students enroll for them. And so that's why earlier when I was asked the question, how would we do this? We need to do a little bit of work, because there isn't a way that works for every single school.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Just briefly then, the reason I think that is an important question and to listen to is because there are a lot of follow-on motions, and I want to make sure that we aren't, when we need to follow up on these motions, to make sure that the superintendent and staff is able to do what we're asking, to clutter it with things that I have confidence are going to be doing anyway. It just makes me more hesitant to put more follow-on motions, because I would like them to focus. I think we've passed a couple earlier that are going to be impactful and helpful, whereas this feels to me, I don't know how it should be prioritized. We made the decision in the budget to raise class size, and now we have to hand it over from the operational standpoint and trust that they're going to mitigate that as best as possible.
All right, with that, I'll call for the vote.
Well, can I just respond very quickly?
Certainly.
We have a limitation on the size of classrooms in elementary school. And we have limitations on the size of other classrooms when it's a special needs or a high needs English language learning class and others. And so what this does is it says we need to look at our secondary schools that have the largest size classrooms. And the secondary schools are the schools that were most impacted by the new staffing formula. Every single middle and high school in this county was impacted, not every elementary school. And so this just says, if we have to choose between one or the other, and there are tough decisions, we need to understand if this school has already been hit hard, can we give them some supports? And these are the schools that are hit harder than any others, and that's our secondary schools. So that's why this is an interim solution, dealing with it in the near term. And then my next follow-on is more similar, and this is what I originally said. I'll just skip 5 because I had a feeling. But I would like to vote on this and then talk about why we need to pick up on what Dr. Locker just said, which is do some heavy thinking and put together a strategy of how to deal with class sizes.
All right. With that, I'll call for the motion. Mr. Moon?
Just briefly, I'm not going to support either 5 or 6. I'm so sorry. At this point at night, 1 o'clock, I don't know what these motions actually do. In operationalizing them, I just cannot picture them, so I am unable to support at this point.
All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. Schultz, Corbett, Sanders. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Huff, Strauss, Evans, Moon, McLaughlin, Wilson, Derenak Koufax, McElveen. That motion fails. Ms. Corbett Sanders?
I'm going to edit this a little to try to address the concerns, but I move to instruct the superintendent to develop a strategy for decreasing class sizes at the middle and high schools, for decreasing class sizes, beginning with the middle and high schools in the first phase of the plan. The strategy is in line with achieving our strategic plan IGNITE goals of creating a caring culture, student success, and resource stewardship. The plan should be presented to the school board for discussion and action in the fall of 2017 prior to deliberating on the fiscal year 2019 budget. So what this is about, folks, oh, go ahead. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Mrs. Schultz.
Okay, I'm going to second it just to give Ms. Corbett Sanders courtesy.
The purpose of this is to really start the work and have the work done so that it can inform the budget process next year. In the same way that we developed a strategy for addressing salaries and compensation for all of our workforce, we need to do the same deliberate approach to developing a strategy for class size. And it is something that it doesn't cost anything. It really allows us to focus our work in line with a caring culture to inform our decision making that's going to have to take place next fall.
Ms. Schultz?
Pass.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll have to abstain on this one. I feel like we need more time to talk about this. And so I think Mrs. McLaughlin said that apparently some board members were hoping we would table or postpone discussion of these follow-on motions for a couple weeks. I do think we need some time to talk about it. My concern is that with respect, Ms. Corbett Sanders, I don't think any of these follow-ons needed to wait until this week to come to us. I think we could have had the time to talk about it. And I know we've all been busy and sometimes ideas come to you, but we don't need to be digging into this tonight at this hour. So I'll abstain, and if it doesn't pass, I hope that you bring it back to us.
Ms. Huff?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders. I can support this. I think it speaks to developing a strategy. In the conversation, I believe staff could come back to us and say in the strategy that maybe 30 is not the right number or something else is the right number, but it does indicate that we need to take care of our students from K through 12. We are doing it at the elementary school level. It's not perfect, but it's helped. And there is a lot of strain for our students at the middle and high school level as well as for our teachers. So I think getting to a strategy that addresses it is important.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I know there was conversation earlier about friendly amendments. I could get behind this in terms of if we deleted math and just said with an emphasis on science, because I think, okay, so it's just, oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was on the last one. So I will say, since we already do this at the elementary school level, we absolutely now need to think about how we're going to address this at the middle and high school level. I'm very worried about our teachers, and when we are getting above 30, it is impacting quality instruction. So thank you for your modifications. I am fully supportive of it because I only see something good coming out of this one.
Ms. Derenak-Kofax?
So you took out math and science, correct? And I would ask that you just say prior to rather than the fall, given the fact that, you know, where we are in our, because this.
I'm fine with that.
Let's just take out the fall. And so you already took out math and science, and you just say prior to deliberating on the FY 2019 budget. And it's just asking for, what I'm seeing it as is something that will be conducted in a work session for us to look at. Is that your goal?
It's to put as a priority addressing this in the same way we did for salaries.
Okay.
So again, why I think this is worthwhile, I do think now we're getting into the realm of things that we typically will bring to a forum and ask to prioritize as a work session. So I won't be supporting it as a follow-on motion. With that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Palchik, Huff, Schultz, Corbett-Sanders, McLaughlin, Wilson, Derenak-Kofax. All those opposed? Strauss, Evans, Moon. All those abstaining? Hines and McElveen. That motion passes. I call on Mrs. Huff. Mrs. Huff?
I move to direct the superintendent to develop a line of business process reflective of the unique needs of FCPS in order to educate the community on the array of services provided and to receive stakeholder input for the school board to identify programs and/or services for review with the goal of improving efficiency and effectiveness.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Ms. Huff?
Thank you. So there have been some comments made tonight that I think are important to this follow-on motion. Comments such as FY19 is going to be as tough as FY18. And I feel like the method we've been using isn't working. And there's also a comment made that every year we're cutting around the edges. All of the low-hanging fruit is gone. And so I think this is important work that will help us avoid being in a situation where we have the strings community pitted against the language immersion community, where we have class size pitted against teacher compensation. And I appreciate that Dr. Lockhart is marching forward with the task force. And I think that this is a complement to that. The task force, as I understand it, will be identifying a couple of items to take a deep dive with community members who have a specific professional background in finances. I think that having this work done will help us going forward to know what should the next thing that the task force takes on, and how do we continue to annually get through our budget, and possibly this lines of business isn't something that's happening annually, or most likely not happening annually, preferably not happening annually. But if we are doing it on every 2 years, but really working our way through the budget in a regular manner, but beginning with this, committing to doing this for FY19 and possibly not necessarily recognizing the efficiencies and effectiveness for FY19, but certainly for FY20 then. But I do think it is an important step in starting to try and do things a little bit differently.
Mrs. Schultz?
Yield.
Ms. Hines?
Thank you. So I'm just not sure about this. My experience with line of business review was the county LOBS, right? Was it last year, I think? And as I recall, it was very time-consuming, very staff-heavy. They had many meetings. Their staff had a lot of responsibility to do this. That's my recollection. And I sat in on some of the LOBS presentations, and at least for my sake, I did not find them all that enlightening. And I don't know whether the Board of Supervisors really got that much out of them. It felt a little bit like a work session where the departments were presenting what they do, and they were talking about, I guess, what it costs. But I don't know. I didn't see it as the silver bullet that some people said they thought it was going to be. And I know that, to my mind, some kind of independent review is somehow better. And so I'm thinking about the fact that our finance staff and our staff in general is going to be busy in the next year working with the superintendent's budget task force. Now, I know that they'll be biting off, maybe a half a dozen things that they're going to look at, maybe a few more. They will be lines of business, but they won't be all lines of business, I guess. But knowing that the superintendent's budget task force also takes a lot of staff time and support to do what it does, I don't know that it's wise for us to ask staff to do both of those things at the same time. So that's my hesitation about this follow-on. And I don't know if Ms. Michael or Mrs. Quinn at this hour wants to weigh in a little bit about whether we could do both of these things at the same time, just capacity-wise. Maybe Dr. Lockhart, we haven't really had time to talk about this or think about it. So that's the problem really that I'm having as well. It's not a bad idea. And, I hate to be a broken record, but when things come to us in the last week and we haven't had time to ask questions like this, it's hard for me to support them.
Ms. McLaughlin?
So I do recall that in the 5.5 years I've been on the board that there's been several board members who have promoted doing a lines of business, and I do actually think that the board of supervisors have asked why the school board hasn't wanted to engage in this type of examination of the budget. I'm willing to support this, Ms. Huff. I actually think that this is a very reasonable board and that we could, at a work session, have staff present a plan of what lines of business would look like. That would be reasonable. But I would actually say that it would be appropriate for the public to wonder, what are we so unwilling to do here? Yes, we can always be mindful of staff time, but if the county has taken the time to walk through their budgets and help raise public awareness of what their services are, there's something to be said for that. I do very much understand Ms. Hines' concerns, and that's why I think that passing this with the understanding, and we're all on camera, and so you can pull up the MP3 that says, staff can come bring a proposal that they think is reasonable, but that is beneficial. But what we've been doing for the past 5.5 years I've been on the board, and even the years prior when I was a citizen, we have not been doing something that is helpful to having a deeper understanding of what's in the budget and having the board, not just the board understand this budget better, but the public and even our funding authorities. So I thank you, Ms. Huff, for bringing this forward, and I'll support it.
Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to support this motion. Based upon what I've heard of what Board of Supervisors did with their lines of business review, did not really result in a lot of saving or generating efficiency of their operation. But they spent a lot of time. I am not sure I, as a one board member, can put in more time than I have been spending, so far. So at least I believe that we need to wait until we have a new superintendent come in and give a new superintendent some time to think about how to approach our budget for the future years and have some discussion rather than making this decision tonight.
Ms. Derenak Kaufax?
I have talked to several members of the boards of supervisors whose names will remain anonymous, and they had called the process not particularly productive and not fruitful. More of a dog and pony show, but it didn't yield a lot of efficiencies. Hence the reason the suggestion was made to have more staff time working together with them as well as leaders, the budget chair, whoever that is next year, combined with the chair, whoever that is next year, working with their budget chair and their and the chairman of the board, Sharon Bulova. That was how that's how that group came to be. And also just reminding that the staff does build the budget every year from the ground up based upon what we see, what our enrollment projections are, what we need, and so I will not be inclined to support this.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
In an effort to try to blend what Mrs. Hines said and what Mrs. Huff has on her motion, can I suggest that we modify the motion to say I move to direct the superintendent to work with the new budget task force to develop a process for reflecting on the unique needs of FCPS in order to educate the community and kind of meld the two, that doing the line of business, have the task force identify those areas that need the deep dive and to prioritize those as their first actions. Something like that. I apologize, it's really late and I mumble. I usually go to bed by about 10:30.
So I'm going to take a turn here and say I am going to oppose this amendment. I agree with my colleagues who have said that the lines of business that the Board of Supervisors engaged in, I've heard supervisors say that it wasn't particularly useful, but it was hugely time consuming, and I don't see us wanting to commit ourselves to a huge amount of time without knowing that it's going to be useful. So do I have go-backs? Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. I also, following along those lines, I think staff has come up with a much better process for us. I appreciate Dr. Lockhart looking at what we've done in the past and trying to find an efficient way to do deep dives one at a time and to find some true savings. From my understanding of what Ms. Corbett-Sanders is proposing, it's very similar to what the superintendent is already doing, right? And so I too have heard the concerns, and especially from my colleagues who do raise concerns, rightly so, of how much staff time and our time is spent on certain processes. I think that Dr. Lockhart has come up with a much better proposition for us, so I will not be supporting this.
All right, unless there's are you? All right, I'm going to call for the vote unless you want to. All right, Ms. Huff.
So I just want to make a couple of comments, and this wasn't just put up last week or this week. It's actually the same exact motion I put up a year ago, and I also mentioned it at the last budget meeting, and no one asked any questions at that time. I said I was going to bring this forward, and I said I was going to bring it forward as I did last year. So although I understand it's late and people are working hard, This is not last minute. And I've also heard the arguments that the Board of Supervisors have done it. The fact of the matter is we can do it differently, we can do it better, and I think that just because one body tried to do it one way doesn't mean you throw the whole option out. What I do know is that we're doing the same thing over and over again, and we're ending up having the same conversations. As far as staff time, there were 115 budget questions asked this budget season, and you can look at them. They're separated by department, they're separated by programs, and by going through this process, we're actually allowing ourselves and staff to do it in a systematic way. I heard comments tonight that I'd asked that budget question a long time ago, and I think it's up there, but I haven't even read it because I asked it so long ago. So instead of just throwing budget questions out and then having answers not even necessarily in context of how we look at the whole budget, I just think this is a more responsible way and possibly a more efficient use of our time and staff's time. So I hope that I can have some support for this.
All right, with that, I'm going to take a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Huff, Schultz, McLaughlin, Wilson. All those opposed? Hines, Palchek, Strauss, Evans, Moon, Dearnett Koufax, McElveen. All those abstaining? Corbett Sanders. That motion fails. I call on Ms. McLaughlin for a motion.
Last but not least, I move that the school board direct the superintendent and staff to work with ERFC trustees in benchmarking its management fees and rate of return on investments compared to FCERS. These comparisons should include 1-year, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year comparisons at a minimum. This analysis is expected to be provided to the school board by September 2017. Subsequent updates on investment returns and fees shall be provided annually to the full board.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mrs. Schultz. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, I spoke extensively with staff, and the purpose of this motion is not just informational to the board, but really truly for us to be proactive in our communication about ERFC. There's been a lot of dialogue in the community, and there's been a lot of statements about whether or not we are as effective in the management of our county pension system compared to the school's county pension system versus the county's pension system. And I want for ERFC to be able to stand by the work that it's doing, or also to have that chance to look at specifically what the county's doing with its pension system. We will benefit as the school board that's responsible for ERFC to look at this benchmark. And when I spoke to staff, they said that this was a reasonable request. It's essentially going to provide us information. And then when they present it to us, looking at the benchmarking between the two pension systems, we can A, put any rumors to rest, or B, allow us to be able to work at understanding where there are differences. And given that the county is going to be looking at their pension system as well, it seems to be very timely. But I worry about the public dialogue that's being said about ERFC, and so I hope people will support this because it is informational. And I welcome you all to talk to Ms. Michael, who's still here, along with Ms. Quinn, but I did vet this with them before bringing it forward. I think this is good for us to do.
Ms. Schultz?
Yield.
Ms. Hines?
Yeah, so I took a look at this, and we got it about the same time that we all got a letter from the chair of the ERFC Board of Trustees responding to some of the concerns that we've been hearing from the community. So I'll just read you the part of it that has to do with ERFC investment manager fees. I'll try to read it quickly. RVK Inc., one of the largest independent and employee-owned investment consulting firms in the U.S., produces an analysis semi-annually which compares asset allocation, performance, investment, administrative expenses, and actuarial comparative data from more than 70 funds. So semi-annually, it sounds like we already get that comparison. And then she goes on to say, The fees reported in the ERFC and FCERS FY 2016 CAFRs are not comparable because the FCERS methodology for reporting fees differs from ERFC. FCERS is modifying its underreporting of fees for FY 2017 to match ERFC's reporting methodology for investment fees. So I'm not sure I'm not sure how to mesh this with what you're suggesting that we do, Ms. McLaughlin, because are you suggesting that you just want us to look at comparing FCERS and ERFC? And given this letter, do we expect it to be more apples to apples in FY 2017?
Thank you very much, Ms. Hines, for outlining that. And that's exactly the purpose of the follow-on motion, is that currently the way that we and ERFC report our CAFR in terms of management fees and rate of return is different methodology than what the county's FCERS does. So right now, when the public looks at our CAFR and their CAFR looks like they have lower management fees and that we're not running our pension system as well. So I'm wanting to promote the fact that in talking to staff, and they said September was a very reasonable deadline, that they've already spoken to county staff to get the apples to apples data so that we get a chance to then have a accurate, more reflective conversation. And I think this is, again, it's something that we want to help benefit ERFC by getting this. You're correct about the RVK, but what we're dealing with now, as you can appreciate, is it's the comparison of us to the county and the public statements that we're paying twice as much fees as they are. Let's put this information into accuracy, and that's why this is not anything right now that ERFC has been able to provide us, but with this direction they can.
Mrs. Strauss?
Again, I'm very reluctant to do this at this late at night. I have no idea what staff would be required to do this. Is this information that you already have? Is this just like writing a 2-page report? We are getting an ERFC report this summer, but I don't want to ask you to do something unusual.
So all of the ERFC data is reported to the school board on an annual basis.
Right,
and the report that Ms. Hines mentioned, the RVK or RVCUN's report, also is provided to the ERFC Board of Trustees semi-annually. So all that information is readily available. The piece that is not readily available is the comparison to county's FCERS plan. So we would have to work with the county and coordinate efforts to get the data so that we could have an apples-to-apples comparison. And I believe the county is working toward changing the way they report some of the investment fees. So we're hoping that by that time that it would be readily available.
So we're not asking you to analyze the county?
No, what we are planning on doing is really just getting the data from the county in a format or in a methodology that's similar to ERFC so that we can do an apples-to-apples comparison. And if we're not able to bring that to the board by September, we hope to report back to the board to see when that would be available from the county's retirement plan.
So Ms. McLaughlin could, instead of putting, say, by September, could just say when the information is available from the county.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I mean,
then I could support it. I'm
okay.
not asking for extra work for staff.
Absolutely.
Ms. McLaughlin, you're taking out by September and saying when available?
When available.
Correct.
All right. Ms. Darnett Kovacs? All right. All right. Well, let's take a vote on this then. All those in favor? Hines, Palchik, Schultz, Corbett Sanders, Strauss, Moon, McLaughlin, Wilson. All those opposed? Evans, McElveen. All those abstaining? Darnett Kovacs. That motion passes. All right, we are done with the budget. Thank you all very much. We now turn to the consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedures, Robert's Rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 5.01, appoint individuals to serve on committees as detailed in the agenda item. 5.02, confirm the separations for the period beginning April 1 and ending April 30th, 2017. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. New business, the following are new business items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled for a future meeting. 6.01, award a contract for the Luther Jackson Middle School Science Lab conversion projects to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.02, approve recommended media and lesson objectives as detailed in the agenda item as reviewed and recommended by the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee. 6.03, approve the revisions to policy 8170.6, facilities planning, naming school facilities and dedicating areas of school facilities or grounds. 6.04, approve the revisions to regulation 1410, procedures for reporting and investigating embezzlement, fraud, waste, or abuse, and other financial wrongdoing. Superintendent matters, Dr. Lockhart.
I will pass this evening. Thank you.
Bless you, Dr. Lockhart.
This morning.
Board committee reports. Ms. Hines, would you like to do something briefly?
Very briefly, we had an audit committee meeting on May 24th. Was that yesterday? Yes. No, 2 days ago. And basically, it was yesterday. We got an update on staffing. Emily Kerrigan, who has done a wonderful job in that office, is going back to Australia. We are going to miss her. So please send her a note and thank her for her professionalism and the wonderful work that she's done for us in that office. We had status of follow-up on outstanding audit recommendations, status of current audit engagements. We talked about the status of the FY18 audit plan development process, and we will be bringing that on July 19th, unless I'm mistaken, to the board as well at the work session, right? We have a work session on July 19th to talk about one of our policies, Policy 1410, and we also need to talk about the process for the FY18 audit plan. We had talked an update on carryover fund and ending balance audit and health claims update and timing. I think that's good.
May I suggest we forego board reports or board matters? This meeting is adjourned.